Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday, the end of our first week of San Antonio Startup Week 2021, Rethink Tomorrow. This morning, I'm really glad you're joining us, both here physically. Thanks for making your way through the construction and the road closures, but we made it worth your while to this beautiful building here. And I'm really excited to welcome you physically here, and also to those of you watching on our YouTube stream. Thank you for joining us. We have a really wonderful panel. We are actually collaborating, collabo time, I think the kids do this, with SA Report and City Fest, their own conference that's going on right now, that's concluding this evening. We've partnered together on this panel, and today we're going to be talking about the future of innovation, the future of technology, and the future of journalism. And I'd like to take a moment right now and introduce you to our distinguished panel. We have Angie Mott from the SA Report. Round of applause for Angie.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have Chris Scotti from New Ventures, Texas A&M, all the way from College Station. And on the end, we have Charles Wooden, the CEO of Geekdom right here in San Antonio. And so, as a quick reminder, before we get started with introductions a little bit deeper, I'm going to go ahead and just point out, if you're online right now, I've got my YouTube stream up, so ask a question. We'll bring it up at the end in our Q&A session. We also have a live microphone right here for anyone in the audience who'd like to ask a question to our panel. And with that and all of those niceties out of the way, let's get started. Let's start talking about the future. So, Angie, if you don't mind, tell us a little bit about SA Report and your role there and kind of what brought you in. I understand that SA Report recently went nonprofit in the past couple of years.
It's actually been like 6 or 7 years.
Oh, 6 or 7 years. Okay. I'm way behind on my email.
That's all right.
So 6 or 7 years, but lots of changes. And it sounds like you actually just kind of brought into the organization as the CEO. Can you tell us a little bit about SA Report?
Yes, absolutely. So the San Antonio Report, we're about to celebrate our 10th birthday in February. And we're excited, 10 years. The SA Report was founded by Bob Rivard and his wife Monica when he left Express News, and it started as a blog. And over time it grew. It started as a for-profit, but as Bob Rivard will tell you, it was a no-profit. And so with some advice from some community leaders, and a founding board, they took the organization to a nonprofit status. And from there is really when the Rivard Report, now the San Antonio Report, began to really grow. So what was Bob and Monica became now a staff of 22. And Bob was really early on in reading the tea leaves of local, all digital journalism. When we became a nonprofit, I think there were less than 20 nonprofit, all digital news organizations in the country, and now there are over 350.
Wow.
And growing exponentially. In fact, we help stand up a lot of those organizations across the country. We just recently helped stand up the Fort Worth Report, which is patterned after the San Antonio Report. And what we do is we focus on local, in-depth, fact-based news. And we're not always the first to the story, but I can guarantee you, when you read our stories, they're going to be super in-depth, well-researched, well-reported. And we also, like SA Startup Week, we feel a huge part of our mission is connecting and engaging the community, because we think civic engagement is how you build community and how you improve community. So thanks for having us and doing the laugh.
I have a feeling that's going to come back to haunt me in more ways.
My kids are probably going to laugh at me.
Yeah,
so
okay, there you go. Fair enough. It'll be on TikTok and not in a flattering way, I'm sure. Thank you, Angie. Thank you and welcome. So, Chris, talk to us a little bit about New Ventures and your time at Texas A&M and the always wonderful world of innovation.
glad to, and I'm going to say a big thank you first. I love coming back to San Antonio. We were just talking outside. It's been too long since I've been able to come back here, but one of the coolest things about coming back here at Dax and whatnot, is how engaged this entrepreneurial ecosystem is with each other. So many different other cities, which I'm not going to name, I go around and there's all these different, disparate entities in that city that each play in their own role, and they never talk to each other. That does not happen in San Antonio, and I think San Antonio Startup Week is a perfect example and outlet of that collaborative energy to continue the hashtag there. My official title is the Director of New Ventures at Texas A&M, but besides working for this gigantic academic organization, I started out where many of you are. I started a company in my dorm room, dropped out of college to run the company, had to raise money, ultimately sold it, and transitioned into helping other startups. Now, I did that as a consultant for a while. I ran an angel network, ran an incubator for a little while. But then the university hired me to come inside and start helping their spin-outs. So when you think about a spin-out from a university, it's usually some PhD level researcher that invents some amazing thing that they think needs to go into a company. Well, I'm not that guy, all right? I'm the guy that can listen patiently while this PhD level researcher that's building a new type of heart valve for 20 years, probably 3 or 4 different times before I remotely get it. And then I translate it to what the business world, a banker, an investor, whoever they might be pitching to in the real world needs to understand. And we've done that on an individual way and an ad hoc way for many years. And recently I moved into this director role. And the idea is that we're going to build an entrepreneurial support organization that creates a systematic pipeline of pulling these technologies out of the labs and turning them into startup companies, or in some cases, partnering with startup companies that need a technology to augment something that they've already got and help them to grow. We're going to do that through programs that involve mentorship, some gap early stage funding that we'll stand up on our own, and even some things like physical space, but the world we live in, that hardly even matters anymore. I'll also tell you that I have a kind of secondary role. Part of it's volunteer, part of it's, hey, I created and forced the entity that I work for into embracing this. And that's more of a statewide and outside of Aggieland outreach. And that's what brought me here and introduced me to Dax and his team originally. I run the Texas A&M New Ventures competition. It has an economic development side to it. It is supposed to grow this innovation ecosystem and help these science and engineering-based startups from all across the state of Texas. We have a competition every May. Gave away near $500,000 last year, which I'm really proud of considering it was a tough year to raise money. And because that's majority is privately funded from organizations like 80/20. And anyway, we run that every May. I invite any of you that have a technology-based business to consider applying in February. We get lots of great referrals from San Antonio, and we want to continue to see that pipeline of companies. So I'll leave it at that, but thank you again for having me here.
Yeah, Chris, that's awesome. And thank you again for coming up and joining us for Tech Fuel and joining us for this panel. We're going to touch on that translation and especially that commercialization space, because that's something that we've talked about almost all week long with UTSA's School of Data Science that's opening up. So there's a lot of conversation and a lot of wealth of in-depth of conversation we can get into there. And last but certainly not least, Charles Wooden, let's talk a little bit about technology. The last 24 months as the CEO of Geekdom, you're not only incubating entrepreneurs and startups, but you're also running a co-working community in space amidst all of this stuff. So tell us a little bit about Geekdom and what those last, 18 months have looked like for you.
They've been fun, I'll say that much. So yeah, Charles Wooden, CEO of Geekdom, been in the role now for just over 2 years. It's been exciting, it's been fun, but really quick on what Geekdom's here to do. Our goal is to help build San Antonio one startup at a time, and how we accomplish that, very similar to what Chris was saying here, which is that we consider ourselves an entrepreneurial support organization that empowers entrepreneurs to cultivate, shape, and grow their ideas into viable businesses that are ready for the next level. So really focusing in on on that very early stage, you have an idea, you're kind of reluctant to take that idea into reality, we're here to help. We can help guide you. We have an amazing team. We have great programs that assist you through those inflection points as you go along that journey. That's what our role is. And our goal is over the next 10 years is to launch the next 500 startups with 75% of them calling San Antonio home. So producing economic impact here to San Antonio and hopefully changing what downtown San Antonio feels like and the rest of San Antonio through the aim of startups. And so yeah, the last 24 months, as you said, Dax, has been fun. We encountered the pandemic, and we have such an amazing community here in San Antonio that has been built up over Geekdom's last 10 years. And when we thought we were going to close our doors for the first time back in March of 2020, it was one of the scariest things. And we immediately, like most other companies, embraced virtual. And one of the things that we were amazed to see was that our community was eager to engage virtually as much as they were physically. And we were able to stay engaged with them, keep them involved, keep our programs running, and then also take that opportunity to kind of reshape what our space felt like and looked like. We're able to make partnerships with an organization called Very, where we're able to outfit our entire 7th floor to be a little bit more safe in a time of pandemic. And then we even embrace some innovation on our own, and we helped launch another local startup here called Community Labs through testing procedures out of Geekdom, so that when our members were ready to come back, we wanted to make sure that they felt as reassured as possible that they were safe to come back and the people around them were safe to come back. So that's a little bit about what we do, but we also have found in the past 24 months, a lot of organizations had to embrace technology in a way that they were able to not, I don't want to say ignore, but they didn't have to 24 months ago. And we've been an essential piece in making connections throughout our community for those organizations and companies to add tech to what they offer or embrace it in a way that they haven't before. And so it's been an amazing thing to see with our community growing and shaping.
Fantastic. Well, and now that we've got a little bit of current horizon line, let's talk about the future, because I wrote future in the session title. So I'm really curious though, because I love exploring this topic, especially among experts and people who are in leadership capacities in places where they're at the intersection of so many different, not only people, but companies and stories and organizations. And I'd love to start with you, Angie, first. You talked a little bit about this. You alluded to the sea change from the for-profit into the nonprofit, and just journalism in general seems to be evolving. We had a interesting session about TikTok just the other day, where they were talking about how much news source is now being derived from TikTok, and 30-second, 1-minute videos, things like that. So I'd love to just hear a little bit more about the SA report and what you view as kind of the next 12, 18, 24 months. What does news reporting look like, and what is on your strategic vision for the organization? Great,
love to talk about that. So, like I said, we're 10 years old. We have a staff of 22. The next 18 months for us looks like pretty expansive growth. We are super proud of the organic growth that we've had, from a blog to having 25,000 subscribers and 350,000 visits, unique visitors to our site every month. That's exciting, right? But when you look at the size of San Antonio and the size of the San Antonio New Braunfels MSA, we're really just kind of scratching the surface. And there are where we believe our readership is too homogenous, and we want to change that. And we want to reach parts of the community that we're not currently reaching. And we're going to do it. I will tell you, this is not a unique situation. A lot of our peers in nonprofit all digital news throughout the country really struggle with this as well. Like, how do we tell the stories that matter, that are important in an interesting way to all of our community and not just pockets of our community? So we're going to double down on that. The other area of, we all know what's happened in media and especially the newspaper business through, the internet. Google and Facebook have 50% of all digital advertising. And so consequently, papers across that model, print newspaper was built around advertising. And the combination of the internet, there was a hope that newspapers would be able to fill that print advertising with digital advertising, but they really can't. So there are paywalls, there are real pushes, big push for subscription. But then there's all this consolidation in the industry. So what has happened is all these dailies and weeklies that were in small towns in rural areas across the country have folded. And so there are just huge news deserts across the country, but also in our geographic area. So in addition to really focusing on expanding our audience here in San Antonio, we'll look to do that around our area to make sure people get the news that they need, that we hold democracy very, very true to part of our mission. And let's face it, for decades, for generations, it's the news that really upholds democracy and keeps our elected officials accountable.
Yeah, I love that answer, and there's a couple of different ways we can go into it, and I'll stay away from the Vladimir Putin somewhat threatening the Nobel Prize winner that was on there. And if you haven't looked at it, I would definitely go read a story about it. It's very interesting.
Very.
But you bring up some really great topics, and it makes me just naturally curious about, I have my opinion on it, but I would ask it in this way. Do you view this approach of digital and, in a way, hyper-local journalism as the tonic to the divisive media components of what we're seeing on a much larger scale between the CNNs and the Fox Newses and all the other things that are kind of really creating the divides? I've seen more from the hyper-local talking about community and knitting together. Is there going to be more of that? And I'll just put one little more thing into that. I feel like you stepped so well into it with the Disconnected series that really started highlighting some things in our community that are stories not being covered, but are talked about at dinner tables in very real ways. And you brought that front and center for so many. So do you view this approach as really the thing that's going to help unite?
I think you're going to see massive growth in local news organizations, all digital. Nonprofit is the way to go. It's working, and you'll see that continue to grow. Personally, I think it's our only hope right now in this polarized environment, this polarized national news environment in which we live. I think local news is our hope, and we will see it grow.
Yeah, that's fantastic. We'll talk a little bit more about that and kind of how we can step in, but right now I'd love to shift gears just a little bit. And Chris, I want to talk to you a little bit about innovation and emerging from the shadow of the pandemic, because now more than ever, it's this weird double-edged sword. Science and innovation has simultaneously been the thing helping get us through the pandemic and vaccines and all of the work that we've been doing. But on the other flip side of it is, you can throw a rock and hit 15 YouTube conspiracy pages about why science is wrong, and I follow my opinion on something. So you're at the heart of this, where science meets the public and the consumption happens. So what have you seen emerging? What are the people who are doing some of these innovations, the people you're helping to translate? What are you hearing from them and seeing from them?
Yeah, that's a neat question. It's a really interesting time to talk about this sort of thing. I'm going to start by explaining an interaction I had early on in the pandemic about it was really about the economy in general, and it was by an economic development organization had hosted it and brought in some economists and whatnot. And I'm listening to all these folks, it's all doom and gloom, man, no one's showing up for anything, nobody's talking, there's no activity, the supply chain is screwed, no one can get any money, the banks, you're bogged down with all this paperwork, and the government's screwing everything up, and 45 minutes of, it's like, it can't get any worse. Let's all cry together. Okay, I get it. It is. I'm not minimizing any of that, but I was just an audience member of this thing, but they gave kind of a little bit of open time at the end to discuss, and I was like, hey guys, let me tell you about the world that I live in. All right, most of the folks that I work with, they've been working in their garages for a while, or their home offices, and developing their technologies and their ideas. Many of them, at least at the stage I'm working with them, they're not even worried about supply chains and even a lot of capital yet. They're getting these innovations out of their brains into a real world plan. And for me, and this is getting into that more existential, high level view, this is the future and what's going to continue to make our country tick. Okay, it's this knowledge economy, this taking of these really smart, innovative ideas out of people's brains and bringing them to the world. Whether it's a life-changing, cancer-fighting drug, or a new solar panel, or a new space technology, that's what's going to make and keep our country great and keep our economy growing. So, operating at this sort of grassroots, just out of the lab level is a whole lot of fun, but I was able to tell these folks with a straight face and a smile on my face, it's like, look, we are still going. If you want to tap into an industry, into a segment that is going to make it through this and come out with shining colors, now is your time. Because guess what, those investors, they're not going to be putting money into their traditional investments, all right? Because those are scary right now. But the startup world, it's pretty exciting, and the opportunities of all these innovators are sitting there right in front of them and are ripe for engagement. I'm also going to say one more thing kind of about change in the future, because you had planted a seed with me last night. I actually went to bed thinking about this. All right, so what's changing in this world of innovation? Many of you, especially the young folks, you've experienced this, right? We've had this awesome entrepreneurial culture that we're building. It happens in our communities. It's happening inside our universities. We've done these great, student incubators, and teaching even our emerging young faculty, or soon-to-be educators, all right, about this wonderful world of entrepreneurial innovation. And so now they're coming out fired up, all right? But yet we've still got this sort of old guard, the administration, the faculty, the publish or perish mentality. We're gonna write papers and do research just because it's good. Basic research and all that is still good. I still know where my paycheck comes from. But we've got this new generation of folks that are coming out with that fire, okay? That fire that many of you have. And now we need to embrace that and give those folks, as they rise up into those new leadership roles, give them the support that they need. And honestly, we need to get ready for the flood that's coming. All right, and this is the pitch that I've been given to the folks that I work with inside my giant government organization is, hey, we have this huge untapped resource now that's coming down. We can't do this ad hoc, hey, well, let me figure out who can help you or who to introduce you to on an individual basis. We need to build a systematic pipeline that we can start dealing with this stuff quickly, remove the bureaucratic and red tape hurdles, come up with this process that's going to get these technologies out of people's brains, out of those labs, into the real world where it can impact our lives. So that's the sea change that I see coming down the pipe. I don't know if I fully answered your question.
No, you did. Well, and it's great because I think there's something we can talk about a little bit later when we again do even larger, broader perspectives, 10 to 20 years out. There's this misconception almost about knowledge workers, and that is this self-contained segment of the economy. And what I think we kind of forget is that innovation, A, creates more knowledge workers, but then B, there's this other effect that happens, which is advanced manufacturing, skilled labor jobs cannot be grown or built without new science, new innovation and new developments for people to learn and to develop. So, it's interesting because I think what you talk about there uniquely positions San Antonio, if we play our cards right, in a really special place as we look on to the next 20 years of economic development and workforce development. So there's some more stuff that we can kind of dive into there at the end. And Charles, we'll end this part of the segment here with you. You talked a little bit about community labs, and I think a lot of times people will say technology doesn't actually breed community, but I think you've proven otherwise with Geekdom and what you've done in your leadership. Can you talk a little bit more about what that community connectedness has meant, and to the business, and also to a little bit of how you're viewing the next 12 to 18 months of Geekdom's future?
Yeah, I mean, I think that for us, and kind of echoing what Chris was just saying, innovation is disruption, and it is something that when something comes along like the pandemic, it is an inevitability that everybody's going to have to adapt. And there are certain things that just are able to do it quicker. And one of the things that we saw was how strong the community was at assisting others in that attempt. We had certain companies that were already ahead of the game with what their technology was and where it was to be able to propel out of the pandemic in a very positive way. But then there were other companies, other entities that were already a part of Geekdom, or ones that were interested in becoming a part because the pandemic pointed out to them that the technology or lack of technology that they had in their organization was creating a significant issue with their ability to operate in the new environment that we exist in. And to see the community that we have embrace them, bring them in, and then offer assistance, whether it's like building a website, offering app suggestions or creation, to be able to adapt to this new world and operate, still get revenue in the door, connect with their own community outside of where they used to do it, retail locations and such, has been amazing to see. And it all was done by the members that we have, the community here in San Antonio, and seeing them not miss a beat. I'll tell one really quick story too, that one of the things that I remember seeing right as we were closing our doors was an organization, I'll try not to name them while telling you the details about what happened, but they had met with the biggest player in their game in our biggest conference room the day that we were closing down Geekdom for the first time, leading into the pandemic. And what I realized, not at that moment, but a week or so later, was that organization saw the writing on the wall. They saw that the way that they had operated for decades was not going to work once everybody's doors closed, once you can't meet face to face. And they were talking to a little startup out of Geekdom that had the key to it, and were already well on their way to start operating in a very virtual way. We're already operating virtually, and they were like, "We will give you money. We want to purchase you. We want you to become a part of our organization." And watching that startup go through the process and thinking like, this is an influx of money I've never seen before in my life, but realizing the opportunity that they had and making the choice not to take that acquisition and continue forward and now propel out of the pandemic in such an amazing way. And it was the community that supported that startup as they were contemplating that question, as they were thinking about what the future looked like and how they could grow without becoming acquired. It was amazing to see, and it was just, it's just, I'm so proud of this community. I'm so proud of San Antonio and seeing how we've combated this really negative time and made a positive out of it. So it's been great.
Yeah, opportunities out of chaos and crisis are kind of where the metal gets tested, right? So that's an awesome story highlighting that. And it's funny because we seem to have more and more of those kind of emerging now that we're getting back together in an audience and really sharing what's been going on. There's some pretty amazing stories out there. And what I think also is going to be happening here is we're going to start telling some other amazing stories, which is now that we're no longer necessarily always confined to the home office, but we can actually move a little bit around and get together at Geekdom, or get together in innovation and pitch competitions, or around journalism and stories, and do face-to-face reporting again. I'd love, this is kind of open to anybody who wants to take a crack at it first, but how do you think our innovation and technology and journalism worlds will be colliding? Because it feels like they're on a collision course a little bit. We're already borrowing liberally from each other. We're learning from the technology and innovation side how to become better storytellers. Journalism is finding ways to pivot in ways that were seemingly unmanageable before via technology and via new formats. So how else do you think these three worlds might be colliding in the next few years or even in the next decade or so? Or did I stump everybody?
I don't mind taking this. I actually have a lot of thoughts in this area, but I'm gonna approach it more from the consumer side. Yeah, I live in this world where there's all these innovations and neat things coming out, but it's also because I live in the technology world, I tend to embrace new platforms pretty early on, and I don't shy away from all these different streams.
So you're all over TikTok, right?
Yeah, I actually am, and I get some of the really coolest breaking news. All right, whether it's some explosion happening on halfway across the world or something that's happening here in Texas, that's a quick way to get the raw coverage. But when you actually want to dive in and get the background information on something, it is extremely hard, and I've been clawing at that for a while now. So I'm just going to answer my real brief way of thinking how consumers like me are going to have to do this. Is they're going to have some smart tools that aggregate and filter based on interest, and really it's going to have to be a machine learning or artificial intelligence type of system that can prioritize the things that they want to know about their own community, a specific industry, and learn from that person's interest over time, and while still giving them access not only to, hey, here's this specific thing because you liked this keyword, we're going to pop this thing up in front of you, also introducing those new things to you. And that's going to be an evolution that I think is going to take place over time, and something that it's going to be a partnership between the consumers and the news organizations in the future. I'll leave it at that because I think you're much smarter on this than I am.
I don't know about that, but what I would say is the sky's the limit. So one of the great things about being an all digital publication is that you can try things and innovate on an ongoing basis. And the walls aren't going to fall down if it doesn't work out. You just learn from what you try. And so I think you're right about AI. For journalism, although audience engagement strategy has been around for a while, it's still really in its infancy. And so, in fact, we are going to be bringing on, in the new year, a full-time audience growth director to try some of these new platforms. One of the things that we have is instant data on our coverage. We know, what's being read, who's reading it, where they're finding it, who's referring it, how long they stay on. We have all this data, and we just need to experiment and not be afraid to innovate and try new platforms, but also really understand our audience and give them more of what they want to know about and learn about and read.
Yeah, if I could add, I think, you've mentioned this a couple times, and I think it is something significant that we should think about with what, San Antonio Report has been able to do, being one of the first 20, all digital nonprofit blogs out there. That's crazy. And so you guys are leading that charge. And when we think about the intersection, you and your organization have collaborated with those different technologies and innovations to be able to stay at the forefront of it. And I think, Chris, you got a great point here with the idea that data, AI is going to be a component of it. And here in the city, I think we have an amazing opportunity for those types of collaborations to happen. We're sitting 2 blocks away from where the School of Data Science and the National Security Collaboration Center is going to be built. And knowing that you guys are just up the road and you're leading that charge, getting those two parties together and figuring out how you as journalists are able to leverage that, increase your audience, and then get the information that's needed out there in a nonpartisan way, I think is what the future is. And it's going to be great.
It's so exciting, and I just love the way San Antonio collaborates at a very high level.
That's great. I think there's a common thread there. And Chris, I love your idea of the smart tools to a consumer perspective, because the common thread inside of, I think, each of your respective segments is and I won't say growing distrust, but it's this proliferation of misinformation or even disinformation. I think it's sophistry, right? Which is the definition of it, but there's this spreading of it across media and innovation and technology. And the only way to combat it, again, I think collision course wise, is by recognizing there's this kind of common fight here, which is we need to be very clear to people we're here for facts and for growth and advancement for you.
Let me add one thing to this. It's really relevant because there was an article I read yesterday, the day before, about how Facebook is actually determining what to put in front of your eyes. All right. And this is a scary part, but it's also an opportunity. So, in a nutshell, I'll go Google it and read it yourself. But it's like, in a nutshell, they are using the engagement, the predictive engagement. And what ends up happening is they've realized you're going to stay there longer if we put something in front of you that makes you mad. All right. Oh, okay. So now I see that, and I see it even in the stuff that I consume. All right. But then I go and try, what tools do I have to sort of control my own destiny? All right. So we're going to have to find this balance between controlling our own, our own feeds, and then that predictive model that doesn't rely just on what makes us mad or what's going to get us fired up the most. And putting the negative stuff in front of it, instead seeing the awesome positive things that are happening in our own communities and our own little ecosystems that we plan that actually are going to help improve society instead of help us all hate each other.
So I have a question. What do we do about young people? So we're smart enough to know that this is happening, but I have 19-year-old twins, and I just want to get into that phone and search for some other things than what's appearing in their feed. So what do we do about younger people? Because this is their natives. This is all they know.
I'm not young enough to have that answer. No.
Me either.
Well, actually, if I can, I'll position it very slightly. There's always generations in each of your segments as well. And that's a really great question, is how do older generations or more established generations deal with the changing and adaptive needs of the newest generation using your services or entering into your segments?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I'll add in there, and I think that question is very apt, and I think that when we're looking at the other generations and we're looking at where our kids are and we're seeing their usage of technology and the way that we use it, it's vastly different. But my hope, whether this is true or not, that the future holds is that this generation, these kids are being raised with the knowledge that algorithms are built for those purposes. And because of that, that knowledge and being aware of it, they're able to change the outcomes based off of the understanding of what it looks like and seeking outside knowledge. I believe the biggest issue that at least I see, and I think that we see that through Facebook primarily, because I'll beg, and the younger generation in the crowd can tell me whether or not this is true, but that Facebook has been relatively abandoned by the younger generation. The generation that has adapted to it primarily throughout the pandemic is the generation of my parents, and I think that kind of negative approach that they've taken with putting something in front of you to keep you engaged in a negative way has led to this very what's the word, desperate or disparate situation where our members are so polarized. I do believe that the youth understand it a little bit better and aren't, succumbing to those negative outcomes as much, or abandoning platforms that aren't presenting it to them in the way that they want to consume it. And I think that that's the future, is how does the next generation want to consume knowledge, journalism, so on and so forth. They'll seek it out, and then they'll find out how to utilize that data or understand how that data is being used against them or for them.
He gives me hope.
There you go. I love it. So we'll shift gears to one last topic, and then we're going to open it up for a little bit of Q&A to end out our morning here together. So what is the most exciting thing right now on your horizon? And Charles, we'll start with you. What's the most exciting thing right now in the world of technology, co-working, entrepreneurialism, that you are really just getting geared up for right now?
I'll speak, directly from where we stand, and I think it is the thing that we've been able to embrace throughout the pandemic is, our ability to virtually connect with our community and grow that community outside. I think if you were to rewind the clock pre-pandemic, Geekdom had such a focus on downtown San Antonio and the space in which we occupied. It really limited us from the ability to connect with the rest of the city, with the rest of the state. And I believe that over that time, some of the tools that we've adopted, our ability to connect our community virtually, has allowed for us to connect with other parts of the city that may have never heard of Geekdom. I used to live up in Helotes, and in that area, not a lot of people know what Geekdom is. I could walk around with a Geekdom shirt, and maybe one out of every million people that I run into would say, "Oh, hey, I know what Geekdom is." But if you were downtown and you were walking around with that shirt, you'd get a much different reaction, right? And so I think it's capitalizing on that, being able to connect and broaden that community as far as diversity, as far as accessibility for individuals throughout the city. But then I also think that the future is much bigger than just the city of San Antonio, and it's more regional. And what I mean by that is I feel that San Antonio is such an attractive place to individuals who are growing up in the Rio Grande Valley. Up on the stage yesterday, one of our brightest founders, Josh Sanchez, was up here. He came from the Rio Grande Valley, and he started his startup here in San Antonio. And I think that there's more individuals like that are looking for opportunities and seeing the ecosystem that's being built here in San Antonio and across the rest of the state that they're able to plug into. And we want to be the conduit for them to plug in, whether virtually or physically. And so utilizing those technologies, the things that we've adapted to connect with the Rio Grande Valley, the rest of South Texas, and being a resource not only for downtown anymore, not only for the city of San Antonio anymore, but more broadly, South Texas as a whole.
This is a tough one for me because there's a few different things that have come out. I could, talk about the virtualization and the innovations that have come around that. But what I've really seen is just a speeding up. All right, a speeding up of the idea of getting ideas out and embracing of the fact that small businesses and startups are more nimble. All right, they're able to more quickly get things to market. And what started out, at least in my world, was a kind of a COVID-focused thing. It's like, all right, man, we're gonna figure out some new way to quickly get masks out, or maybe a new treatment, a kiosk that can test you really quickly to see whether you have the virus or not. All right, all those innovations quickly either coming out or getting shot down and iterated on and getting out has shown the ecosystem that I work with that maybe we don't have to go through the multi-year process that it takes to license that technology, get it funding, do a grant application, go through a multi-year long program that involves permission at umpteen different levels. And maybe there is a better way. All right, so this is born out of crisis, but I think what's coming out of this is a willingness by all players along this ecosystem and in this commercialization world that I live to embrace the fact that there is a better way. There is a faster way to iterate on these ideas to get them out where they actually impact society. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that develops over the next few years as we emerge from this pandemic era. And see how we can more nimbly embrace that knowledge economy and get these ideas out into where it impacts the lives of ourselves and people around us.
That's fantastic. Andrew.
So growth and diversity, that's what I'm most excited about as we enter the next decade. A little backstory, so we've just completed the third of 3 steps to set us up for our next decade of growth. Bob Rivard, our founder, wants to take a step back and somewhat retire and be a columnist for us and not be involved in the day-to-day operations. So step 1 of that plan was to change our name, which we did last August, or last year, to the San Antonio Report. Step 2 was to hire a publisher and CEO. Bob had done all those jobs by himself, which was impossible, for one human to do as we grew. And then this third step was to name an editor-in-chief, which Lee Munzel will be joining us. She has been with CNN in DC in
Wow.
politics, and her start date and move to San Antonio is coming up. It'll be November 1st. So we're real excited about that.
Congrats.
Probably Bob is more excited than anybody because he sees golf and ranching in his future. But we are poised to grow. We did pretty well during the pandemic. We're poised to grow readership, audience. We are poised for diversification. You know, we want to diversify our readers, our staff. You know, we feel like truly, you know, it's easy to say that, you know, your newsroom should look like your community. It's easy to say, it's hard to do, but we're committed for diversifying not only our readers, but our leaders and our staff. But you're gonna see us really take off and grow because we have also the ability to really diversify and grow our revenue stream, which will allow us to do all this really neat stuff in the future.
Be a real voice for the community.
Absolutely.
That's great. That's what we need more of, for sure. That gets me excited about the future.
It's very exciting.
Excellent. So what we'll do now with our last remaining minutes here, if there's anybody who has a question from our audience that'd like to come up, or we can kind of take a look online as well. Does anybody have any questions for our panelists this morning? Stunned silence from the brilliance displayed this morning. I see it sometimes. It's rare, but it just happened. I'll ask one other question here, I guess, and then we'll close out. What I'd love to hear a little bit more about is maybe the closing thoughts on your space in general, just the broader perspective. What would you like to see or maybe hope to see in the world of journalism over the next 5 years?
Well, as a local news outlet, you know, we just want to provide meaningful information and education to the local community. You know, like I mentioned earlier, you know, there are a couple of really good books out there, and one is called Ghosting the News. And, you know, that is what has happened across America with the demise of the print local newspaper. And what I want to see is that communities across the country maintain a source of reliable, fact-based, in-depth local news. That without that, you know, your community is at risk. I mean, who's going to hold people accountable in communities where there's no longer a source of local news? And, you know, I want that for the country. For San Antonio, you know, I deeply want that. We care very much about this community, and there's one thing that really awesome cities have in common, and that's great journalism. And that's what we want to do here in San Antonio.
You're already on the way. That's excellent. Chris.
So the world I live in, you know, the idea of supporting entrepreneurial commercialization has historically been a really tough pill to swallow. And I think as we emerge out of this chaos that we've seen in the last few years, what I've realized and what I'd really like to see is sort of this breaking down of the silos that are typical in research institutions, where you're seeking credit for what you've done without thinking about how you can have impact with what you're doing. And I have seen some exciting things come from the younger generation of researchers and of innovators that I've gotten to work with. And as they start to rise up as leaders themselves, it really gives me hope that we are overcoming that. And through that, we are starting to introduce programs and things to help speed up that process, like I was talking about before. Things like providing really early stage funding and early stage mentorship. I think we've got some great later stage programs that we can tap into, like Geekdom, and where I've got to, frankly, I've got my own work cut out for me, is coming up with how do we help these nascent companies, pre-companies, build a team, get them enough funding that their talent will stick around long enough to get that technology out and into the world, into a startup. I think that we've got some real possibilities there. It's going to take a community. This isn't like a one entity show. It's going to take us all working together to try and drag these technologies out of the labs and the researchers' minds and actually build companies around them. But I think all the pieces are starting to fall into place. So that's where my hope for the future is. I think it's going to be difficult. We're going to have to force some entrenched folks to think out of the box. But we're getting there, and I'm excited by what I've seen so far.
Excellent. Charles?
I think for us in the ecosystem building component of what Geekdom's trying to do here in San Antonio, and helping these early stage companies and teams to form startups, the future for us, I think, I referenced back, there was a book that I had read right when I joined Geekdom, written by Brad Feld, called How to Build a Startup Community. And one of the things that he said in that book was it takes about 20 years to do it. And there are these few key pieces that are required in order for those things to be accomplished. And I've recently been looking back as we're hitting our 10-year mark. I looked back 10 years ago when Geekdom was founded, and I looked at the ecosystem then, and it was a barren wasteland. And I don't mean that to sound negative, but I do that to say that it started from the bottom, and it has built significantly. In surveying it over the last 24 months, going through the pandemic and seeing kind of how things have come back from it, the situation of our current ecosystem is in such a better place for growth going forward. And I think the next 10 years are going to be exponentially bigger and greater than the last 10 years. And the reason why I say that is one of the key pieces that Brad pointed out in that book was having an engaged university in downtown, or in the city in which you're building. And here we sit now with UTSA really investing in building in downtown. We also now have clearly a community not only watching and sitting in this room, but other startups that have experience. We've also had some great exits that are happening right now, with Pathwire selling for $1.9 billion just up the street from here. I think that those things are going to cascade into really positive events for this ecosystem moving forward. And I think there's a few other things that we have on our future to bring into the ecosystem to make sure that we're continuing to invest and continuing to grow. And like Angie and Chris had said, our community is very unique. There's a lot of collaboration that's happening here, and making sure that we engage all and make it accessible to all is what the future is going to be. And I think it's going to be very bright. And I think the next 10 years, you're going to see a completely different downtown ecosystem.
Can I add something I don't want to see, that we don't want to see in the future?
Please.
And that is the toxic polarization of national media get to the local level. We don't want to see that, and we're committed to continue to report the facts and be reliable, meaningful news, not toxic, distrusted media.
We've held the line politically for a number of decades, and I think it starts with the news as well too, reinforcing
Absolutely.
that. So I think that's a very excellent point. Thank you everyone for joining. Oh yes, please.
Thank y'all for talking and inspiring ideas. What originally brought me to this was journalism in the future, and I thought about how newspapers are closing. When I was in high school, video killed the radio star. I'm coming from the Alma colleges in San Antonio College. Maybe you saw that the Ranger student newspaper, after 90-something years, was thinking about closing because faculty are retiring. There's conversation about what to do next. Maybe we need to come and visit Geekdom. Maybe we need to learn from what you're doing at A&M. I'm a subscriber, have been a sustainable member.
Thank you for your readership.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm just going to connect that group to y'all and see what can happen, and I appreciate everything.
That's wonderful. This is exactly why we put that together, is again, a real world example right there of distressed component needing to pivot, but lacking capability or maybe innovation or even just the resources needed to even begin the conversation. So happy to connect and see how we can help keep a 90-year tradition going, because that would be a shame. Let's get to a centennial, right? Thank you everyone for your time and for joining us today. Thank you everyone online for joining us. Angie, Chris, Charles, thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful session. Thank you for the conversation. And we'll move on to our next session. Thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Awesome. So I'm Brian Dillard. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for the City of San Antonio. With me, we have Emily Royal. She is our interim Smart City Administrator for the City of San Antonio, and also a Smart City Coordinator still, since she's in the interim position. And today we are going to tap into what in the world is Smart SA Sandbox. And among that, what is Smart Cities, what is Smart SA, and what is all this crap you guys been talking about among your own bubbles. So I'm going to start off with a kind of an open, broad question of what exactly is Smart Cities? And I'll pitch it over to Emily to kind of define Smart Cities for us within globally definition and then also locally.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Brian. Hi, everybody. So what a great question. Smart cities is an emerging topic. It's an issue that's been around for years, thinking about the future of technology and how it really shapes how we live, work, and play in cities. Now, for the city of San Antonio, I really like to talk about what I would call people-centered smart cities, which is really reflecting hard on how we can leverage data and technology to empower people, to empower our residents, and to really work with them on a co-creative process for designing our strategy about smart cities moving forward. Smart cities is something that all different sectors can participate in. So the private sector often innovates emerging technology. The public, right, uses that technology or becomes not just consumers of it, but active participants in its development. We know that through our CivTech SA program, for example. And then there's local governments, and our job is really to help equip and inform our city departments with tools that they can use in order to make really good decisions, ethical decisions about emerging technology. We have all kinds of things in this space, from autonomous vehicles to e-scooters that we've seen, things that are a little more intimidating like facial recognition in public space. All of these kinds of issues are part of the smart cities dynamic.
Absolutely, excellent. You mentioned empowering communities and co-creation.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that? And I think that'll lead us into kind of the description of what exactly is this Smart SA Sandbox thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have to think about what are our residents' roles, right, when it comes to using technology and how technology is used in cities. There's a lot of different ways that residents can plug into that space. One way would be as a co-creator of that tech, so working with a program like CivTech SA or a startup in residence program that really brings residents who have great ideas about how to solve problems by building technology and small businesses to do that, right? So that's one way that residents can connect into the smart city space. Another way is for residents to participate in how we evaluate technology. If we have opportunities, funding, bond funding, to actually develop new technologies in public space, can we bring residents into that conversation, that dialogue, to help us make the best decisions around that? And then finally, there's stuff about STEM education and really thinking about smart cities as a way to develop the workforce of the future, and as an educational component, bringing youth and kids and families into that space to really educate and empower young people in the space of smart cities too. And that's pretty much what Sandbox is about.
Yeah, absolutely. You keep mentioning CivTech SA. For those that don't know, CivTech SA is a program that's been running for about 4 or 5 years now, and I think it's in the final year. And basically it's an opportunity for startups, entrepreneurs, college students, K through 12 students for a while there, to come into this space, and the city would present these civic challenges to these startups, entrepreneurs, et cetera, et cetera. It was a partnership with Geekdom. Present these civic challenges to them and allow them to develop a product that then the city or county or any other entity could then procure. So we were creating some, and every year within this residency program we had within the CivTech SA program, we had companies coming out of there. I think we've had about 10 companies be developed out of the CivTech SA program. So very beneficial, not only to the economy, but also to the city of San Antonio, because then we kind of get a custom solution, which then these startups can then replicate and sell to other entities, which is really exciting.
Yep.
We've been constantly saying Smart SA Sandbox, Smart SA Sandbox, Smart SA Sandbox. What in the hell is Smart SA?
Yeah. so Smart SA is the City of San Antonio's Smart City partnership with about 8 different partners that includes mostly our public and our private utilities. So things like CPS Energy, Via Metropolitan Transit, the San Antonio Water System, all of the folks who touch different aspects of life and infrastructure in a city are the folks who are partners within our Smart SA partnership. Now, Smart SA Sandbox is really trying to address that problem of, how do we reach out to our residents about all the stuff that these organizations are working on? But I think more importantly, how do we get feedback and input from our residents about those projects and ideas and create spaces that are fun and accessible for people to drive that conversation with us. That's really what Sandbox is about. And it is exactly that. It's a sandbox. I think, we tend to talk about technology and smart cities kind of like from the ivory tower. Yeah. And Sandbox is really just bringing that into literally a public park and inviting folks who go to public parks to show up and engage with us in the sandbox.
Good key piece of information would probably be when the hell is this Sandbox thing happening and where. So it is happening on Sunday, this coming Sunday, October
17th.
17th,
yeah.
Thank you, I should probably know. October 17th, this Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Yanaguana Gardens, right here at Hemisphere down the street from where we're at. Come out, bring your kids. Again, this is a very interactive event. It's supposed to be focused on the future of technology, the future of city services. So not only will we be presenting this technology and new data assets and everything and kind of bringing it down to a ground level, but also we'll be taking input on what do we need to start looking into to solve some of the challenges that residents face day to day. Emily, can you talk to me a little bit about, when you first started with the Smart Cities program, when you first joined the city of San Antonio, how did you start formulating what projects you would work on, what type of challenges you were going to solve for? Can you talk about kind of that initial stage of development?
Yeah, absolutely. So, that's something that we did as a team in our office. Brian and I actually came on in 2019, I think.
Late 2018.
Oh my God.
It's our 3-year mark this week. It's my 3-year mark this week, yeah.
Oh my God.
Congrats.
Wow. Man, it seems like a long time ago. But yeah, we were fresh to the space. We were fresh to local government, coming from outside of local government. And we really had to talk as a team for, what is smart cities and how are we going to move forward on this? We had some structure that, we inherited and some funding. And our first instinct, our first impulse as a young team was like, we got to talk to residents. Mm-hmm. It really wasn't like, well, let's go huddle in a corner and come up with our ideas and then tell the world what smart city is going to be. We really had that impulse, and that's what we did. We kind of boots on the ground. We administered surveys. I remember walking up and down Commerce Street. Actually, it was very raw. Yeah. We just kind of walked out of the office with paper surveys. We're like, please take our survey. Tell us what you think the problems are in our city. And we did sort of this basic grassroots campaign, and it worked. It really drove a lot of the last 3 years of work. And the 3 things that we heard from residents were issues around mobility, issues around pedestrian safety, issues around street lighting, and environment. And so those are the things that we started to kind of take on and tackle through a number of different projects. And I can share about that too if you want.
Yeah, I think we should jump into that. And I don't want anybody to get the idea that smart cities is about, flying cars and this whole grandiose pie in the sky type thing. It is that, but it is also, how does our trash get picked up a little more efficiently and effectively?
Yeah.
How are public safety reports published to the public a little more thoroughly and transparently? How is there more accountability over city council and city staff? How do we allow the public into those kind of conversations? So it is those very basic city service things that we're looking to improve with smart cities technology and data utilization.
Yeah.
So don't get the idea that, it's this exclusive little elite thing. It is not. It is open to all residents to come in and tell us what we should be doing on a daily basis. Do you want to go into kind of what that portfolio of smart city projects looks like at this point in time?
Yeah, absolutely. Like Brian's kind of describing, we took a little bit of a back to basics approach, but we also wanted to kind of explore what is out there in terms of emerging tech, that we can leverage in this space. So We created 3 innovation zones. They were established by City Council in 2018, so shortly around when we were hired. And those innovation zones were areas in our community where we were charged by City Council to explore pilot projects around smart city technology. So for the projects that we did in that space, we really responded to some of the aspects of our survey that we did, our community survey, and really targeted lighting. We wanted to focus on street lights. We worked with CPS Energy to do basically a procurement process to bring vendors in to pilot smart streetlights in our innovation zones. We worked with our city departments to figure out, okay, like what does a smart streetlight actually mean? One thing that it means is being able to remotely control these lights. So in the past, we've had to sort of send out crews to go check manually every lights a couple times a year, make sure they're on. And there really was no easy way for residents to actually reach out to us and say, this light is out, right? We need to respond to this. So a lot of that can be digitized. And the primary piece of smart streetlights is equipping them with the ability to communicate over the internet how they're doing. I'm a streetlight, I'm doing great. I'm a streetlight, I'm turning off, my batteries are low, right? That's the kind of platform that we're looking to roll out with CPS Energy next year. It also included different types of sensor technologies. So if we have this infrastructure that's ubiquitous throughout our community, streetlights are everywhere, they're on every street, can we repurpose that for something else? So we thought about, well, what if we wanted to measure air quality? What if we wanted to measure temperature and see if there are equity issues around where certain parts of our city are hotter than others because of how they're constructed, because of the pavements radiating heat, right? So we explored opportunities to tack sensors onto the streetlights to measure those kinds of things. And that's what we're evaluating right now. We're in our final phase of evaluation for this process. It's going to end in October, and then we'll go work with CPS Energy to figure out stuff like how much does this cost and where should we roll it out. So check back in the spring on that project.
Excellent.
That's just one of like
yeah,
a
one of
ton
many.
Of things.
I'm going to pivot into
Yeah.
another one here. So I want to talk about equity a little bit,
Yeah.
because I think we hear about these technological solutions, and it's like, how does that really serve our most underserved communities?
Yeah.
So I'll give an example of the smart street light and the sensing of whether a light is on or off. In some of our more prominent communities, we definitely have folks that will call in a heartbeat and report when the light's out, or go on their 311 app. If you don't have a 311 app, download it, please. Very good app to report issues in the city. But in some of our more lower income neighborhoods, underserved neighborhoods, they don't often have those type of access. Oh, did it? Oh, my bad. Can y'all hear me now? Awesome. In some of our communities, they don't have that type of access or wherewithal to always report that. So when we talk about equity, it's really a way for CPS and the City of San Antonio to proactively identify when there's an issue in those neighborhoods. We're also doing that through some other projects where we're doing some autonomous scanning of streets to identify where potholes are and aren't. Those are things that we really want to start focusing in on. When we talk about smart cities, we try to drive it with the equity-first mindset, resident-driven mindset, to understand that we got to be solving those challenges of those communities that haven't been served in a long time. Speaking of underserved communities, I want to talk about the access to all of this. Around 2019, we were about a year in, and we started to realize, every other city's doing a lot of smart city stuff globally. But here we knew in the back of our head that a quarter of our residents didn't have access to broadband internet. So we started to take steps forward to identify, like, how can we start to solve for that? Do you want to talk about the pathway that we've taken with that and where we are now?
Yeah, absolutely. So access and equitable access to the internet is a foundational issue in smart cities. If folks can't get online in an easy and efficient and affordable way, then they cannot participate in rollout of digital services. Even just little things like checking on their smartphones for a VIA bus to arrive, right? So that's a really foundational issue that I think is really kind of the thing that we have to tackle first before we can start layering on all of this innovation in our community. So our team identified this as a problem pretty early on. We already knew it from all of our backgrounds working in the space. And we, again, did that grassroots campaign where we basically put boots on the ground and we surveyed our entire community. I think we got maybe like 5,000 responses, 6,000 responses to this survey. And we did everything going to senior centers, going to community centers, really plugging all the different parts of the community, particularly those folks on the west side and the south side that we knew from census data already were lacking internet access. And we asked them, what are the challenges that you face? Demographic questions like who are you, right? And we found out that affordability was a major issue, infrastructure was a major issue. So, even if I could afford it, there is no fiber that is in my neighborhood, right, that I can actually purchase. That is a major problem. And then the third one was devices. Well, I've got internet, but I actually can't afford a device, or I don't have access to devices. So those three pillars were really kind of how we decided to form our strategy moving forward. And that evolved after the pandemic, when we received CARES Act funding, because access to broadband internet became a national issue. A lot of people call it an epidemic because it is something that's happening across the United States. So we were fortunate enough to receive $27 million in CARES Act funding, and that really enabled us to be able to tackle the problem more tangibly. And so through that effort, we started the SA Digital Connects program, and we also did Connected Beyond the Classroom.
Yeah, absolutely. So Connected Beyond the Classroom is a project where we deployed a private network in some of our most underserved communities, and that impacted SAISD, Edgewood, and Harlandale. And basically we're providing internet service to students in home for them to connect to their school's network from home with a high availability of bandwidth. So that was the other measure was, the federal levels standard is 25 up and 3 down, which after COVID, we all realized that is not enough bandwidth, is not adequate for the services we need during this time.
So just to segue, 25 up and 3 down, it basically is the speeds at which your computer sends and receives information. So how fast can your computer upload information into the internet, and then how fast can you download it?
Absolutely. So Connect Beyond the Classroom, we wanted to make sure we were providing adequate service and also availability, but then also we're also providing a level of digital literacy with that as well. So that's another leg of this digital inclusion stool. So we're working with Texas A&M. They set up a help desk, and they're actually training students to provide help desk services to those K through 12 students who are now accessing that network. Not only the students, but their parents and families and guardians as well, because that's really the tech support is at home. Emily mentioned SA Digital Connects. So that is the next level to this whole digital inclusion thing. We went from identifying what the baseline was, what our landscape is with digital inclusion survey and assessment back in 2019, 2020. Then we did this kind of pilot with Connected Beyond the Classroom. Private sector came out and said, hey, we want to do more, we want to invest more, and we really want to solve this problem for all of our communities because they were impacted big time by the pandemic. And specifically Toyota came out and said, hey, we really want to fix this. So SA Digital Connects, if you haven't been, sadigitalconnects.com, go to that website. We've got I think it's a 360-page roadmap on there that identifies action steps to how we'll solve for digital divide across all of Greater Bexar County and San Antonio. And when I say solve for it, close the digital divide 100%, 100 up, 100 down rates, affordability in every neighborhood, and then also digital literacy programming. The price tag on this, you want to guess the price tag? You already know the price tag.
Don't ask me.
$600 million is what we're looking for to close the digital divide. Luckily, federal level has acknowledged that this is a big deal. So we've got infrastructure bill. It has about $56 billion allocated for broadband access. So we'll be asking for those dollars. But not only will we have our handout, we'll have an action plan in our hand, which a lot of other cities don't have right now. So
Can I
very
mention
exciting.
something
Yeah,
that's really
please.
cool about that project? So, something that I think is really special and unique about it is that the roadmap isn't just like some PDF that you can just download and then you're like, oh, well, here's the roadmap. It really is an interactive portal. So data, right, about all the organizations and what they're already doing on this issue is available on this website. Data that you need if you want to build a nonprofit or create a grant for building support for your community to solve this problem. We have data about where the problem's happening, how many people are impacted, right? So all of that information is actually part of the portal to make it like truly a community resource, rather than just putting out there what all the answers are, because it's our community that's responsible for solving this at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just hired a new ED to execute on all that. So she came on this Monday, Marina Gavito. It's a very exciting project. Again, sadigitalconnects.com. And this falls within smart cities. So again, when we talk about smart cities, it's not just the fancy stuff. It is this ground level, basic foundational things that we need to progress further as a community. Let's talk about some challenges within smart cities. What's some of the biggest challenges that you faced as smart city coordinator and now interim smart city administrator?
Okay, that's a good question. Because it's not all rosy, right, all the time. I think a lot of the challenges that I've seen in the space have really been about the connection between the private sector and local government. Sometimes we tend to misconnect and misalign. And what I mean by that is there's so much development of exciting technologies and solutions that are out there. And there is kind of a tendency for those to just be brought to government like, you need to incorporate this somehow. And I really feel like a true smart city vision of the future is one that local government really gets to cooperate and kind of co-create with the private sector what those technologies should look like for the community. And invite the community to talk about what they will and will not accept or want in the space. We should drive that vision from the voices of our residents first. So I think the biggest challenge would be around that. And another challenge, in smart cities is also, hearing the voices of our residents. We're a small team, right? We're like 11 people total in our office. Our smart cities team right now is 2 people. So how do we, really get input from all of our residents, get them activated in this, because technology is transforming how we live in cities, whether we like it or not. And we really want to engage our public on having that dialogue with us. So, creating the spaces for outreach, creating the spaces for dialogue that people feel welcomed in, I think is a big challenge that we have to really just be persistent about trying to solve. And especially when, we talk about the digital divide, we can't just put online surveys out there and just say like, hey, everybody with the internet, tell us what you think about some of these challenges, because it's like, well, we're missing out on 20% of our public when we do that. And we know that now. So we have to compensate, and that requires more bandwidth and more boots on the ground and energy and time.
And that 20% that is disconnected are probably the communities that need the most focus to begin with.
Yeah.
So yeah, great point. Again, if this is going to be an hour-long conversation, there's a lot we could talk about. If you have any more questions or thoughts or anything, definitely come out to Sandbox on Sunday at Hemisphere Park. We'll be at Yanaguana Garden from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Just a reminder on that. Can we talk about data?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you want to start with this conversation on data?
Okay, well, for those of you who don't know my past, I was previously the data director at the San Antonio Report, formerly the Rivard Report. So I'm very passionate about the role that data plays in our community. When I kind of arrived back in San Antonio, which is my hometown, but when I returned, I noticed a really huge gap. We were trying to solve a lot of these problems, but we didn't actually have evidence or real data we could point to actually make the change that we wanted to see as a community. So a really big role I had there was working to find that data and then to make it accessible to the public, because there really wasn't a lot of access out there. It was siloed and sequestered. And that Hello? Okay. So as I was saying, data underpins smart cities. And all of these little bits of infrastructure we have out there, autonomous vehicles, streetlights, they all collect and generate data sets. And the big question is there, who gets to make money off of that data? Who owns it? Who gets to see it and use it to make decisions? And I feel very strongly in smart cities that it really is the public who should be doing that, right? And so we've taken steps at the city to try to ensure that, and also teach all of our city departments about those values too. And when we started making those inquiries, we learned that our city departments are, kind of all over the place when it comes to managing data. So we did launch a program called the Data Informed Government Program. It's based off of 8 core principles or core values around managing data, and it goes from everything from privacy to security to the nuts and bolts basics, the really boring stuff about classifying data and making it accessible and open and things like that. But we're rolling that out internally in the city of San Antonio, which means all of our departments now are going to have to comply with these new rules around data management. And what does that do? That makes data way easier to find within the city, and it also makes it way easier to make public when it's non-sensitive, right? So we hope that we can leverage data more as a service in our community and offer that as a public good, which is very, I think, foundational to smart cities. And likewise, on the back end, make sure that we find ways to ensure that we as the city can actually own the data that comes off of the e-scooters and the autonomous vehicles and things like that. Because when we are able to own it, then we can share it with the public. And so that is, I think, really the foundation of smart cities, along with digital equity. Those two things go hand in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about data, I know some folks that maybe not be in the tech sector or deal with data at all, they kind of like, all right, that's not my part. When we talk about data, we're not only talking about numbers, but we're talking about stories. So when we talk about that digital inclusion survey, there's a lot of input coming from residents, a lot of comments that we compiled together. When we do the SA Speak Up campaign, when you do budget input or public safety input, that's all data as well. So it's not just data feeds coming off of streetlight poles or anything like that. It is the stories that our residents are telling. So how do we convey that back to the public? How do we compile that and put that back out there? That is data for us. So when we talk about data, understand that that's these individual storytelling opportunities as well. Let's talk about interlocal data sharing agreement. This is another thing that falls within smart cities, within that Smart SA partnership. I know it's a pain, but I specifically want to talk about from a data aspect, because not a lot of folks are data analysts or anything. I'm not a data analyst. So when we see something like the interlocal data sharing agreement, I think it's really impressive what the team has done when it comes to bringing that down to layman's terms. So you have 2 versions, and on the website you've put up the legalese, but then you had another version. Can you talk about how that came to be?
Yes.
And why?
Yes. So, all right. So the interlocal data sharing agreement is like a really long and boring phrase for a partnership that is built off of sharing data with our major organizations. What this is really about is trust. It's about trust building. So with our organizations like CPS Energy and SASW, our transportation via, right, we've created or established an agreed upon set of rules for how we can share data with each other. And this is huge for a lot of reasons. One being, for example, we share a customer base, right? You pay a CPS bill, you pay a water bill. A lot of times these organizations actually don't communicate with each other about the customer themselves. So there's a lot of opportunity for services to be improved when we can share information about energy usage, about water consumption, and really work together to kind of inform how we build a more sustainable community together. The interlocal data sharing agreement is pretty challenging because a lot of these organizations are not incentivized to collaborate, right? They work in in silos. And it's kind of easier sometimes, I think, to keep the status quo than it is, to sort of try to build a new framework for working together and doing that work. So fortunately, though, our partners were willing and committed. It just took about 3 years for us to get it rolling. But once we did, just in this past summer, we have it executed, and so now we can start to do that. What Brian was referring to was communicating again, because we believe really strongly about transparency. What the data sharing agreement does in ways that people can understand. So we provided on our website the actual data sharing agreement and all of its legal terms, right, which no one understands. I don't understand half of it. And then side by side, a translation that's like, okay, this is what that actually means. This is what this means, right? So that way we can create a more informed community around stuff like this. And I think that's really important because, it's just kind of like terms of use did not read, right? Like, you scroll through all this legal stuff just to get a service, and you don't really understand what all that means, and then you consent to it, right? So we want to kind of unlock that and really transform how that works to make sure that everybody can actually read the stuff to understand what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me ask you something. Since it's San Antonio Startup Week, what do you think the best way, now, just mentioned CivTech SA is kind of fading away. What's the best way for our startups to engage with city government?
I think that's a really good question. Well, I think it's a little bit on...
And I don't think Emily's going to have an answer for this, so you're going to impress me here.
I'm going to try. I think it's a little bit on us, actually, to reimagine what that looks like in the future. Obviously, startups are welcome to reach out to our office. I mean, we're always looking for community-driven solutions, right? So that's something we're really open to directly. But I think, the future of that is really trying to figure out, how can we set forward based on kind of our lens and what we're hearing from the community, what key challenges are, and encourage and incentivize companies to think about creating lucrative business models to help solve those problems, right? We want them to thrive in the space of solving community challenges. We've tried to do that through programming, but I'm actually really interested to see how we can reimagine what that space looks like in a post-pandemic environment.
Yeah, absolutely. I would add on to that. I would encourage, one, everybody come out to Sandbox on Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Yanaguana Gardens.
Do you have a past as a DJ or an MC or something? Wedding singer?
Sunday. Yeah, okay. And two, for startups that are trying to engage the city of San Antonio, before you engage, I would make sure that your product or solution is applicable to the customer. So we do get pitches all the time, mainly not local startups, a lot of startups from other cities and everything, and they pitch this thing to us, but it's really the technology that's driving it, or it's the product that's driving it. It's not the solution to a challenge or to an issue that customers, residents are facing day to day. So if I could give any advice to startups or entrepreneurs as you're developing a product or solution, talk to the community first. Talk to council people first. Go to council people. They're really the representatives of those communities and those neighborhoods and those residents. So they're going to know up front what the issue is. So I would encourage that as well.
Yeah, and I'd say also, think of the city government as your accelerator, right? One of my favorite examples I love is formerly City Flag, but now Iris, who developed their 311 SA app. They worked directly with us and kind of pioneered what that kind of collaboration can look like with city government. And now we have this super cool app. I actually just used it the other day, to show that there was a pothole, and I got in 2 weeks, I got a response from the city and they fixed it. So that's really amazing because, first of all, it's a grassroots homegrown company that built this, and they used us as their first client, and since then they have completely exploded. They're all over the US and actually internationally now. So in a way, San Antonio acted a little bit like their accelerator, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if we want to open up for any questions. Oh, yeah, Hell yeah, that was great. Awesome. No hesitation there, Uche. Thank you.
Emily, Brian, thank you so much for your presentation. This discussion, this was really good, and I follow.
I think you're on. Is it on? Yeah.
I follow you guys a lot and things you do in the community. I have two questions. First one is on transportation. I know that is kind of like the city's biggest issue, and I know you guys have implemented a few things from your office, like the SA Parks app, for example, for parking downtown, made it a lot more convenient. What else, or what does the future hold for solving some of our transportation issues, whether that is increasing less cars on the road and more use of public transportation services, or more coordination with where parking is available with the city? So that's my first question. And my second question is, you guys touched on just right now about how startups can engage with the city of San Antonio, specifically your office. My question is, so as a business, you hear about big data, big data, big data, and San Antonio is made up of 80% small businesses. Now, are all of them to big data? Not necessarily. Do they know big data is good for them? I guess they don't even think they do. So how are you guys communicating with small businesses to, share, hey, here are some of the problems we as a city have identified. We think this is how a solution can come about it, or if you have any better ideas, share with us. So is that being communicated, or is that being shared, or is that something new? And that's all I have.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to take first swing at either of those? Sure.
Yeah. So actually, for the second one there, I was thinking a little bit about the R&D League portal. I think that's a really great question about engaging small businesses. And we are working right now on a prototype portal, which is basically supposed to be a community portal to do just that. Imagine, a database essentially where you can go post a challenge or post a solution, and it gets upvoted by the community, right? We're exploring on releasing something like that to the public and also to our university partners to really help us take stock of what the challenges are that are out there, who the solution providers might be, and kind of do a matching almost between those, right? Because that matching process is really important when we have a great pool of ideas, a great pool of solutions, and we don't know how to make the connection, right? We really need to figure out how to connect the needs to the solution providers and to the outcomes. A portal like that is something that would be open, right? It's something that would be accessible to everybody, not just like big vendors. And that, I think, is actually really, really important. The other thing, that's more challenging for smart cities is around procurement. And that's a big, right, there's a lot of rules around procurement, and people talk a lot about procurement reform, which is very hard to do. There's a lot of protections for small businesses to make sure that when small businesses do want to apply, that they actually have an advantage in that space. So there are some examples of other cities that have tried to do procurement reform and really shift how accessible that process is, and to make it also more user-friendly, because right now, it's hard to get to navigate that system. So there's a lot of user-friendly components to make that more friendly and fun, to invite more insight, right, from our public.
Yeah, so procurement, for maybe some folks that don't know what procurement is, it's basically how the city purchases goods or services or products from startups or established companies, et cetera. So that's what procurement is. Procurement's interesting because everybody wants us to move quicker on procurement and, buying stuff and getting solutions in and solving problems. But then when we move quickly and we choose a winner, there's a lot of folks that don't win that end up coming back and saying, oh, you rushed that. And it's like, damn it, how do we, it's like it's a tough balance to find, but yeah, it is, I will commend our finance procurement offices for identifying new ways and being flexible and iterating on that process, trying to make it a little more expedient, but also making sure we're transparent and accountable. Idea portal. So the tricky part about Idea Portal, when we talk about sourcing challenges from startups or sourcing challenges from residents, is on the back end, who the hell is responding? So Emily mentioned Idea Portal is in a pilot phase. We've got about 50 employees within the city of San Antonio that are going through it, and we're trying to figure out within our own organization. And this is actually a replication of what USA has. They have an Idea Portal of some sort as well. Taking those 50 employees and saying, hey, what are the challenges that you guys see within the organization that we should be solving for, experimenting on, and trying to figure out new solutions for? Well, as we were getting those 50 employees coming in, I've got 2 people on my staff that are having to maintain all that input and respond and try to figure out, okay, now how do we act on it? How do I get other departments to now add this additional level of work into their work plan? That's really the biggest thing. Now, expanding that, we are expanding to universities now, so we're working with, currently with UTSA, we're possibly going to expand to Texas A&M as well. But we've got that same challenge. I actually have one person now because one of those 2 now moved over to my Smart Cities team, not on my R&D team. So I have to figure out on the back end who manages that, because what I don't want to do is put out to residents, 2 million residents, and say, hey, throw us your ideas and challenges. And I got one person on the back end, because that really, you throw in the survey responses, you don't get anything back, you're probably not going to do that ever again. So that's really the biggest challenge, but it is not something that we're saying, yeah, we can't do that. It's just figuring out what the solution is. And maybe that's something we, tackle with a startup to identify, like, what's the best way to respond to these and respond in a meaningful manner, not just, okay, we got it, thank you, bye. Yeah, so that's a big one. I want to address your transportation question. I think you mentioned the 2 biggest items. So the first biggest item is getting people out of their single passenger vehicles. So we've got a lot of folks, one person in the vehicle riding around. We really need to start using transit system a lot better. I think VIA is doing an amazing job of iterating and improving and innovating. They've got, what is it, Ride on Demand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like it.
Mobility.
Yeah, it's like mobility on demand. So basically it's your Uber or Lyft, not those guys, but it's VIA. So they're piloting that in 2 areas of town right now. I think they're going to expand very quickly. Other cities are doing this as well, and they're finding it to be very beneficial, not only for the customer, but also for the organization. It's saving a lot of money because we're not running this huge bus around this neighborhood and getting 3 riders. It's much more efficient for the rider as well as the organization. And then 2, the parking thing. Parking is tricky. So for us at the city, I won't say it's easy. It's a little more simple because we own some of the parking garages, but we don't own all of the parking. Yeah, so working with those private, parking vendors, that's probably a difficult piece. I think we should be doing more, and I think I wrote it down on my list to start identifying. I think we have a new parking administrator.
We do.
Yeah, so we'll tie in with them. I think this is great. I wasn't going to sit up here and BS you and say we got all the solutions. There's some things and this is why this is a good opportunity. And Sandbox is a great opportunity. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Yanaguana, Hemisphere Park. But that's why these opportunities are great because usually you sit on a panel, you talk to people, but this is a great opportunity for us to get new challenges and identify what are we missing, because there's 100 different things, and some of these things are really prioritized, and we get lost within our own echo chamber sometimes, which we try not to, but we do. Any other questions? I don't know if we had any questions come on from the YouTubers. Joel, yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'm just curious to get information about how you all have thought about engaging K-12 students in education related to smart cities, either from a career opportunity perspective and or an access perspective. So what you were just saying about VIA, for instance, why that's a viable option for me, or how I can get around the city in that sort of way. So having sort of a youth centered engagement type of approach. So how you guys have thought about that, what you're doing about that, that'd be great.
I'm gonna pitch it over to you and let you describe a program, but I think the best way we do that is identifying what schools are already doing and then building on that. So one, obviously, is the digital inclusion efforts that we have going on. Man, ISDs are doing a great job with one-to-one matching with devices and everything. Digital literacy programming is doing a great job, and they're improving on that. But they can't do jack about availability of internet at the home. Like they're limited on that. So I think that's where we bridge that gap in identifying. Okay, you guys are doing great work. How do we build onto that? How do we support you and supplement where your losses are financially or efforts-wise and everything? And that's really where we come into play on that. I want to talk about the Urban Ag project that we're doing with YWLAP, because I think this is a good opportunity to talk about how do we plug into K through 12 students. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I'll talk about that and a couple other things that come to mind as well. One of our pillars is sustainability, and we've been thinking a lot about the role that urban agriculture plays, right, in our community, and also thinking about what does the next generation of urban farmers look like. And we reached out to the Young Women's Leadership Academy over on the west side and Gardopia, and together they pitched to us the possibility of helping to support them build a smart farm on the Young Women's Leadership Academy campus. Now, what that looks like basically is kind of an urban agriculture prototype test bed where students can come plant, their greens, but also work to monitor that remotely through sensors and build their own applications and tools for providing those plants with nutrients and water, basically sitting from a computer at home. So these girls are getting really two different things, right? They're learning about growing food, which is really important. They're learning about growing food in an urban environment and building the actual tools and infrastructure to do that. And then they're layering on top of this digital piece where they're learning how to code, and they're learning how to integrate, right, the food that they're growing with a digital system that they manage and monitor. And we're equipping young girls with that. Right? So that's a really exciting project. And I found that a lot of the stuff that we do with youth typically revolves around us giving a challenge of some kind and encouraging young people to build their own solutions to that from their perspective. Another example I can think of is under the CivTech SA program, we partnered with Youth Code Jam, and we brought challenges to Youth Code Jam and watched them solve problems. And another one that we worked with was Coder Dojo, and amazing kids who were taking basically just the problem that we asked them to solve and building technology that actually does that. In one case, we had our parks department actually ask for an app that would help people navigate parks better. And these kids built a whole narrative app that our parks department actually adopted and used. And that's amazing, to really see kids actually step forward and code solutions or build solutions that government can actually use. It really expands our thinking around startups where we're like, well, also children can code now, right? And that's a really powerful thing that we should work with and explore, those kinds of dynamics. So it's really cool.
I think we could be doing more in the space. So this is actually, thank you for asking this, because this gives me kind of a tangential pitch. So we actually have 3 open positions coming up. One of them just got posted today. So we do have a smart city specialist position that is now posted online. If you're interested, if you need a job, if you're interested in this whole thing, feel free to apply for that. It's entry-level position, so it doesn't require some crazy experience or anything. And we got Smart City Coordinator's position coming online in the next month or 2. So that's the biggest piece, is having the capacity to coordinate all that and manage it all. So yes. Did that address your question, Joel? I think we could do more with collaborating with other entities that have that front-facing thing. And we just, I hate to say this, so we did engage with K through 12 through CivTech SA program. From our office directly, though, without that program, over the last year with the digital inclusion stuff is really when we started building that stronger relationship with all of the school districts, all 17 traditional public school districts throughout San Antonio. I think we could be doing more with charter schools and creating that relationship as well as we move forward. And maybe as we get these positions in, we'll start doing some of that work. So yeah, great question. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, quick programming note. I'll just say it louder. Marina, the the executive director of SA Digital Connects, will be joining us Monday morning at 11:15 a.m. for an interview conversation about digital inclusion here in San Antonio, and introducing yourself in that role. One other question that we had online, we've seen elements of Smart City San Antonio be kind of seeding other cities, taking our lead. What are some of the cities that you two look at either nationally or globally as leaders and kind of North Stars envisioning what we can do here in San Antonio?
Yes, great question. And I appreciate that folks out there are actually tracking our work and noticing that it is spreading around. Some of the innovations that we do are adopted by other cities. So for me, there's a couple cities that I think are doing really tremendous work right now. One is in Spain, city of Barcelona. They actually have a lot of awesome standards around thinking about ethics and technology and roping communities into that process of decision making. They created basically like a digital infrastructure plan for how to do that, and that's, I think, an excellent model for cities that really want to set the rules for how vendors can play in the sandbox and how the community can actually inform the use and development of technology. I think that's a really big deal. Another example that I love to follow and track is actually Toronto, for similar reasons. Toronto, as some of you all know, had a lot of issues with Google in the last couple of years. You might be familiar with a development called Quayside, where Google basically partnered with the city to develop a smart city neighborhood, but they weren't very transparent about how all of the products and technologies, the buildings and the roads, were collecting data about people and their activities and use. And as a result, the public fought back and were very vocal about that being a violation of privacy. And so that project got shut down. So Toronto now is actually thinking really hard about the relationship between data and people, and they have all kinds of cool innovations, for how to do that. So I'd say those two cities come to mind first. Any ideas?
I'd reflect, and I hate to identify another Canadian town, but I don't hate to. But it's a city of Kitchener, I think. I haven't talked to them in a while, but Kitchener has really identified how to build residents into this smart city stuff. They actually have like a physical space where residents can come in and interact with what's going on a daily basis. So it's not like a quarterly thing like we have with our Sandbox event on Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Yanaguana Gardens over here, Hemisphere. It's an actual storefront item. And I think we had started exploring that here locally with UTSA a little bit, but then pandemic hit, and so, kind of shut us down. But I think we'll start exploring that again. But every topic has a different city role model, and we network with them very well. We're not the kind of city where we're like, we're the best, we don't need to do it. We want to learn from other cities, their successes, but as well as their failures. A lot of folks have always said San Antonio's behind the curve, and there's a little bit of benefit there because a lot of other cities are seeing what the failures are, and we get to replicate. We get to be more efficient with taxpayer dollars and our time, and effective at the end of the day. So it's really exciting. So like digital inclusion, Chattanooga is taking off, with digital inclusion. Them in Seattle have been kind of our role models in that space. So it depends on the topic, but we're open to learning from others, which is really exciting. I know we're at 12:13, so I think I'm going to call it. But one last time, Smart SA Sandbox. This is your opportunity to come out, have conversations with us. If you have questions out there, if you have comments or concerns, or you want to tell us we're terrible, come out to Sandbox and tell us in front of a bunch of kids. No, we'll have our partners out there. I think CPS is going to be out there. SASW is going to be out there talking about their new technologies. They have an AMI solution where they're doing some automated metering at the house. Really exciting stuff. So come out, talk to us, ask us questions, tell us where we're doing well, tell us where we're doing bad. We'll have a good time. That's at Yanaguana Gardens, Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Appreciate your time, y'all. Yeah, and thank you, Emily. Emily Royal. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome to Friday's Startup Spotlight and a special award announcement. My name is Tu. I work for the 80/20 Foundation, Director of Programs. Here with me is my co-host, Dax Moreno.
I'm Dax Moreno.
So yeah, today's Startup Spotlight is special because we are spotlighting 2 startups today. And so yeah, we're gonna start off with Luke here. Luke, tell me a little bit about you and your startup.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? My name is Luke Cadet. I'm the founder of Ubuntu Audio. A little bit about myself. I was born in Haiti, grew up in the States, had a pretty rough background, but determination and a lot of other things allowed me to progress and get to where I am right now. Ubuntu Audio is an audiobook platform that me and my founders founded back in 2015. We've been bootstrapping it up to this point. We haven't chosen to add on investors because we wanted to do it ourselves, and Black ownership is important, brown ownership is important, and we wanted to make sure that we had a valid platform prior to even thinking about getting investors. So the goal of our platform is really to educate and enlighten our society, leveraging audiobooks to do that.
Awesome. And Jennifer is our other founder. Tell us a little about yourself and your startup.
Okay, so hi, I'm Jennifer, and I was born and raised in Austin. I've been in San Antonio for 17 years now. San Antonio is definitely home. Let's see, I created Circulate San Antonio, or Circulate app San Antonio, simply because I felt like we needed to be able to find Black-owned businesses simpler here in San Antonio. I had a situation where I wanted to support a Black-owned business and really just be more intentional with my money, with my dollars, and it just proved really hard to find here in San Antonio. And so we do have platforms here, but again, sometimes it can be hard to navigate, hard to find. Therefore, from there, I launched this app called Circulate San Antonio. So,
awesome.
So what's really awesome about this, and we're not sure exactly, I think this may be the first time both of you are featuring your startups for the first kind of moment out to a broader community and kind of sharing it via conference. Is that right, Luke? We were kind of talking beforehand. You were like, "Oh,
Yeah.
this is my first time on stage."
Yeah, we've been grinding with our heads down for a little while now.
That's great. That's great. Jennifer, what about you? First time?
definitely the first time.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, one of the things that we're really excited about with our startup spotlights here is the fact that in San Antonio Startup Week, specifically this year, we started recognizing quite a bit over the past 2 years, which is it's really time to rethink tomorrow, which is our theme. And what we mean by that is not just what's the next really cool app that we're going to create. It's actually really about highlighting and focusing on the people and the stories and the communities that are weaving the tapestry of San Antonio as we speak today. And one of the things that we recognized immediately when we started thinking about rethinking tomorrow, that's a lot of thinking, imagine that, is the fact that we have a unique opportunity in space to recognize that we are building a really big table here in San Antonio. We need more voices at the table. There's plenty of room for more seats. And so that led us to do sessions like this with the Startup Spotlight, because we want to hear from the emerging voices of our future and our future entrepreneurs. And the thing that propels us to be able to do that actually is our sponsorship with USAA. And so what we wanted to do a little bit, would you mind sharing with them what we're actually going to talk a little bit about with them right now?
Yeah, so in partnership with USAA, we came up with a plan, an idea to use their sponsorship dollars in an impactful way. And when we were thinking about which startups to highlight and which startups could use a boost, I guess you could say, obviously both of your startups came to our mind, but how could we be impactful with those dollars? And I found the In the Black business campaign through Christian and Uche, which is a huge media campaign. I hope I don't butcher this, Christian, but being in the cohort of the In the Black business campaign gives you access to mentorship, to promotional platforms, to media exposure, and guaranteed media placement, and a lot more that I feel like I hope will bring the awareness that both of your startups deserve. And so both of you guys will be part of the In the Black business campaign with Christian.
Shout out to y'all.
USAA.
Thank you so much.
And so officially your designate is the USAA Community Connector Award winners. So we are here to amplify
Check
your
us out.
message. So a little bit of a surprise, we know. We wanted to kind of get you here under the auspices of sharing and featuring you, but also letting you know we're really excited about what you've built, but we're even more excited about the future of what you're going to become and how you're going to be impacting audiences today, tomorrow, and in the future, thanks to the In the Black Business Fund.
That's love. Thank y'all.
Thank you so much. Super amazing.
Yeah, we're so excited, and I can't wait to see you guys everywhere and see the app and Ubuntu Audio just thrive. I mean, how else, aside from that, how else can the public support you guys?
Oh, of course. Let's see. What I've been doing is creating or trying to create brand awareness through certain events that I may host, right? And so you guys can come support by coming to my next event. It's on October 24th at Midtown Lounge, 2014 East Houston Street here in San Antonio. It's gonna be great. Gonna have a lot of good speakers, local entrepreneurs, Black-owned business, successful entrepreneurs, giving business nuggets, best business practices, and really just trying to highlight the best of our community and give people just knowledge. You know, let's teach each other how to win is really the motto or the slogan. And yes, how else can you support? Of course, download the app. Right now we are in a transition mode. If you're in tech, you understand there's a native app, there's a progressive web app, and right now we're trying to build the progressive web app. And if you would love to support, then enter your email address at circulateapp.io, and you can get information on when we do the full rollout. And we should do the full rollout sometime before Thanksgiving, before the holidays.
Cool,
So that's how you can support.
Nice.
Thank
That's
you.
exciting.
Invite me over, you know what I mean? Shoot me the invite, though. What's up? As far as us, we're looking to roll out our app here in the next month. The pilot site is up right now, so you can go to ubuntuaudio.com and subscribe. You get a free 30-day trial, and then from then on, it's $7 a month. Very low cost, because the communities and demographics that we're trying to impact, we want to make sure that it's affordable. We don't want no excuses, you know what I mean? But no, as we get ready to launch our app, we're we're partnering with all the major publishers. We're establishing and finalizing all the agreements now. So we'll be rolling out the app here soon with thousands of audiobooks that's going to be available, curated by our team specifically for our demographics that we're targeting. And you'll be able to download that sometime in November as well. But however, in the meantime, please visit www.ubuntuaudio.com, subscribe, and give us feedback, because we can't get better and progressively enhance what we're doing without that feedback from our community. Other than that, spread the word. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. That's awesome.
Ooh, I just thought of another question that I think maybe I don't want to put you on the spot, and maybe I am, but for Jennifer,
Yes, ma'am.
what business would you highlight from your app, or maybe you hope that they would be part of your app? And then for Luke, the same thing. Like, what book would you recommend first?
See. For me, there's so many businesses that come to mind. There's so many. So for instance, I just met Luke today, right? I think it's Luke. I just met him today, and I just informed him that his business is in my app, right? And I always take pleasure in doing that. Like, hey, your business is in my app. There's so many good businesses. Like, for instance, Midtown Lounge, where I'm having this event next Sunday, it's a Black-owned business. We have 1911 Cigars, Black-owned business that's out in Cibolo on Main Street. We have Daiquiris to Go, that's on FM 78. I mean, there's just so many. There's EQ, I think PR. Yeah, EQ, they're awesome. There's so many. There's so many. But yeah, those are the ones that I would highlight. Those are the ones that come to me off the top of my head.
Awesome.
I concur. There's a lot of books. I would say I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna take a page from here. All right. I'm gonna list about 2 or 3 that I would think about. One is we have a book called Shango. It's about an Afro-Cuban American. He goes into he learns more about his Santeria religion, which is based in Yoruba traditions in Africa. And I think that book is really impactful because, one, it's fictional, but it's so rich in culture, and it really gives a good twist as far as the intersection of being Black while being Latino, while also pulling from African traditions and religious practices. And that's something that I don't think we in this country, being a Christian country, we don't really get a lot of that. So I think that's a good mix of culture, diversity, history, and all that. So it's called Shango. Another one that we have on there is called The Women in the Zoot Suit. And that book, if you're of the Hispanic community, Mexican community, that's a very powerful book because it talks about the Zoot Suit riots that happened in LA. A lot of people don't know about the Zoot Suit riots, but essentially Navy SEALmen caused a riot and started beating up on Mexican Americans and other POCs. That's what the history is about. And I think that book is important because unfortunately, I mean, we see it now, right? We have this whole critical race theory argument and debate. True history, true American history, true history in general, especially when it comes to the POC communities, it's not discussed. It's not talked about. I mean, we're over here fighting about history, for God's sake, right? So I think that's important because with this debate happening, at least on our platform, you can get a lot of that true, rich history that is that's important because our society needs to get this information. We need to learn, become less ignorant, and actually try to work towards building better bridges of understanding with one another. Because as human beings, we have way more important things to worry about than what race you are, right? A third one I would say is, that's really hard, man. God.
I'm here to ask the
I was
questions.
rolling, but I was like, damn, you got me on the third one because now you're, it's like picking your babies, like which one? That's hard.
We all have a favorite.
It really
I'm
is
not the
because
favorite,
we produced all these books, so I'm like, man, because heart and soul went into the producing of these books. But there's another one called it's called The Useless Servants, and that book is, to me, because we produced it in my home studio actually, and I never really got so in tune with the Korean War That's one of those forgotten wars in the U.S. Nobody really even knows that we were in a war in Korea. But that book was really impactful because, to me, having a lot of frat brothers that are veterans, a lot of sorority sisters that are veterans, and people in the military, that book was really powerful because it illustrated the consequences of war. It illustrates and highlights what war looks like and what it means to go to war. And we just left Afghanistan a few weeks ago, and there was an uproar of that. But after 20 years of being there, there's a consequence that comes with that. And I think that book was impactful because it really illustrated the realities of what war looks like, whether it was people freezing, whether it's the bombs going off. And we added some sound effects to it so that it really highlighted what that must feel like, or what that energy must be like in that environment. And when you get closer to the end, I'm not going to ruin the book for anybody, but as you get closer to the end, you start seeing that after all that this individual experienced, although be it historical fiction, it really brightens and sheds a light on what our veterans experience now.
For Black-owned businesses. And of course, we want to expand in the future for Black and Brown businesses, Brown-owned businesses. But right now, this is our focus. And I think the major thing is showing these business owners that this is going to benefit you. If they don't see the benefit now, I'm sure they'll see it later. Because again, I feel like what happened a couple of weeks ago is a foreshadowing of what is to happen. I think Mark Zuckerberg was really kind of flexing on us, like, okay, y'all, I can shut this off, anytime I want, right? For the whole world, right? So our reach is going to be it's going to be minimized, and so I was going through a lot of different posts of influencers that really build up people, build up entrepreneurs and business owners, and showing them how to build up their email lists and stuff like that. And we're basically having to take a step back, because when social media came out, we didn't have to do that, right? We didn't have to really build up an email list. That's like old stuff, that's old school, right? Who really uses their email anymore? Because this tech thing is just moving so fast, everything's just moving so fast, right? But we kind of had to scale back and say, you know what, I think I do need to build up my email list. I think I do need to find, a different platform outside of Facebook and Instagram. So my job moving forward, especially with this big turn, like you said, this big milestone right before the holidays, is really just getting the word out, right? And I'm definitely going to be able to do that within the Black, yay. But getting the word out. And really convincing these business owners that this is going to benefit them right now and in the future. But the one thing I like about what happened a few weeks ago or last week, whenever it was that did it for me, because I do think a lot of businesses, again, not just Black and Brown, every business that uses social media or is social media heavy, they all felt it. They all saw that, It's really just convincing them to, work with me, right, or list with me.
And it's a sign too, that's a great point, because that also features the thought that, well, what's the next filter that they could apply? Right. And my business could be impacted, whatever industry or segment that they deem not necessary or available or non-priority, and they just remove it. They already did it to the event space.
Exactly.
Where they disrupted the events and then they removed the events. So that's actually really smart, and that's great that you're coming in to fill that void and that gap in opportunity. So
Thank you.
Fantastic.
And I think that I think they've been showing us for a while, just like with different hashtags, you can't use certain hashtags because that one's overused, or they will cut it off. Like if they notice that you're getting too much traffic, right? Like if one post is getting so much traffic, but you're telling these people to go away from Instagram and go to my website or go to my blog spot or whatever, they will cut that off, right? And so what does that do? That cuts off money, that cuts off, awareness marketing, whatever, so it's, we've always pushed this whole thing where I've always heard, social media is basically free marketing, but it isn't though. You know, they make sure, they're smart. They make sure that either they're going to get a cut or you're only going to be so successful. And the more successful you are, they're definitely going to get their cut, you know? And so they're like, again, like I said, you know, it just showed us how much control they really do have. So thank you.
But it's fragile. You can take it back.
Yeah, oh yeah, taken. Definitely.
Yeah, that's true. We're gonna talk more later.
Yes.
As far as us, the next steps for us is one, to get the app out. Number one, we have a few partnerships with some universities like the University of Texas, Rutgers University. So the second milestone for us would be which was always one of the goals, was to leverage the app and place it into the university and educational school systems, because it's critical that true narratives in history and diverse voices and stories are being told. And I think that's, as we look at the projections of the demographics of the U.S., it's important that somebody's doing the work for that. After that, really it's to extend into the continent of Africa, where we also have partnerships there and individuals that we're working with out there to bring some of those narratives and stories here to the States, because as a black person in this hemisphere, slavery severed that culture connection, and it's important that we retain that. And so that's definitely one of the goals, is to bring some of those stories here, and at the same time share some of those stories with them and other individuals like in countries like India, Latin America, the Caribbean, where there's so many narratives and stories that we in this country we don't get enough of it. And so that would be probably the third step, to expand outward into these different markets.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. And I think in both of your answers, you definitely exemplify, again, the connectedness. You're reaching out to the community, you're helping community members find and develop new platforms for voices, ideas, and thoughts. And that's what San Antonio Startup Week and this platform is all about. We wish you the absolute best of luck. We can't wait to feature you after you're in the Black cohort kicks off, and we're here to promote. To any last words?
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Can I thought of two businesses.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's panel, Redefining the Social in Social Media. Now, you're probably wondering why I am sitting here by myself amidst empty chairs. There's a really good reason for that, and the reason being is, without social media, what would we really be doing today? You've heard throughout the week in some different sessions from different speakers about the power of social media and where it's at, not only on people, but also on businesses and organizations. So today, we're gonna be speaking to two wonderful social media platforms that have emerged from the San Antonio community and ecosystem. And first, what we're gonna do is we're gonna introduce you to them. So what I'd like to do right now is welcome Joel up to the stage here from Curate. Joel, go ahead and join us up on stage.
Great.
There you go.
All right.
Take it away.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Joel Harris. I'm one of the co-founders of Curate, here with my incredible wife, Casey. And I wanted to just get started with about 4 or 5 minutes on what is Curate. And so we have a little presentation, and I'm going to try and pump in the audio from this microphone. And I'm excited to get started. So let me do just a little bit of tech IT stuff here. get this going.
Even with the best technology, our favorite moments can be hard to find, get overlooked, or lost altogether. Curate is a fun way to help you stay connected to who matters most. No ads, no drama, completely safe. Your people and your stories in one place. Learn something new about those who came before you.
The biggest lessons in life are
and leave a legacy for those to follow. Let's get started. Even with the best technology, our favorite...
All right. So that was just a quick overview of what Curate is. We're excited to share that with everybody. If any of you are familiar with Carlos Maestas and Key Ideas, we're delighted to work with them. They put together that welcome video for us on Curate. So what is Curate? I guess my question for all of us is, how do you save, share, and interact with your most precious memories? Sometimes you take those images, those videos, and you drop them into cloud storage. So what you see on this slide is some of those options off to the right. You've got Google, you've got iCloud, you've got Box.com, any one of those. Some of us put them onto social media, social networking. You're sharing pictures from a birthday party, you're sharing videos from a graduation. They get onto social media, and what happens there? Well, they are seen by lots and lots of people. Some of those are the people you wanted to see them. Some of those are people that you didn't really know were looking at them. And some of those are being used within an algorithm that deliver up ads for you on social media. What Curate is not social media. So we're delighted to be here with San Antonio Startup Week and be a part of this social media conversation, but we want to make a distinction that Curate is not social media. Curate is social legacy. And Curate is one of the only apps that exist today that helps you curate your social legacy with video. So what do I mean by that? So let me just share a quick story about why legacy is so important. So we have been working on Curate since January of 2020. Right before the pandemic, we started designing this app. And we have a prototype that's on the App Store today, and the users of that app are my family. And what happened on Curate is the thing that I think is the most important thing for all of us. So my dad is somebody who uses Curate. He looks at the videos we post on there. We're within a secure space with him, and he felt the level of comfort to respond to a prompt. And the prompt was, what's your most vivid memory? And my dad shared, for the first time that I'd ever heard, the story about when he met my mom. And he saw her in the hallway of Odessa High School in 1965. And he fell in love, and he said that that changed his life. So I'd never heard that story, and I never want to lose that story. And the important thing is, my dad felt comfortable enough on an app that was only with his family members, with technology that he's really not comfortable using, to share something that is a legacy moment for him, a legacy moment for us, and a legacy moment that I want to share with his grandkids, my kids, and they can share with their kids. And so what's the safe place, the simple place, the fun and interactive place that you have to do that? Well, the options that we have today aren't meeting our needs. And that's why we designed Curate. So what is Curate? Curate is safe. You start off with a pod that you create and invite people to in a secure environment on your phone. Second, Curate's fun. What you see in the middle are the engaging opportunities that we have within Curate that either provide you with a daily prompt that are meaningful questions or mundane questions, the fun stuff, but also the deep stuff that prompt you to respond via video to the people in your pod with that prompt. You also have the option to prompt your pod. You could send out a notification through the app that says, hey, everybody, jump on your phone, share about XYZ. You could share an event, or you could create your own prompt. And then lastly, Curate is simple. I don't know about you, but if you're on social media, if you're using an app, if you're using Instagram, if you're using Facebook, nothing about it is simple right now. And a lot of the things that get served up to you are also pretty complex. And the question is, why are they getting served up to you, and what's behind that? That's a pretty complex algorithm. Curate is simple, it's chronological, and it serves up the things that you record only with the people who you're engaged with. So how does Curate make money? Curate is a services software, monthly subscription-based app or annual. It's $5 a month or $45 a year, and that it's free for your first 20 videos or your first 2 pods. So what do I mean by pod? We use the word pod to talk about the groups that you have within Curate. So you might have a pod that's just your family members. You might have a pod that's just your friends from high school. You might have a pod that's just BR Austin Holmes from that's over there at Geekdom, just your work group, your colleagues. So those are the secure pods that you create within Curate. We also have something that's called a global feed. So it's meant to curate the things that are worth everybody seeing and hearing about. The moments in your life that changed your life forever, that are non-divisive, that are apolitical, and that are for bringing us all up to sort of a higher plane of thinking and engaging together. So the last thing to share is a call to action for all of us here. We have released a prototype a year ago. We got about 150 people on our prototype giving us lots and lots of feedback about where Curate was from a prototype core functionality standpoint, what would inspire them to use Curate, what would inspire them to use Curate with their families. We have channeled all of that feedback as well as feedback on price point into our version 2 that releases on 11/11. So we are just weeks away, and we're really excited to release Curate version 2 that'll be on the App Store. Second, we have a special offer, and that is we are interested in people becoming a first curator. What do we mean by first curator? If you've ever seen the TED Talk about first followers, one of my favorites, we're looking for some first curators. And what we are offering is something that we think is going to be really special and worth your while to start on Curate, as well as invite your people onto Curate. So if you're interested in that and you want to learn more, you can go to our website and fill out a contact form. Just say, I want to be a first curator, and we'd be delighted to share more with you and invite you into that opportunity. And then lastly, I think this is the most important part, and it's the heart behind Curate. Sure, we've designed this not as just our passion, as something that we hope to be a viable business, but it starts from a place that's heart. You know, we live in a world where sometimes you engage with your heart, sometimes you engage with your head, and sometimes those two don't cross over. And the thing that we really want to inspire is that heart work that we do together. And life is short. There's so many memories, there's so many things that make up our legacy. Those are our relationships, those are the stories that we leave behind, those are the stories that we share, and those are the stories that we create. And really our call to action for everybody here, and I know we're going to have a discussion, but that is to curate your story. Share your story. Invite the people you love to share their story with you. Sometimes that's hard, right? You're sitting at the Thanksgiving table, you're in the car with that loved one, and getting deep is like kind of uncomfortable. But I think that's one of the things that Curate's going to enable for all of us. If those are uncomfortable conversations, that's okay. You can do it on Curate. If those are comfortable conversations, that's great too. Save them so that you can share them. So life is short. You can start curating your social legacy now, and we're excited to make that available on Curate.
Thank you, Joel. Excellent. So we'll have Joel and Casey Harris up to talk a little bit on our panel on social media here right afterwards. Right now we're going to have Bob Anglin from Arrow.io join us. We're going to do a tech flip-flop here. And then Bob will join us up on stage, present Arrow.io, and then we're going to start our panel conversation.
Slip this in my pocket. Can everybody hear me good? Okay. So my name is Robert Anglin. I am the Chief Production Officer at Arrow.io, which is Arrow Technologies Corporation, and here in the state of Texas, we're known as Arrow Social. So Arrow Social is not turned on. There we go. Aerosocial is a social media app. It is very much a social media app. Just like any other social media app, you can post your pictures and up to 10 minutes of video. And but we do have something that's very different about us. And what it is that we share, first of all, I got ahead of myself. So first of all, if I was Phil Simpkins, who's the CEO of our company, I would start this whole speech out by saying, social media companies are pretty much stealing our data, which is the whole foundation of why he started the company. He was like, well, I'm online, but I'm looking at these like user agreements and stuff like that, and from what I can tell is I create something, he's also a writer, I create something, if I put it out here, it now belongs to Facebook or to Instagram. And yes, if you read the user agreements, anything you post publicly on any of them, they own it. They don't have to pay you copyrights on it. They don't have to pay you anything. They can use it any way they see fit, them or their affiliates, which can be a very wide range of people. And they do not have to pay you anything. So he founded Aerosocial with this very simple thing that the user, the content creator, is the most valuable asset to a company. And their data should belong to them, always. Do we use their data? Absolutely. We use it to sell advertising just like anybody else. But unlike them, we share up to 80% of the profits from advertising. So it's a profit share system. So as we move through, of course, that's going to be, do we make profit now? Of course not. Facebook didn't make profit for the first 5 years, right? So how does it work? Advertisers purchase ads and views using their local currency. Okay? There's two ways they can do this. One way they can do it is just buy the ads as a package. I want to buy 100 million ads. I want to buy 10,000 views. I want to buy 500 views. The other way they can do it is buying our Aerosocial token, which I'm going to talk about in just a second. This is a crypto token, which so any country in the world, some of our biggest user groups right now are Asia and Africa that are coming onto our app. So what we do is we take 20% of all the profit from that after we pay for little network expenses and stuff like that. And then we take the other part and we convert it all into the Aerosocial tokens. And then we create two pools. The first pool is for content creators, the people that make the app most valuable, the people who cause people to engage. It could be influencers, it could be somebody doing Minecraft videos, it could be short filmmakers, animators. We create this pool for them of 80% of all the profits. And we use this actually across the board in some of the other areas that we're reaching out into. The rest goes to all users. And there's another pool that goes to all users. What can they do with these tokens once they're in the network and they got their tokens? Well, one thing they can do is they can grow their following by using them over again to boost their own posts. And I'm gonna actually show you at the end of this thing kind of what you can look for that actually makes people engage with certain posts more than others. It makes people want to click on ads. So the other thing they can do is we have a partnership, or I guess you can call a relationship, with PundiX, which is a Singapore-based point of sale device. And you can put your tokens onto this X card, which I actually have one in my pocket. And I'm going to actually hand some out if anybody wants one. I have some of these with me. I can take this and it can hold not just Aerosocial tokens, it can hold Bitcoin, it can hold Ethereum, USDT, and I think 6 other tokens, including DAO and other things, right? So I can take this to the 7-Eleven if they have the PundiX machine, and I can get whatever they have. I can buy me a Slurpee with it. We've even looked into joining with some other people, other companies, and I'll talk about that in a second, where they're using these as reward systems for kids to do extra learning and stuff like that, and they would earn tokens, and then they could go over to 7-Eleven and get their Slurpee with the extra tokens they got, or candy bar or whatever. So the PundiX XPOS, we're also the distributor of the XPOS machines in the United States. We're the master distributor. Slowly we have some in Atlanta now, Houston, couple here in San Antonio. But the big thing is that because the reason we did crypto in the first place was to be an international company, so we didn't have to deal with a lot of banking issues between. The Pundi X is huge throughout Asia. It's growing in Europe and in the Middle East, which is incidentally also where we're growing faster than we're growing. And it has a direct correlation to this machine. The other thing you can do with the tokens once you have them is you can put them on an international cryptocurrency exchange. It is an ERC20 token on the Ethereum network. It can be converted into USDT or not, it used to be Ethereum, but now we're only doing USDT. Tether, that Tether can then be traded for Bitcoin or whatever. So if you're the kind of person that's into the market, you can earn by being social, you can earn the tokens, then you can take them onto your exchange. We have other exchanges, we're also on Uniswap, and we're working with other exchanges right now to go onto there. We're hoping to have probably at least one by the end of the year that's in the top 25. We're trying to work with US currency exchanges right now because we found that working with foreign exchange, you don't know if they're gonna walk away with your money. No matter how high on the list they are of how good they are, you don't know if they're going to just take your money and say, never mind, we're not going to go, and we're going to keep all your money. So we don't do that as much as we can. Another thing is our XPOS merchants can take some of those tokens that they get and they can advertise that, hey, this is where you spend your tokens. But the big exciting part, and a lot of this is how we started at the beginning. So we created this whole system so that there's a way for people to use these tokens and people who have value and all that stuff. But the most exciting part is the API. So our API that we're building out is, in the words of our CTO, it's very hard because it never existed before. This is actually the ability for other companies, gaming companies, shopping, different things like that, to come in, plug into our system, use the same token, and do business within the system. It starts turning it not into just a social media network, but a shopping mall or a marketplace. Overwhelmingly, I also do all of the marketing research. What do people really want to see? Overwhelmingly, like 87% of all people that I've talked to and polled want a marketplace. They want a place where they can not only make content, but they can sell their merch directly through the app that they're watching on. Instead of I have to give you a link to my website, or I have to give a link to somebody else's shopping place, Shopify, whatever, where you can buy my merch. I can do it directly through the thing. I can do it with the tokens, and I can cash out whenever I'm ready to. So this is actually what the app looks like. It's that little thing that looks like this, same. And this is basically how it works. Is it working? Uh-oh, I went too far. It didn't. Let me just do it this way. It'll work if I do it this way. There we go. This is it loading up. That's Robin Hood. She's our mascot. You can post things just like anybody else. I'm gonna stop it right here. Oh, I didn't want to stop it. I want you to look for the purple, right? When you see purple, that means that by clicking on this, the person who posted it is actually sharing tokens with you for watching it. So see that purple right there? So you click on that purple right there, and it will actually allow you not only to comment, we have DM, everything just like any other one. It does everything any other social media app does. But when you click on that purple, that person who wanted you to look at it is actually sharing tokens with you in order for you to look at their thing, to say, hey, I want you to look at this. This is super, the reason I got involved in this, and they convinced me like 3 years ago, I think now, to get involved with this, is I'm a content creator, I'm a filmmaker. So whenever I started that, I go, this is a way that filmmakers can actually say, come on, watch my film, watch my short. With the API, it has the ability for them not only to watch your film, but now link to the streaming service we're working on and watch the whole movie. I can put my trailer here, I convinced you to watch it. Now you can decide to go see my trailer, the whole film, because I convinced you to watch it, which is a really exciting part of this. It's what we call the Arrowverse. It's not so much that you can just get on there and talk, but now you can interact as a marketplace and do business inside of this app. And that's it. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Bob. Joel, Casey, we'd love to have you come on stage, and we'll start our panel conversation here. Yeah, go and have a seat. There we go. All right, so thank you very much for the presentation and kind of just sharing with everybody what you've been building and how everything's been working. And for those of us who are joining online as well, again, don't forget, go into the comment box on the YouTube stream, type your question out, and we'll answer it here live with our panelists. So, I think it's fascinating. Hey, I'll just start with this. I think it's fascinating that we have social media startups here in San Antonio. We're such a community-driven city already. Just the connectedness of people and groups, neighborhoods, take your pick. What was the inspiration really around starting a social media platform? Did it begin as answering a question around social media, or were you trying to solve for something else? And I think, Casey, it sounds like you already have an answer, so let's let you go first.
I love the question, so I would love to jump on it. It really did start for us around, I love social media. I mean, I'm on Instagram a lot, but it started around going, I want something more. This is good, and some parts of this are really unhealthy. Why am I scrolling endlessly, and I've wasted all this time? But there's a lot of good to it, but I actually literally had a dream of Curate, and I woke up with like this fire burning in me to create the thing that I actually wanted my family to use and my community to use. And yeah, to your point, San Antonio, I'm from San Antonio, I was born and raised here. San Antonio is a perfect picture of the way we designed Curate, because it's a lot of little pockets of family and community, and that's one of the strengths of our city. And so, the way social media has been designed, and this is how I got on it. When I got on Instagram, very few people were on it, and I just wanted to take pretty pictures, and I kind of liked the filters. And I didn't know a lot of people on it, and it was a photo app. Well, over time, people came on it, but it wasn't created around the organic community that already exists. And so a lot of what I put out there, especially as more people started joining, it's just geared towards more of a social image. And that's fine for certain things like branding. That's amazing. That can be amazing for that. But it's missing the space of privacy, the space of put your hair down and actually share your day-to-day with the people that matter to you. So we wanted to create a platform that allowed you first to connect online with the people you already have a relationship with that are close to you, and be able to have circles. So I can have a circle where I'm really unfiltered. They're the people that they're just my family. But I really also want to share things with them that I don't want put in front of the whole world. There's some stories that they're not for everybody, but they are for my kids and my grandkids. And then I also have groups that, like, I run a nonprofit, and we have a circle, a Curate circle for one, and we share the stuff that we come together in person to talk about, the stuff about connection and mental health and trauma healing. So we wanted to create a platform that was really community driven and organic relationship driven, and then allow the platform to grow that rather than hold people back from that.
I think that's really interesting, and you touched on something there that I definitely want to come back to around social media privacy first. We'll talk about that a little later. But there was something that you said in there around, it was a photo sharing app, and then kind of in a way it became taken over by influencers and this false image, the pretense of profiles and lifestyle living. And I immediately think of $30,000 millionaires. I'm older, there was a whole thing in the early 2000s where people were living lavish lifestyles on their credit card debt. And now we see these influencers projecting these images on social media of being on private jets, but they're not on private jets. It's literally in like a sound studio in Burbank, California, and they paid $200 to take pictures like they're wealthy. So it's really fascinating that you're dialing it back and making it more about the actual community aspect, and in fact, in a way, even the familial. Is that kind of capturing that?
Absolutely.
Great. And so Bob, on the other end of the spectrum, as we've talked about a little bit with Arrow Social, you're talking really about those content creators. Maybe not the influencers, not to give them all a bad name or anything, but you know, is that something that was front and center? Was that element of Arrow as you started joining and kind of hearing the story and helping develop it, or did it come from something else?
Well, from the very beginning, it was those people are the value, and they should be shared with. It was literally that simple. This is their content, it's their data, it's not someone else's. You're just a platform for them to share it. They should get a share. And there's really no other, it was literally that simplistic. They deserve part of the cut of this thing. And then the idea that, no, you don't own the picture of my baby that I just showed so that you can put it on an ad in Bulgaria, right? And make money off of it. I just showed that because I was proud of my baby, right? So it all came just from there, right? It's just a absolute, as Phil would say, we're here to right the wrongs of social media. We're here to look at those things that we think are wrong and give people another choice that we think is right. And that includes things like, within reason, if your opinion is your opinion. We're not going to sit there and ban you because your opinion differs from ours or from anyone else's. Now, if you're asking to hurt someone, or you're pushing against, you're asking for harm to be done to someone's self or to other people groups or something like that, of course we're like, no, that's not, we've already said that's the same, that's legally bullying, right? And we'll deal with that. But in general, it's actually the opposite. It's a wild, we want to go back to a kind of a more Wild West, let people grow. We want to cultivate as opposed to curate, right? We did a podcast a while back where we talked about the difference between cultivating and curating. The big social media curate what they think will make them the most money, and they push down everybody else's content that they don't think will make them money. Their algorithm is built that way. So we want to do the opposite of that. We want a level playing field, good fertile soil, everybody can grow, and it's up to them to grow, and not up to us how they grow.
I find this endlessly fascinating, especially you brought up something, you want to cultivate, you want the broad expanse of the social aspects. And then again, on the other end, you're saying, hey, what about those tighter knit units, right? And I will share, I've been on both sides of this equation just as a user. Back in the early 2000s, like I literally was on the Facebook, right? When it first opened up beyond kind of college campuses. And I was shocked at its starkness because I was coming from a different experience. There was the old 6degrees.com. Yes, I'm old, but I worked on the internet, so that's kind of my explanation for it. And there's a lot of different experiences that were focusing on the self or the individual and what you were sharing. Welcome to my corner of the world. And in some cases, we've seen, again, this little tick over to the side. I'm not sure if any of you have seen, QAnon into the, kind of into the storm, the documentary series that they did where they started talking about, social media sites that were like 4chan, 8chan, and other things. And now what you're saying is much different than that. I want to be very clear. That's like a message board and all kinds of other things. You're talking about social engagement and interaction. So when we look at this wide range of opportunity to engage with an audience or to collect their content, how do you view their privacy and security? So for your sense, we're not going to censor, have your opinion, whatever that might be, unless again it goes into certain aspects. But for the most part, when someone puts something out there, how are you protecting them? Because I think a lot of people right now want to share things, but also want to make sure, look, there's a whole thing on Imgur and Reddit where there's artists that put out their content as kind of like a free, hey, come check out my webcomic or check out this thing. And then there's instantly grabbed by companies online and they start printing t-shirts and creating cafe press results from it. There's no privacy and security controls there, which makes content creators not want to share. So Bob, I'd love to hear a little bit, what are some of those controls that you have, or maybe just even philosophically, how is Arrow approaching the content creators' privacy and security of their content? And then we'll ask you guys the same.
I think some of that has to do with education, right? So because of the way the terms of use of many social media apps works, if those people are affiliated with them, they can do exactly what, you gave them permission to do exactly what you're talking about. You gave them permission to take your picture and put it on anything else if they got permission from Facebook or from Instagram or whatever. On ours, our terms of use say, no, it belongs to you. So you need to be educated to know that according to copyright laws in the United States and most of the country in the world, as soon as you posted it, it became your copywritten material. You only have to create some kind of solid format. If I write a note or a poem on a napkin, that became copywritten as long as I can prove that this is the date I made it on, right? I can take a picture with my phone, it's copywritten. All I have to do is have some kind of proof that copyright law is just something that's used for when somebody sues you, right? It's just, and then the court decides who actually owns it, who owned it, who did it first, whatever, right? It's mostly about people not knowing copyright law. But according to the terms of use, if Facebook says that they can make T-shirts out of it, they can make T-shirts out of it. Or and these big companies, they have deals with the big record labels and the other music companies. So again, they have deals with them. They are their affiliates, and that's what people don't realize because they have this relationship with them. Well, we don't have those relationships with them, right? When you put it, it belongs to you. The second it's posted, as long as you didn't steal it from someone else, when you post it, it belongs to you. I at first kind of misunderstood another thing that we have, and I'm pushing for this to be done more than we're doing it, is because of the cryptocurrency side, there's a know your client, know your customer that we're required to do. And I want every single person on there to have a know your customer. For one thing, that blocks young children and stuff from trying to sneak in there. When Facebook came out, I don't know how many sites I took down, how many profiles I took down of my third grader who kept making Facebook posts of himself. And he would go to his friend's house and build a new profile and do it again. And we'd have to make him go in there and take it down. So according to ours, and this has been another big thing that as we polled people, they want to know that the person that they're talking to and interacting with is the person that they say they are. And with the know your client, it's kind of inherent in our system. I'm for pushing it even further so that every single person does it. For us right now, it's anybody who wants to get actually a payout at any point, they have to have that.
Gotcha. So there's a strong element of education and engagement with that and kind of empowerment that'll need to go along, which I would say I would encourage all content creators to be aware of. Don't rely upon the platform itself to tell you what it is and to set the terms of that.
No.
And Casey, you talked a little bit about letting your hair down and being able to share the moments or the things, within the circles. And I know from past conversations, security and privacy is kind of paramount within Curate. Talk to us about how you came to, where you wound up kind of resting on your process and philosophies around securing that data, and even just the approach of sharing it with each other.
Go for it.
Okay, I think that you're asking such a good question, and that question is, when is private truly private online? And that's one that I think probably the world is all trying to figure out. And I don't want to pretend that we've got it figured out. We're in the process of launching. But the way that we designed Curate is about the user's experience and inspiration to share the authentic moments. So as Casey said, letting your hair down. What's the authentic moment that you're going to share with someone? And we share it authentically of ourselves just in interaction, right? If we take away the tech, you are the most authentic when you feel you are part of a community, when you feel that there's trust, when you feel like the people around you are protecting who you are and they're not out to get you in some way. And we tried to channel all of that into the user design of Curate. And what that equals is you invite people into your pods or circles. So it's a secure pod that you create, you invite people in, or they invite you in. So most of the time when we're sharing the things that matter most to us, it's by invitation. You've invited somebody into a cup of coffee with you or a meal with you. And we wanted to inspire that same type of experience within Curate with the pods. That's, we use the AWS platform, we're securing those pods within AWS. And so those videos, those memories that you share are secure, and we intend to continually reinforce that. The other thing that you're raising that I think is really important is the aspect of sort of training, the education of that. And one of the aspects of Curate that's built in is what's called the global feed. So you can see only the things that are happening in your pod. You can add things to your pod, but you can also see what people choose. You don't have to choose to put out to everybody who's a user within Curate. And we intend within that global feed to share information about how you can be more authentic with one another, how you can protect your memories, as well as prompt those to share memories with you. So, those are some of the things that we've built into Curate, and I think it still remains to be seen if that is going to inspire those authentic moments. And I guess for me, the thing that we hope to solve is make that easier for people to share. When we got started, I shared the story about my dad. It wasn't for a 71-year-old. It wasn't second nature to pick up the phone and share something meaningful. I think regardless of your age, regardless of your background, sharing those meaningful things is what we're trying to inspire, and it takes for everyone sort of a different key to unlock those moments, and that's really what we're hoping to solve with Curate.
The other thing I'd like to add is just the user owns all their content as well on our platform, and I love that you guys are doing that as well. It's just such a huge deal that I think will be demanded in the future, but it's certainly something that we always want to guarantee.
Yeah, and now that I think about it, right, there's so many social aspects to many of the apps. And as you were talking about the self-selection, I was thinking about Venmo and how when you make a payment, and I go to the global feed and I see the most random stuff from people I know, and I'm like, why are you letting people know that you paid for that? Like, what are you doing? Like, a politician is in the hottest of water in Florida for doing it. And I just make all of my stuff private.
Oh, me too.
I think we get it all private. There's like nothing I'm spending my money on that the world needs to know about that's exciting at HEB. But quick sponsor plug in the future. But I think it's really interesting though, by giving people that self-selection or empowering the content creator to know, hey, trust that this is going to be protected, it's going to be secured, and it's going to be let out in the ways that you want it to be seen. And right now, there's not too many options for people to have that authentically inside of a social media experience. I think they purposely make it harder, like Facebook. You can control audience groups. It's a really hard task to do when you're posting and want to share a moment, a fun birthday thing or something cool happens. And yes, I'm old, I'm 40, so I said Facebook, not Instagram or TikTok or anything else. But that's really what it is. It's almost like those little things are tucked in the back because that's not what they're really there to do. They're there to get eyeballs and to push other things. This just feels more authentic on both sides of that coin.
And in a way where, as Casey said it, that Arrow is doing, in a way that people still own their content. So you can create a private group. You could do that on Facebook. That's fine. But once you post something, it's not yours, and it goes within an algorithm that is collecting information about you.
Yeah. So I could talk about that all day. I'm a giant social media nerd, but one of the things that I really wanted to talk about, because both of your companies are now immersed in this world and in this space, and in kind of knowing a little bit, Bob, with your co-founder Phil, and the two of you, research runs heavy in the bloodstream. I can tell you guys don't just commit to something and jump in and go, yeah, we'll figure it out as it goes. So what are some of the trends that maybe Casey is and
Come
Joel's
again.
giving it?
To figure out how it
doesn't
goes,
matter how
we've
much
been doing
you
that.
research. Once you get into it,
Yeah.
it's a bottomless.
Yeah.
The new thing emerges.
Which piece do you pull from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now that you're swimming in the social media oceans, what are some trends that you're keeping track of? What are some things or developments that you're like, what is that going to turn into? Or that'll be really cool if it matures and maybe we can do a thing like that or with it.
Well, while y'all think, the first one on the top of my head is obvious to us because it is a trend that's happening. And as soon as we started playing with this idea, it was really obvious that the trends that Facebook themselves found out, now it's on the news, 5-6 years ago, was that their meaningful engagement was going way down. A lot more voyeurism, a lot more just flipping, and they were having a hard time getting people to actually make good content. And so a trend there that is important to us is that people are hesitant to post online. And they actually do want spaces where they can create content that is not for everyone. And so Curate is predicated on that it actually is a trend and that it's gonna grow and that people are going to really want to own a landscape where they can really curate who sees it, what's there, and how often they do that. And another trend is just this mental health and wellness, that we are aware now that this is not good for any of us. I read the stats about the 13-year-old girls, which we have one, and their body image. Well, a 40-year-old woman, it's not always great for me to be scrolling, and I find myself comparing and disqualifying myself based on what I see online, which is just so crazy. So that trend is really important to us because we always want to be building towards health and wellness for the community. So that'll be really interesting to see how it plays out, not only in Curate, but in other platforms. I love what you guys are doing of really honoring creators and giving a chance to profit share and make money. I think all of those things, and crypto is obviously a really exciting trend that we can't wait to watch play out and one day, play with ourselves.
Well, and like she said, the crypto is the biggest part, right? That's probably the biggest trend, and that because we're starting and we're small and agile, we can actually do a lot more than these big companies. Because when the big companies do it, what happens? The SEC comes in and says, wait a second, all the banks come in and say, wait a second, can't do that, you're too big, you're basically being a bank. Well, we're not trying to be a bank. And we can get away with that. We can actually do a lot of stuff that they can't do because we're creating it from scratch. We're not adding it to the multi-billions of dollars of stuff we already own that we're controlling. I mean, when you consider the fact that the number one social media app makes more profit than the next 3 make gross, and it owns 2 of them. And it'll
own more of them.
Yeah, and if it gets a chance, it'll buy as many of them as it can, or it'll copy their stuff as best it can to get to be them. So when you look at those kind of trends like that, I think the biggest trend that we have to be really watchful of is really what's going on right now with all this stuff that has come out in the Facebook papers, right? It's all old news to Facebook. Facebook gave them all that papers to look at, right? It's not like hidden stuff. It happens to come out at the same time that Congress is looking at whether or not they should start regulating what we can say online, right? And who has already got the things in place to handle what Congress might come up with, right? So what we have to watch out for, I think right now more than anything else, is to make sure that a lot of the trends that are going on are not built just to crush the small guy and to move more out of the market. And I think that's probably the number one sledgehammer that's probably going to be used is free speech and the regulation of free speech. That could be the most dangerous thing for all of us, right?
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up because I think we're seeing some really interesting non-competitive tactics being deployed. I think we can all kind of point to issues where we've seen Amazon even as well having people in their marketplace, services, products, and then all of a sudden Amazon introduces, ta-da, the greatest independent, clone of what they were just selling a ton of, within 2 months, and then they put them out of business or force them out of the marketplace. And the social media aspect, it's really no different. Like you said, they can go and acquire the new business, add it to their portfolio, and then start filtering and restructuring. So it's interesting that that's a battlefield around, free speech online and what that represents. And I think also what you're doing as innovators and disruptors is key as well. You're giving people a place to find and cultivate and grow themselves by sharing what's going on there and saying, hey, this is a cool thing where we can do that type of element. Now, I'm gonna ask a hard question. And the question is, do you ever see yourselves incorporating or being able to develop aspects where you can share or pull those users in? Because it's difficult now to be another app on your phone. It's difficult to be another social media platform. So are there means of either separation or inclusion that you're going to utilize either from promotion on those platforms to bring users in, or other types of devices that you're thinking about just in terms of growing your audience and growing your users?
Yes, we're thinking about that. The first thing that comes to my mind is, I do believe that the way of the world is actually always going to be family and tribe, which is one reason why we've put so much into that model. And so from that place, being able to branch into areas of like shared finance, shared influence, things like that, doing that slow and steady from a very user-friendly place. I mean, our vision is that there's a lot of, that what we do is always a win-win. So those who are on our platform, we want to grow a community and really a movement where everything's mutual. It's not we own your data, we own your content, and we're manipulating your data to make money for us. Oh, and you can be an influencer. It's what you bring to the table, you should be able to monetize in some way. And we're not there yet, but I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I think the idea of mutuality is really important to me. And you might have to explain to me more about the question of incorporating, but.
Well, I think there's a lot of opportunity where there are people dissatisfied. I am personally dissatisfied with LinkedIn as a business networking capability. It's now turned into a cold call, sales machine, lead gen email that I get 5 of a day.
Yeah.
But I authentically connect to people in the real world. I ask them to connect with me on LinkedIn, but then we can actually create a community and share. I also think as like a former, again, as we work more in tech and as we develop more of these company cultures that become so relevant in tech, I think of my time at Rackspace and how there were hundreds of us now outside in San Antonio utilizing kind of crude instruments to stay connected with each other. But in reality, we're really trying to help each other. We're really trying to share authentic moments and celebrate things or ask for support and help. And we're doing it in really controlled and not great platforms. So when I think of Curate, I think what an interesting opportunity to leverage what's going on with other users and trying to pull them into your experience.
Yeah, if I could jump in on that one. You've hit the nail on the head for the non-familial use case for Curate. How I would love to, I started off as a school teacher. It was my first real job. How I would love to reconnect with the people I went through my teacher corps with and have a space that wasn't like a text thread that had 60% of us on it. Some of those numbers are no longer working, to a unique space that was just for us where we could share those moments. I think the same use case exists for businesses. I think about Rackspace and Geekdom all the time, and I wonder what was the conversation in 2006? And what was being talked about, and don't you remember when? And that's one of the things that Curate exists to solve. I think the other thing that you talked about that I feel is that we want to inspire is the idea of movement. Everybody wants to be a part of movements. When you look back and you read history books, it is the civil rights movement. It is the anti-war movement. It is the history of movements and how humans came together around a shared purpose. And I just believe that we are at the place in the evolution of social media where we are on the precipice of something that is about to be radically different, because there's so many cracks and fissures in the way that it exists today, and there's so much top-down pressure that is in some ways orchestrating the how people are interacting, and we are just at this precipice where I think people are going to start demanding the things that Arrow's doing, the things that we want to be doing. People are going to be demanding for something different, and that is the basis for creating a movement. And for us at Curate, we want to create a movement where you own your memories. You share the ownership of those memories with the people that you want to interact with, and it's simple and it's fun and it's just for you. And that's the antithesis of what's available for people right now. And I think getting there actually requires people to say, we want something different. And if you just look at the generation, you asked about trends, one of the trends that I'm following is the generational changes in how people are using social media. So if I talk to my kids, I have a 15-year-old, I know you have a 16-year-old. If I talk to my kids, are you on Facebook? They're like, what? No. They're not on Facebook. They're like, yeah, old people are on Facebook. You know, and they're really not even on Instagram. They're on TikTok. They're on Snapchat. They're on things that, you know, we're talking Facebook. We've used that term, that word like 50 times in this whole conversation. And there's an entire generation that's coming up behind us that aren't even using it. And Facebook is sort of already solving for that. They own Instagram, they're using WhatsApp, all this stuff. But there is, back to your point, there is something that I think we're getting towards, which is a very different movement around social media. And that's really where we want to be, you know, sort of riding that wave with Curate.
So Bob, where does that strike you in terms of?
What's funny is my son is all about Reddit. He's a total nerd, so he's all about Reddit. And then Discord.
Yeah.
His main interaction is on Discord, when he actually is interacting with his friends. The rest of the time is reading Reddit about something D&D or something, you know. So ours is really about community. It's about building a community, right? So what do we? There's two ways you can do that. One way is, yes, we have people out there in our company that are swinging for the fences all the time. They're trying to find, they're actually interacting with major influencers and saying, hey, will you come to our, trying to coax them. Has that happened yet? No. My approach is more like, let's go find 1,000 people that only have 500 to 5,000 followers who want to grow. And then when I bring them on, guess what? All of their followers came with them for all those other people, right? So it goes to an old thing. My background was actually originally in theater. And when you're starting a new theater company, you don't have an audience. What do? You borrow somebody else's. So what do? You make a joint venture with a dance company that has a huge audience, and you do a show with them. Or if you're a new dance company, you find a theater company that's is popular and has a good audience. Now that audience starts sharing, because those people will watch both. They won't, you know, they'll go. It's not like you're taking their audience away. They're going to go watch the play and they're going to watch your dance recital. So you build the community around communities that already exist. Another way is a big part of what I want to eventually see on the app is the ability to share with charities. And let's bring charities on the app and all the people that already follow them. Let's bring college communities on. We have a program that we're developing right now that is College Ambassador, where a college ambassador would be a person whose job is to have a profile for their college and get everybody in their college to be on their profile. What happens when they do that? Then they're all building their own profiles too, and then it grows from there, right? So it's really the grassroots of let's find people, entities that already exist that will bring their people with them, right? And not just, oh, we're gonna sit out there and go, okay, hopefully somebody will come on, right? Like I said, but some of our biggest growth right now is in Africa and Asia, the Middle East. That actually comes from a community, which is the Pundi X community. The people behind Pundi X with that point of sale device, that has actually caused more, that community now is spreading Arrow as their community, because where else can you just earn Arrow, right? Everywhere else you have to buy something to get crypto. Here, you're actually able to earn crypto.
You're mining it through content creation.
You're simply, you're just getting it by doing what you're going to do anyway.
Yeah.
Right? And then you can turn it over and you can get it into Bitcoin or whatever. We don't care what you do with it once you have it. That's your business. Ideally, its purpose is for you to advertise, but it's also for us to share advertisement profit, right? So we're seeing the communities build communities, people who already have interests, and how can we create that for them? Just like you already have the communities, right? A family is a community, right? That family then has other communities that are tied to them that they can build out, right? And that's how growth really happens. That's organic, true organic growth is I see you, I like you, I spend time with you, and then I invite you, I introduce you to my friends.
Yeah.
Right?
So this has been, again, social media nerd, so I love this. But we are kind of drawing to a close with our time. So I'd love for you to share with the audience, how can they find your app, download, become users? How do they find Arrow?
So if you are an Android user, you just go to Android and look for Arrow Social.
Okay. And that's ARRO Social.
ARRO, no W, we share the wealth.
Gotcha, there you go.
So it's ARRO Social. It's not the other app. There's another app that's called Arrow also. It's not that one, but it's pretty obvious. So that's on Google Play. The only way Apple is able to be used right now is through TestFlight. So you download TestFlight, hit me up, I'll give you the link. Or you can go to arrow.io, and it'll show you how to go to the beta of that.
Oh, great,
right?
okay.
So, and that'll hook you up. It takes a little longer doing it that way than talking to a real person that can just say, here's the link. And if you use the Apple, it does this weird thing. So if you don't have TestFlight downloaded already, it just tells you to don't download TestFlight. If they actually go back to the link, hit it again, then it'll give you Arrow.
And it'll give you the download.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So arrow.io, so you can see the directions and instructions how to get the app on Apple products, and then also just from the App Store, it'll develop from TestFlight and everything else. Joel, Casey, how about Curate?
So very simply, we are at curate.community on the www, and you can download our prototype there. That is our first version prototype, so it's beta. Our
Put
version
the 11th
2
on your calendar. Download it on November 11th. Go to your calendar, put a little reminder. Don't worry about the prototype. Go download it on November 11th.
I feel like that's some breaking news for
Breaking
November
news.
11th.
11/11. But if you download the prototype, you'll get a notification to update, and you'll be able to update to version 2. We just don't like telling
basic
about our
version.
prototype because that was like it's a little bit science project-y.
So we're 30 days away.
30 days away.
From the launch of Curate.
Yes, we're so excited.
Fantastic. So go to curate.community, arrow.io, or on your Android, Arrow, A-R-R-O, no W, and you'll be able to join in on all the fun of what we've just been talking about this afternoon. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
This is
everybody,
fun.
for viewing.
Hey, Dax, everybody, San Antonio Startup Week, thank you for having us. It's really been a delight. We really appreciate being up here. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. Welcome. Hello, everyone. We're going to get started. I have it. Welcome to the Legacy panel. Or actually, it's a transfer panel. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our conversation. It is a very special conversation, and we are so honored to be here on this stage with Startup Week because we're actually coming from a full day of spending time together at the Hustle and Socialize Summit, Build, Protect, Transfer, which was our first summit experience, which is a little bit of a preview to our conference, which we host every year. And we're so grateful to have done this in collaboration with Geekdom and San Antonio Startup Week. So first I want to give a round of applause to Startup Week because they have put on such an amazing program this entire week, and it is going to continue through next week. And so it is an honor to be here with these amazing women and to have this conversation about the impact of a lasting legacy. The theme this week and next week throughout Startup Week has been looking into the future. What do we hope for in 20 years from now? So we're thinking about 2041, and what does that look like? So we're gonna have this conversation, and first I'd like to introduce y'all. First to Madeline Santibáñez, who is the co-founder and circle keeper of De Corazón Circles, Healing Circles. So welcome. And then we have Suyapa Munoz, who our hustlers in the room did get to hear a little bit about. No pressure, Suyapa, all good things. Who is a liaison at the South Alamo Regional Alliance for the Homeless, and also a member of the Youth on Boards movement, which we also got to hear a little bit about earlier this morning. And then we're also joined by Ashley Bird, who is the CEO and co-founder of Blooming with Birdie. So welcome, ladies, and it is an honor to be here with all of y'all. So to get started, can you let us know a little bit about what you do and why you do it? So we'll start with you.
So I am a co-founder and circle keeper, and that's a lot of responsibility to be able to, uphold this role as a mentor, as a coach, as a guide for our future generations and for our community. So our Círculo of Mujeres, our collective, we're standing on the shoulders of giants, right? As Black and brown women who have chosen to reclaim our indigeneity and our teachings that are grounded in our, sacred interconnectedness. As a mathematician and as a daughter of immigrants and a child of, that grew up in the hood and entered this world of academia, it brought a lot of teachings and a lot of lessons. And as a youth organizer, I took on a role to be able to break down systems of oppression for our youth to be able to transcend those systems and create change in our community. So as a circle keeper, as a traditional indigenous person that carries these teachings, it's a big responsibility. And for me, it's something that our ancestors, died and worked for. They prayed for us to be here as visionaries, as leaders for our future generations. And so it's a embodied practice of being, grounded in that love that gives us life and brings us joy. And so I'm human. I'm a human being, and I try to, walk on that path of beauty and protect it. And so I'm a mentor. I'm a teacher. I'm also a student, constantly learning, and I create sacred space for myself every day to take care of myself, and I teach youth and their families to hold space for each other. And so, and it's all rooted in love, and that's why I do what I do.
Thank you. Thank you, Madeline. Beautiful work.
Okay, so I'm actually a student at UTSA, so I'm very young, but I'm an undergraduate student. I'm studying neurobiology and psychology, but my passion is really in public health, and a lot of the work I do is kind of about health equity, kind of fixing our healthcare system. I work as the youth liaison at the South Alamo Regional Alliance for the Homeless, short for SARA, because it's such a long title. But a lot of the work I do is really just facilitating communication between the Youth Action Board and SARA. The Youth Action Board is a youth advocacy group focused on getting youth with lived experience of homelessness on not only in seats of power, but also for people, if it's like leadership in our community, to hear them and hear the feedback they have for the youth homeless system. Because you can't fix a system if you don't know what's wrong with it. And I would say that really what drives me is my kind of like my experiences of life. I am a daughter of immigrants. I am a first-generation college student. I came from a low-income background, so I think a lot of the spaces I'm in weren't really meant for me, and I want to make sure that more people like me are in those spaces and are able to kind of make change when it comes to a lot of the inequities we have in our society. But that's me.
Thank you, Suyapa. Amazing.
Y'all are amazing. Really glad to be here. So thank you for having me first, and to everybody in San Antonio Startup Week. We were talking just before we got started, and I think I absolutely love our city and I love our community for events just like this, like people who care and want to engage and want to learn and want to grow, and I think that's reflected in what you all are creating, so thank you for having me. So who I am and what I do, my name is Ashley Bird, and I started Blooming with Birdie. And so Blooming with Birdie is essentially it's a children's media company, but we really focus on creating educational, entertaining, and engaging content that helps children build a bridge between screens and life, and recognizing that technology is a tool for learning. It is not a place to escape. And so that has been incredibly fulfilling and challenging as we navigate this time period where we are at the cutting edge of this intersection of education is changing. Yes, I think COVID had a big impact on that, but it's been coming at us for a little while. So education is changing, and so is technology and innovation. So how, as these two things collide, what does that look like, and as we move forward with how we educate the first generation, our children? And as to why we do it, I really appreciated this question because sometimes it's hard when you wake up and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing. And so I thought deeply about this. And in my videos, the character that I created, it's Birdie, and she teaches children in the first series that we did about how to be a citizen scientist. And to be a citizen scientist, you do three things. You use your mind to be curious and ask questions. You use your body to record and share information because we're scientists, right? And you use your heart to care about the world around you. And I think for me, that has been something that literally gets me out of bed every single day is I just care, and I have to do something. So when I see problems, I see inequities, equity and accessibility is incredibly important to the platform that I've created, that if I have to do something about it, and if I can't, it will just eat at me until change is made. So it's just because I care, so.
Amazing, thank you. Such amazing work. Okay, so now that we know a little bit more about what you do in the community, tell us a little bit more about the unique challenges that you tackle and try to solve through your work and organization. In other words, how does your work bridge the gap of needs you see and empower community to become more vibrant and thrive?
I was really inspired by today's panel, or all panelists who taught, especially Dr. Lulu, who mentioned the importance of connection, right? As human beings, to be able to see each other, to be able to hear each other and help each other out, right? And have that compassion. And what we do at Circles, at De Corazon Circles, is we teach or guide people to recovering their sacredness, to recovering the innate ability that we have as human beings to heal, to rewire our brain, to think differently, to set intentions and have meaningful lives. And so we create those sacred spaces to create connection, because it is an isolation in the dehumanization of human beings in this world, right, where our economy and our way of life is based on extraction and exploitation, that we we seek to embed those values of humanization through dignity, treating people with respect, with treating people with love, with treating yourself and others with that compassion and that empathy, and to help people be able to connect with each other de corazón a corazón, from heart to heart, right? To be able to listen, to just be, right? And as human beings, we've been so conditioned to ignore those needs, those universal needs that we all have as humans, right? To love, to be challenged and curious, and all of the universal needs. A main one being connection. So we help bring those spaces to the community in different parts of the hood, right, from the east side to the west side, especially with our most vulnerable communities. And I have the honor to work with our houseless community as well, but even more vulnerable communities that are dealing with addiction and substance abuse. And so part of my work as a director of a harm reduction clinic is to be able to serve this community and see them, love them, hear them, make sure that they're being safe in their practice, and opening that window up for hope, right? For them to be able to receive love and be able to give that love and feel that connection through our breath, the 4 elements, the things that give us life, right? The water, the wind, the earth, and that fire that lives inside each and every one of us. And so that's at the core practice of our the indigenous teachings, that as humans, whether you're from, my family's from Mexico, North America, Central, South Africa, Asia, Australia, as human beings, those are essential to our well-being. And so we bridge that gap so that humans can connect with themselves and then be able in turn to build stronger connections with each other.
So like I mentioned, I served as the communication facilitator between Sarah and Yab, but I'm also an officer on the Youth Action Board. I was a communications officer for a bit, but now I'm the secretary. And I would say the gap I fill in the community, or kind of what I do to empower people in our community, is kind of empowering youth on the Youth Action Board to not only question leadership in our community, but also question why the homeless system doesn't work exactly in favor for youth that are experiencing homelessness, and also to use the tools available to them, to use kind of like the platform we've been given at Sarah to actually change the system and make sure that youth are getting their needs met. But yeah, I think that answers that question.
Okay, still on, okay. So for us, we're tackling a couple of different issues. I think first and foremost, really looking at equity and accessibility, especially when it comes to access to information. And so the first approach that we took was we partnered with a nonprofit organization, the River Foundation, in order to be able to receive grant funding for our programming to be able to go for free into schools. So this last year, thanks to Valero, they gave a very generous grant. We were able to be in 90 classrooms and libraries throughout all of San Antonio and Comal County. So that was a huge obstacle to be able to just simply provide access. And then beyond that, there's a couple of other, I think, educational pieces we've really been working through, being, whenever we look at technology, you have, I feel like unfortunately it's a little bit divisive. You have the people that are pro-technology and you have the people that are anti-technology, and trying to bridge that gap, I think at different times can be really difficult, but shockingly, I think education is the key to being able to bridge that gap. And looking at, from the perspective that technology is bad and evil, it certainly can be, especially when it's created in a way that's meant to be addictive or that doesn't take into account the impact it can have on our confidence or the way in which we approach our lives. And in that regards, making sure that we're educating, I think Charles on a panel this morning referred to, it's our job to educate people on what social media, for example, is doing and how it's used and how algorithms work, so that we can mindfully, from an educated place, decide what role that has in our lives. and that for children, it's our responsibility to have regulations and have a social responsibility of what goes on there and how children are able to, there shouldn't be advertisements, for example, but really taking care of those. And then from there, I'm looking at those that the opposite end of that spectrum of, technology should just be given out freely and regulation and free speech. And when it comes to children, that can be really, really scary. So finding the balance between those two has been by far the most difficult piece, and being able to clearly educate the community on, where we stand and why we stand there.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Every time I hear y'all speak, I want to stand up and start clapping. I just want y'all to know I have to fight back the urge. Okay, so today, throughout the day at Hustle and Socialize, we've been talking a lot about legacy. So the question that I have for y'all is, what is the legacy that you hope that your work and that you yourself are going to leave? And what do you hope to impact on the youth that are following the steps behind you? Or right beside you, maybe.
I think I would be happy if my legacy was really just doing community-based healthcare work. If I could work to make a healthcare system that serves people experiencing homelessness better than it does right now, I would be satisfied. That would be enough. A lot of people don't know this, but actually there's only like 2 or 3 clinics that focus specifically on serving people experiencing homelessness. Our healthcare system does not at all prioritize the needs of people that come in, for instance, to the emergency department, looking for help, not just looking for healthcare, but looking for housing resources. So if I could change how the system works and how people are able to get healthcare in an efficient, equitable way, and also get connected to housing at the same time, that would be amazing. I think if I were to leave anything behind to the younger generation, it's really is that they should question how systems work, and they should see the value they have in changing that, and just seeing the power they have, that people will listen, people will want to, I think, consider how they feel about something, and that they have the power to change it. I think that's the most central idea. That's what I'm trying to get across.
For me, it would be that as human beings, to recognize what gives us life, and to respect that, including our mothers, our life givers, our women, the divine feminine that exists in each and every one of us, even males, right? Even that masculine energy. To respect that life, respect that duality, and those elements, because without that water, we wouldn't live. Without clean air, we wouldn't be here, right? And we talk about it all the time with our youth. If they were to pull my eyeball out and cut all my limbs off, I would still be alive, right? But if they were to poison our soil and our food, right, and take that love and that passion, that meaning away from our heart, away from our souls, then we're kind of lost and gone, as human beings. And so my goal is to be able to teach folks how to recognize, to reconnect with the earth, reconnect with themselves, and build better relationships in general, as a teacher-student relationship, or a partner relationship, or even relationships with their children, right? And just recognize that impact of our actions, right? 7 generations after us, right? Not just thinking of the present, the now, right? Or just recognizing that impact as human beings.
I appreciated this question, because I think it's one that I hadn't really thought about. I feel like every day I wake up and do the things that feel like are the most important to solve, or that problem in the present moment, as you're kind of referring to. And in large part, when I think of legacy, it's hard for me to focus just on myself. When I think of legacy and how I want to be remembered, or how I want to contribute, it's in creating systems that have a positive impact on the community as a whole. And it's not about, I would never want it to be about what I did, but rather by sharing this information, how that positively impacted all of these in my world, children, to go and to make those choices and for them to choose to do the things that have the positive impact on the community and where they show up in a mindful and present way. So I think that's a tricky question, right? Like, it's hard to say like, oh, well, for me, it's more so that I want to make sure that everything that I build is in service to others and to service to the greater good of the entire community. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So, it is a tricky question. And when thinking about our own legacy, it's a practice in looking forward, thinking into the future. So why do you think it's important that we plan and prepare for our future now?
Yeah, I got this one.
Oh, I see. Ashley's excited.
So one of my closest friends, we argue constantly. So I am a huge, clearly I love technology. I love Star Trek. Like, that's my secret. Thank you. Yes, thank you. But I also love Star Wars. It's not one or the other. But there's a quote from Star Wars that I try to apply to my life that focuses on this. Where they say that it's important to be mindful of the future, but not at the cost of the present moment. And I think that when we talk about where we're going and how we solve problems in the present moment, you can't solve them if you don't know what you're working towards, or what the ideal situation is, or what would this ideal environment look like. So I think that it's important for us to start there. And a good friend yesterday from Float Me, Josh, said this to me. He's like, well, where do you want to go? What is the solution? What does the ideal world look like? And then let's work back from there to figure out all the details and the steps as to how we get to that solution. So in those regards, I think that's why it's so important that we have to look at the future to know where we're going. Like, leading blindly, you're gonna get somewhere, but I don't know that it's where you want to go, while still being mindful of what's happening today and what the real world problems are today.
Thank you, Ashley.
So I want to start this off by saying that I'm very type A. I plan everything, organize everything. When I graduated high school, I knew what I wanted to do. I had already applied to a neuroscience program at UTSA. I had gotten accepted. I thought, I'm going to be a neuroscientist. I might be interested in neurology. I'm going to be a doctor. But the funny thing is that when my freshman year of college, I got an internship at Sarah, and it completely changed my perspective, and it showed me what I was really passionate about. It showed me that I was really interested in public health. But I had already had that plan coming into college that I was going to be a physician. So I think having that plan, especially, I think the perfect example is medical school, because when it comes to earning clinical hours, you need to foster relationships with advisors or mentors for letters of recommendation. Not only that, but just networking in order for you to actually get an acceptance into medical school. It's very competitive, and having a plan puts you at an advantage. And if you're really interested about something, or you're really ambitious about something, I think having that plan can just really put you at an advantage, at least from the graduate school perspective. So.
Climate change. I'm just kidding. That's my answer. I got my bachelor's degree in mathematics and physics, and I was all about data and numbers and facts and science, and I still am, right? And we can learn a lot about our history and about the data that's showing us, the impact of our actions, right? So it is crucial that we are mindful of, our consumption, right? Of how we walk, how we wake up every morning, right? What is our intention for the day, right? And I really encourage you all to think about climate change, because we've seen it so drastically impact our community, especially low-income communities in San Antonio, having had the freeze and it being around the corner again. Our houseless community, our most vulnerable community members are at risk, right? We're seeing this impact globally, right? And how these our actions from the past have impacted our communities of color around the world, and it's just important that we do our best, right, to be know what we consume, where we spend our money, how we spend our time, who we hang out with, who we call our relations, right, and to just be mindful and intentional because of science, because of math, right? And the probability of us, living another 50 years is minimal, right? Without those natural resources at our hand. So.
Thank you. So we've talked a little bit about the legacy that y'all want to build. So now I'd like to ask y'all to share a story about how your organization is accomplishing this. How are you building your legacy today?
So I did for my first round of, it's called a Caterpillar Condo for the Blooming with Birdie series, and you get basically everyone that makes the purchase, they get a little black pop-up mesh kit, and they get the Monarch Caterpillar, which San Antonio is actually a Monarch champion city, so it's a way for us to be able to connect with our city, as well as to Mexico because of the Monarch migration, where the monarchs end up in Mexico. It also has a spiritual component. And then they also get the plant, which is a milkweed plant, their host plant. And then they get the 4 videos that align with metamorphosis, and they learn about, the migration, they learn about citizen science. They also learn about the woman who discovered the roosting sites, a Hispanic woman. And so in these videos, I'm this character, and this was the first time that I'd sent it out, one, to so many people, but then also into people's homes. And one of the families who received it has 2 young daughters. And the feedback of how much they enjoyed this animal, and from learning about all of these, information about how to care for an animal and how to observe it, they really fell in love with the butterfly. And he came to me yesterday and he said, I have to tell you, we were down at, I think it was Yanawana Gardens, or one of the local areas that had a bunch of milkweed. And he's like, and my daughter stopped and she was like, oh my gosh, Dad, it's milkweed. Oh, and look, there's monarchs. And so they stopped and they start taking pictures, and they're looking, and the monarchs, and they named their caterpillar chocolate milk. They're like, oh, this just looks just like chocolate milk, which could be confusing. But for me, in that moment, when you're sharing the story with me, it was a reflection of that was the goal. So they watched these videos, they learned about it, and then in their walk around downtown, they stopped, they recognized a plant, they paid attention to nature, they connected with this other animal, they recognized the interconnectedness of life through learning about it through this technology. So for me, it was it's happening, they're doing it. So that was that was a really pivotal and important moment for me the other day.
I think the biggest achievements we had with the Youth Action Board is getting a seat on the board of directors at SARA. So we actually have somebody with lived experience, a youth with lived experience, on the board of directors at SARA. That was a huge thing for us, I think, when it comes not only to SARA, but to the YAB, when it comes to equity initiatives, when it comes to representation, but not just performative representation, actual representation where his voice actually matters, and the Youth Action Board's voice matters when it comes to policy changes, et cetera. So I would say that was one of the greatest achievements we had, and we worked, I would say, a year and a half to actually get that seat, because we wanted to show the board of directors that we were prepared to have that seat and that we were serious about this work. And Selena actually helped us out with that, so thank you for that. But I think that answers it.
So what we're doing at Circles in the Hood and with De Corazon Circles is to be able to train new circle keepers, new people, youth, all ages, to be able to hold space for themselves and for their community, for their parents, for their friends, and to be able to push for more policy around restorative justice within schools, so that that school to prison pipeline is dismantled, right? And we create a new culture of community accountability in our homes, in our communities, in our schools, where people can sit and listen to each other, right? And hear what each other needs, and just hold that space. So what we're doing is, being on the front lines with these youth that don't have access to these experiences. As cultural bearers, we do rites of passage ceremonies for these youth to be able to find that connection and that power, that voice, to be able to hold that space. Because circle keeping is not, is not something that we're all born with, right? and to cultivate that in every space, in the workspace, at schools and classrooms, for people to have better relationships and with each other, and so that we can create spaces where we can learn from each other and build that collective knowledge, right? To dismantle that hierarchy and build lateral power, and create those self-healing communities where we're not dependent on substances or individuals or money to have access to those mental health services, right? To be able to meet those needs as humans for that connection. And so we do that through circle keeping training. We have internships for youth to be able to do that research, participatory action research that they do on themselves, on their family, on their lineage, on their community, and give them the tools to be able to heal themselves, and in turn create those spaces of healing for the future.
Thank you. So it sounds like y'all have a clear idea of what the legacy is that y'all want to leave, and I'm going to assume your purpose. So what might be a few words that you could share with someone who might be having trouble defining their own purpose and putting in words their own legacy and what they want to leave behind? What would you share with them?
I would say I got into public health because I got an internship at SARA, but my intention at SARA wasn't to completely change my career plan. I just went in because I thought that the nonprofit sector was really interesting. So I would say just try things and try everything. Something will connect, something will spark out of you, and you will find something you're passionate for. And even if you try something and it doesn't work out, try again. I think I got into neuroscience through reading books, but then I realized that neural labs aren't fun. So then I tried the nonprofit sector, and then I got into public health. So it really is just about trying different things, reading different things, and learning from different people.
Same, just challenge yourself. I was I got my degree in math and physics, and I did youth organizing, and I did nonprofit, and now I'm in the public health sector, and on the business entrepreneurship sector. We're always going to keep learning, right? Just to keep growing, explore different things, challenge yourself, right? That's how we grow. And set boundaries and take care of yourself, right? Self-care is really important. Do what brings you joy, right? Do what makes you laugh. And you want to wake up and love what you're doing, right? And yeah, just keep growing.
Yeah, I think we're kind of all on the same page with this one. I think it's number one is to show up and pay attention. Through that awareness, oftentimes you're able to see the connections into oh, I just talked to that person about that thing, and now that's coming up again. Maybe I should follow that. And aligning with your own authenticity of what truly gets you out of bed, what truly you're passionate about, what truly makes sense to you. And those little, seemingly minor injustices that what that feels like, that feeling of just this isn't quite right. I might not know how to do it, but I'm at least just going to show up and have that conversation. Or when you see that person that talks about that thing and you're like, oh, I'm super interested in that too, and making the efforts to show up and go and talk to them and build that connection. And I do have to say that, for me, I'm incredibly grateful for Geekdom, for Hustle Socialize, for all of these amazing organizations that really create this space for you to be able to connect with other people. And through those connections, being able to collaborate and work together to solve those problems. And oftentimes when it comes to things like legacy, it kind of unfolds for you if you're paying attention. Yeah.
Thank you. So, fair warning to the audience, I'm going to ask one question, and then we're going to open up for Q&A. So I hope y'all are going to start getting ready. And we have a mic up here so everyone could hear you. So what is your biggest hope for the future of San Antonio?
That's a big question.
Deep breath.
Okay, I'll just take a stab. I think, you know, I don't know how the lectures and the things that I've been participating in this week. I did the Impact Lab earlier this week, which was just really incredible experience of being able to take, you know, problems that are happening within our community with organizations that are doing amazing work, and being able to brainstorm bigger solutions that have an impact on the entire community, or connect organizations, for example. And so when I think about the hope and the future of San Antonio, it's that we're able to maintain this collaborative, welcoming, inclusive, multicultural city, and grow that, but continue to hold on to what makes us so special and unique, being those things, and be able to show up for ourselves, and that we have so much potential in this area. David Robinson Jr. speaks a lot about, you know, the incredible talent pool that is, you know, we continue to compete with the Dallases and the Austins, and like, we're not Dallas and Austin, we're not a coastal city, so why are we continuing to compete in a game that we're not winning? Rather, let's take our strengths being, you know, everything that's happening south of us in the Rio Grande Valley all the way down to Monterey, and educating this group of people in order to bring them up to be able to serve our community in the way that we can serve it best. We're an incredible group of human beings. Of course, as a Latina woman, I'm like, Mexicans are awesome. We should do great things. But truly being able to have, like, we have the space right here to be able to grow and to support each other and do something that's unlike what's happening anywhere else. So my hope would be that, you know, for me as an educator, that we create the environment and the space for young men and young women who see people that look just like them, who have grown up and done incredible things, to be able to contribute to be that, you know, whether it be, you know, technologists or artists or whatever the case may be, but they're able to live self-actualized lives. So
I would love to see, I'm gonna take Suyapas, I'm just kidding, more youth on boards, more, you know, that are, the way that our system works, right, is in nonprofit and business, right, that we have more representation at the table of those that are going to be impacted by your service or your program or your, whatever we offer each other, that we are inclusive of those people that are, that probably don't have the access or the privilege to be in that space, that you call them in, that people, you know, reach out and, you know, not lead with ego or individuality, or with, you know, but that they lead with more compassion and the ability to be able to know how to include those that are going to be affected. I don't want San Antonio to be another Austin, right? It hurts my heart to see a community that I grew up in, you know, just be like change over in a matter of years because of gentrification, because the community there of color that had always existed was not included in the process as they developed their like economic like plan and strategic plan for the future. So I really hope that our city has more youth at the table, has all folks represented, you know, in decision-making process, that we cultivate change makers and leaders that are grounded in these truths, in love, and can really represent, you know, in a authentic way at the leadership level.
I think our beliefs align a lot. I would say, I think specifically to me, I would love to see San Antonio have a more collaborative system when it comes to healthcare and housing resources. I would love to see our healthcare and housing system work for people instead of against them. I don't think a lot of people are familiar with this phenomena, but there's this thing called patient dumping, where people who are experiencing homelessness go to an emergency room department asking for resources, whether it's housing, whether it's mental health, whether it's counseling, or if it's actual healthcare, and they're basically said, they're like, you can't pay, you don't have insurance, this isn't my issue. And I want to see that change. I want our healthcare system, if somebody experiencing homelessness comes to a clinic, comes to the emergency department asking for housing resources, I want to be the doctor that's like, I know just the person, let me connect you to this resource. Let me do a housing assessment on you. I really think that a lot of the issues we see when it comes to either housing or healthcare or education, it's that our systems aren't working together, and we're not working, like you said, collectively. We're working as individuals, and I think that can be really problematic, and a lot of people are falling through the cracks, basically.
Thank you. Thank you, Siapa. Okay. No, like I said, we need a clap for these women. Thank you so much. So now we have some time for Q&A. So is there a brave soul out there that would like to ask a question?
Last time it wasn't on. Is it on? I don't know. Can y'all hear me? Okay, perfect. First of all, thank you all so much for all the impact, your participation here today, and everything else. For somebody that's new to this space, right? We're entrepreneur, Robert Garcia, CPA guy. You know, we're new to we're in the entrepreneurial space, but we're not new. We're very new to this space, right? And so I love hearing about the future. And you said it, we have to think about the present. Can you tell us who today is, whether it's policy, people, or organizations that are showing up today that we can follow and learn a little bit more?
So I actually serve on the San Antonio Climate Action Technical Committee, and you know, the city of San Antonio and Mayor Ron is just, I think, really taking the steps or making the best effort that we can to take steps in making sure that as we approach some of these current problems that we really are taking into account equity. So for the Climate Change Board, we have, not only do we have a technical committee that represents a lot of major organizations, but then also people like myself. I work with Texas Butterfly Ranch, so I kind of represent, you know, ecosystems and education. But also equity. So there's an entire committee dedicated to recommendations that we make for policy changes around climate change with a specific voice of equity, which I think, you know, that's not happening in every major city. So I struggle with this, right? Like, nothing's ever going to be perfect, but we can all we can do is be mindful of the things that need to change and make our best efforts to get there step by step. And so for that reason, I think I commend the city of San Antonio, specifically the Office of Sustainability, for taking the steps towards making sure that those changes in something that, you know, you've said multiple times, it's incredibly critical. We're at a critical period right now, and that the biggest impact we can have when it comes to climate change specifically is around policy, and that policy is going to have the impact, like, I forget the exact statistic, but, you know, we can make as many changes as we want as individual, and it's not even a blip on the radar of how that's going to impact our emissions, for example. So I have to just to give a shout out to the city of San Antonio.
I would say, I think I don't know if it pertains to you specifically, but I would say organizations that are really showing up right now that I've seen are street medic teams. So there's the street medicine team with UIW, run by a professor at UIW, and they go to people experiencing homelessness and provide free basic health care. And if they can't provide something, they'll find a doctor that will do it pro bono. I would also say Yanawana Helvalorios and the Medic Collective team they do so much every single week for people experiencing homelessness. They will go to where people are and meet their needs and connect them to the resources they need. And I would say Sarah and the Youth Action Board obviously are very biased, but I really do think that we're making very progressive changes when it comes to the housing system.
So as an entrepreneur, we have to hang out, show up for each other, you know, support each other, and for us, it's about living it. It's about an embodied practice. It's about being in community. It's about building that network of support for yourself, especially as an entrepreneur. But in our community, we're a strong force. We have leaders that are on boards of organizations, right, that are managing funds, that are able to redistribute those things in meaningful ways, right? I myself represent 3 different boards here in San Antonio: Southwest Workers Union, Society of Native Nations, the Climate Justice Alliance, and we encourage our folks who take care of each other, who show up with each other, who in our community where we are responsible for preserving our culture, our song, our dance, our language, our way of life, we come together as a family and we show up for each other, right? And we encourage folks to take on those leadership roles, right? To make space on that table for your voice to be heard, not just yours, but all of our communities, right? Where if you're talking about policy change, it's going to require a lot of organization, right? Mass mobilization of folks, and that's why social media is so important, right? Technology is so important because it's an organizing tool for us to create a stronger voice. And so we, as individuals, need to start connecting with each other more, right? Like, and making sure that we're being taken care of, because the way that we show up in a space is really crucial, right? With that first impression, that how you treat folks, throughout your day, right? So it's about building that network. And you're gonna have to hustle, right? That's why it's called hustle and socialize, right? You gotta talk to each other and not be afraid to stand by your values, right? Because people will see that fakeness, right? Like, we need to be real, authentic, and true to our values. So yeah.
Thank you. So we have time for one more question. Anyone else? Okay. So, we have one.
All right. So we talk about legacy, right? And you guys keep talking and mentioning things that we can do. We can make our own change in our community, right? So let's talk about past legacies a little bit. All right. Tell me one piece of advice that was given to you. It could be from anybody that you know, but one piece of advice that was given to you that to this day is what is helping you build legacy right now.
I was actually thinking about this yesterday. One of my supervisors, well, past supervisors at Sarah, her name was Alyssa Gooch, and she basically, I remember one of the best advice she ever gave me. She was like, take the work seriously, but don't take yourself too seriously. Because I think when you're like, at least for me, I'm a very anxious person, so when I go into space, I'm like, okay, like I need to act a certain way, I need to speak a certain way, I need to dress a certain way, and all getting wrapped up in that, it makes you lose focus on the work you're actually doing. And I think when you're like doing really important work, like it's talking about the healthcare system or changing the housing system, it's really important to realize that it's not on you. Like, it's the work you do is important, but at the end of the day, if you laugh a little, or if you joke around, or if you, I don't know, just have fun with it, it's important. So yeah, it's okay to mess up. Just take the work seriously. Yeah.
I have one. I live by this. And one of my elders, right, this is where we're walking on the shoulders of giants, people that have, like prayed for us, for this generation to be here. And one of the main teachings is that water is life. Water is life? What? Like, we're over 70% water, right? And at the molecular level, we're all just light and energy, right? And that water holds memory, right? It can retain information. And being that we're over 70% water, our thoughts and our emotions and how we walk this earth, our experiences shape who we are, right? So a mindfulness practice that came with that teaching is to be present with your water, right? Like, change the way you think, right? Like, speak to yourself in a way that it brings healing to that water, right? Because that energy can, be projected and magnified, when in like social interactions. And so praying with my water, making, being like water, right? All the teachings that come from just observing that element has taught me so much, right? Every morning I wake up and I pray with my water and I drink it slowly, right? And I'm present. When I'm anxious, I don't have my water bottle here, but I'll drink water, right? I don't know what I'm doing. I pray to the water and I flow like water, right? And just go with the flow. And our ancestors are our parents, our caregivers, those that love us, want us to thrive, and we're all rooting for each other. Our existence is resistance, so we got to take care of ourselves. We got to take care of that water, right? And in healing our waters, we can heal the waters of the world, right? Because I do believe that our intention can help manifest beautiful things for our people. So pray with your water.
Okay, I actually have two. One from a long time ago was pay attention. That was always the #1 rule, was pay attention. And I think that that's carried me through experiences and education throughout my life. But one that has happened to me, or that I learned somewhat recently, that engages me, as I think that as an entrepreneur and really in any situation, that overcoming obstacles and finding ways to be able to problem solve is essentially what we're doing every single day. So the phrase is creativity over compromise. Meaning that, at any given moment, there's always a way to creatively problem solve into something else. I told you I'm a sci-fi nerd. In The Matrix, the second one is my favorite, because the key maker, he's like, there's always another key. There's always another way. And there's always another way, especially if there's an injustice. Like, if there is something that is wrong, there is a creative way to problem solve, to be able to do something that is better for the entire group. Every single time. I firmly believe that, and that is my guiding principle in why I've left jobs and why I have ended up where I am right now, is because I'm not willing to compromise my value system in order to be able to get a paycheck. So I will find a way. If it's wrong, I will find a way. So.
One final question, and that is, where can we find y'all online, and where can everyone follow your next steps?
So ours is, my personal one is Chica India with the X, and our business is De Corazon Circles. So you can find us on Instagram, on Facebook, LinkedIn, and you can follow our youth initiative. It's called Circles_Inda_Hood. You can find us there. Thank you.
You can find my personal account, Instagram, it's my name, @Ciapa M. Munoz. There's a lot of people with my name, so it's really easy to find. But to stay you can also follow Youth on Boards. That's on Instagram as well, and you can follow @YAB San Antonio, which is the Youth Action Board.
So the only social media I really do, it sounds like all of us, is Instagram. My personal one is Justa, or Justa, Justa, .bird. Or you can follow my organization, Blooming with Birdie. It's BIRDIE. And then actually, I'm going to plug a couple things real quick while I got you. On Saturday is the Monarch Butterfly and Pollinator Festival at Confluence Park from 9:30 until 2 o'clock. We're going to be tagging monarch butterflies. There's an altar where we're tagging butterflies, the names of people that have passed away this year. There's over 50 educational partners out there, so if you can come, I would love to see you. Come find me. And I will also be, it was plugged a million times earlier today from Brian Dillard of the Office of Innovation. I'll also be at the San Antonio Sandbox at Hemisphere Park at Yanawana Gardens from 10 till 2 o'clock for Geekdom. But I'm going to have Blooming with Birdie, and we'll have a caterpillar condo, and we'll be doing sessions with children for them to learn about the monarch butterfly. So those both things are coming up this weekend.
Yay! Yeah. Awesome. Madeline, Ciapa, and Ashley, thank you so much for your time, your beautiful words, and your beautiful work. Thank you so much. I'm going to call up my co-founder, Christina, with some treats and a little announcement as we close the day. These are some treats that everyone who attended today were able to enjoy as well. Yay! Yeah. And then Madeline, can we borrow your mic? Okay.
Hello, testing. All right, we just sent out an email to all of y'all with our feedback form. If you could be sure to fill that out, you will be entered to win another pair of tickets to our conference by filling out the feedback form. So be sure you fill that out before Tuesday, October 19th.
Great. And so this is pretty much the end of our time together for
It is raining. I think y'all know that. Just want to FYI, just to make sure that y'all know it is raining. So be careful as we go back.
We exit, yes. So we're also going to invite everyone over to Merkaba.
Yes. Right now, between 4 to 6 p.m., we are going to have a socialized happy hour at Merkaba. Everyone that is attending, if you're watching as well, you're able to join us from 4 to 6 p.m. So Merkaba is on Crockett Street. Believe it's connected to Howl at the Moon. Come out, socialize, have a drink. With the purchase of your drink, you will also be entered to win a raffle for another pair of tickets.
Yeah.
So,
well, thank you, everyone. It has been a pleasure. And do we have a question? Yes, we definitely can. But just for the sake of the live recording, thank you everyone for joining us today, and look out for what's coming next from Hustle and Socialize.
Wait, what is coming next, Michelle?
Well, we have our conference on the books.
Right. We're gonna reveal something, aren't we?
Oh. Well, okay, then let's do it.
Okay.
Well, we are so honored that you all have joined us for this experience, because it is a preview to something that we've been working on with our board of directors, with our volunteers, with our partners. And we want to announce our 2022 theme, which we've been dropping a lot of hints, but we're going to go ahead and announce it. So do the pleasure, Christina.
All right, drum roll, please. Our Hustle and Socialize 2022 conference theme is Building Your Legacy. Save the date for June 23rd through June 25th here in San Antonio. We're back in person with also a virtual option, but we are also wanting to have everyone come on down. More information plus tickets will be available. So the only way to make sure that you stay on top of everything is, 1, follow us on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, and then 2, subscribe to our email list. That's where we are going to be revealing all the information as it becomes available.
Yeah. So that's about it. Thank you, everyone, and I hope to see you on Merkaba. Hello, hello, everyone, welcome. Oh, some familiar faces in the room. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I do imagine that we'll have some more folks joining us as this panel goes on in prep for LinkedIn Mill City. But for those that don't know us and why we're wearing matching shirts is we're known also as Team Domingo. My name is Samantha Domingo. This is Ray Domingo. We are super passionate about being here today. We're super thankful. Dax, shout out to you for inviting us and allowing us to bring a military track to the San Antonio Startup Week. We're absolutely thrilled. Little disclosure, this is probably one of our first in-person meetups that we've been in since COVID. I think we went to one maybe before, so I know all of us are kind of getting the dust off because many of us are in that space too. But we are definitely excited to be able to present an incredible panel for you today. We have, first it's going to be our entrepreneurship panel. So we have both veterans and military spouse entrepreneurs, so we're excited to introduce them. And then we'll follow with some incredible resources that are available to the military community to upskill and to be able to start an entrepreneurship journey. A little bit about myself. I'm obviously married to this guy right here. We've been married for
23.
Always?
23.
Almost 23 years.
Yeah.
23 years. Long story short, we met in Ramstein, Germany. We were both overseas military brats. We got married on my 18th birthday, and we still stayed married to this day. Yeah, he got me young. But we're still married to this day. We have an 18-year-old, Anaya, and we have a 21, almost 22-year-old, which is Ray Jr., or we call him Delano. They are pride and joy. Being an overseas military brat, we got married, went through PCS after PCS, which was really tough as a military spouse to build a career. So I just kept going to school, trying to find different opportunities to be able to establish a career, and I struggled quite a bit. I ended up getting my MBA, and I had the patchwork of job experience that a lot of military spouses experience because we have to pick up and go every time those orders come down. About little over 5 years ago, Ray retired from the Air Force as an Air Force recruiter, and we struggled. We could tell you so many stories. We struggled so hard. We thought of it as a PCS, or a permanent change in station, versus what it really was, which is a transition to civilian life. And we learned a lot of hard lessons. With that, and the hard lessons that we learned and not knowing how to ask for help or what resources to go to, as we started to build our career, post-military life, so to speak, we poured our passion into our community so that others didn't have to go through what we did. Having your cars almost repoed, having the conversation after you've been married for 19 years of which parents are we going to move in with because we can't find jobs, and we came out to San Antonio thinking we could just dive right into a role. That didn't happen. So our passion and our purpose is not to bring anyone down, obviously, but to ensure that our military community is competitively employed. That led me personally on the path of working within the military technical recruiting space. My day job is actually as a recruiting manager for Amazon Web Services, military initiatives, and military apprenticeship program. That was a recent promotion, so maybe. But, you know, and so this is something that we do purely volunteer. LinkedIn Mill City, we started purely volunteer, as well as The Key was an organization that we started. I'll let Ray go in a little bit more depth there. But we're absolutely thrilled to be here, and I could talk your face off all day long, because that's what I do. So I'll just pass the imaginary mic over to Ray.
Perfect.
And let him go.
Ray Domingo, like Sam was saying, I retired almost 6 years ago, and I feel like I'm still transitioning, right? Because I'm still learning, right? And it's crazy because I wish we had something like this before I retired. It was tough because I retired from Chico, California, moved to San Antonio, really no network, and I was clueless. I felt like a superhero after I retired, and then as time went by, I'm like, man, this is tough. Transitioning is tough, right? And you know, Quincy, we met Quincy 2016, and we got to know him. We got to know Chuck Bunch, and that's when we created LinkedIn Mill City, because we felt that there was a need here in the, you know, Mill City, USA, right? So we launched it 2018 December, and Quincy had this saying, right, and it always stuck in my head, and Sam, right? Build your own table, right? Even though you're not in that space, let's say military space, right? But you have the opportunity to actually create something. So us four, myself, Sam, Quincy, Chuck Bunch, we created LinkedIn Mill City because we felt that there was a need. It was actually at a spot to where Quincy found it, actually, Alamo Beer Company. They hosted us for free to where we could all come together, and then COVID hit. So we actually put a pause on the in-person meetup, I think 2020 Feb.
Yeah.
2020 Feb was the last time.
200, 300 people
attending. Yeah, we had about 200, 300 people attending. We actually had the opportunity to do one inside the Alamo. After a couple months, we came together again. We launched it virtually to where folks that's outside of Texas had the ability to join us. And then Sam and I thought of something else, right? Something else to where we could actually vet mentors from different corporate companies to where they're open to volunteer, to be a mentor or give guidance, right? So we launched a key, actually this year, Feb. Currently we have 178 mentors, and I think there's about 100 plus companies and also nonprofit organizations that we come together, and like I said, it's a volunteer basis, right?
Purely
volunteer. So folks that want to volunteer, we do a monthly meetup also, and what we do is each person intros, and then we all go in breakout rooms, right? And then the participants have the ability to go into breakout rooms, whichever they want to go to, right? But I honestly wanted to, you know, as time went, you know, passed by, I'm always retired for almost 6 years. Eventually, I definitely want to launch like a business on my own. But I know we tried to launch one before I retired, and we were clueless. Totally clueless, right? You know, I was like, I'm the CEO, and then she's the CEO,
when
right?
I updated my LinkedIn,
Yep.
I'm like CEO.
Yep, I'm like, yeah, right?
But
clueless.
We really didn't know.
Yep.
We didn't know there were resources out there either. So when we like started like tripping and we were struggling, we were like, man, did we miss the memo? Like everybody else must know this because we don't know, and we were like, we're failing. And that put us in a really kind of dark place.
Yeah.
But there are resources out there, and the only way our community is going to find them or know about them is if we share them, you know. And it's not for a personal motivation reason or compensation or making money, right? It's if we share them because it's what we're passionate about. So that's our hope. But
yeah, and when we talked about the key, right, a lot of folks let us know that it's impossible to have competitors come together, volunteer their time, right? Because it's in the evening. It's an evening, and it's during like a Wednesday night, right? But we did it. You know, there's so many folks that want to be able to give back, pay it forward, whether they're in a role in their company to where they can't really represent that company, right? But this gives them the ability to actually volunteer their time and you know, continue their passion, right? And as time progressed, Sam and I, we've tried our best to pay it forward. And it's been a crazy ride from speaking for myself, right? Because I didn't know how contract positions work, right? In civilian, right? I didn't know you could go to work one day, come home without a job the same day. It happened to me, right? Had no clue, right? So still learning, right? But it's been amazing because there's so many folks out there willing to give back, pay it forward. A lot of folks that want to start their own business and stuff, right? And something like this is amazing, right? And you're definitely going to hear from our 4 panelists as far as what they've done to start their own business and why they started it, and as far as what their passion is and everything. So, perfect.
So yeah, and we'll start with these amazing folks right here because we could again talk your face off all day long.
And what we'll do is we'll allow the panelists to do like a quick intro, maybe like 1 to 2 minutes, and we'll start with. Honey.
New spouse in the house.
Hello. Hello. Oh, sorry. Hello, everyone. Thank you for sharing your time with us today. So my name's Honey Bueno. My husband is retired Army. It's been over 7 years now. We live in Boerne, Texas. I started the business called Tracking Transactions, where we help insurance agencies with their bookkeeping and their profits using systems called Applied Epic and Profit First. And speaking of Profit First, I recently became certified in it. And so if anyone is here and interested, I brought some books with me today to give away. I have 3 books. 2 of them are Profit First by Mike Michalowicz, and then I have another book called Profit First for Minority Business Enterprises by Suzanne Mariega. So if you're interested, I guess the first 3 people that see me afterwards, you get a book, okay? And then recently I started a new, it's a DBA with my son. It's called Fruitful Methods, and this is where we're gonna help data entry professionals that are having to enter those repetitive keyboard and mouse tasks throughout the day to turn those into quick clicks using our programmable mouse. And so that's our new thing where it'll help them save time and, of course, increase your profit margin. And who doesn't want that, right? So thank you again, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. So Quincy Harper, retired Air Force after almost 25 years. So I don't think there's anyone out there who can I don't know what the hell I want to do me, right? I've had about 5 jobs, started an LLC and done a couple other things in the community, just trying to figure things out and figure out who I am post-military. About a year, maybe a year and a half ago, I met this gentleman to my left, Cortez Riggs, who was really the inspiration behind me starting the Transition Tribe and kind of following my path and my dream of creating Mill City Stage Night, right? An entertainment event in a venue, and this venue here looks pretty cool, right?
It does.
This may be volume 2 in here, right, Cortez? All right. So, but it's about instincts. It's about instincts and being creative and finding your niche and walking into a facility and going like, damn, that wow factor's here. What could I do in this building that could just turn San Antonio on its head, right? That's the impetus behind Mill City Stage Night and some of the things that I do in the community with Ray, Sam, and many others. So I'm glad to be here, looking forward to your questions. Shout out to Jeremy Woodworth, that's my guy, my handyman right there. You know, just looking forward to the questions and answers. Thanks, guys.
Good afternoon. My name is Damian Dobbs, Marine Corps veteran, joined the Marine Corps in January '97, and retired 2017 September. At 20 years, 4 months. I was a IT manager for about the last 6 years in the Marine Corps. Retired in California and just decided on one of my farewells, I was given a paddle. So I own 2 businesses. One of them is paddle plaques. Most people in corporate USA, they get their square plaque, they put it on a cool wall. I said, hey, what does the Navy do? What does the Coast Guard get? What does the Marine Corps do? They get paddles. And I was looking at some of the prices in California and said, let me design something that, you know, people can get a great price on, but something handcrafted for them. So out of nowhere, I came up with paddle plaques. Have designed about 3,000 paddles over the last 6 years, shipped worldwide. Yes, Australia, Hong Kong, Cairo, Singapore, Hawaii, all over the US. The Boy Scouts. I even done one for a newborn baby. So there's nothing I can't do with a paddle, and so it's something to give back, small little business, but it's my way of saying, you know, thank you for what you've done. And then my other business is Tough Dog Brewing. I fell in love with beer. Most service members fall in love with beer over their time. Some don't, but I did over my 20 years. Drank a lot of different things, some good, some bad. And then my journey started also in California about 2 years before I started. 20 batches, it was horrible. Giving it to people here, try this, they were being nice. It wasn't until out here, I changed my method of brewing, met some brewery owners, and they said, do this, change your process. I became better and better, started winning medals, creating a DBA LLC. And when someone says, hey, I want to buy your beer, that like turned on a light bulb saying, I can do this. So opening up next year, Northern San Antonio, Tough Dog Brewing, and Yeah, I'm part of a couple of nonprofits. My beer is back here, and I'll tell you more later on as the time goes. Thank you.
And your beer's right here, too. Cheers.
All right, everyone. My name is Cortez Riggs. I served 21 years in the Army. I retired as an Army recruiter. In the recruiting world, I developed a very specific skill set. I knew how to bring groups together, and I knew how to develop and train teams and organizations. I wanted to transition into entrepreneurship, but at the time, there wasn't really anything set up or structured to help lead me down that path. So I had this idea that was focused on community and connection, and I created a brand called Military Influencer. What we do is we create unique events and experiences that are designed to bring communities together, primarily in the military space. I have now grown one of the largest and most impactful military conferences and trade shows in our space. Surprise, there's a gentleman back there in another Military Influencer shirt. I recently sold the brand to We Are the Mighty, so the news will be published soon. In addition to that, I run a company, or I should say I co-run a company with this camera guy right here. It's called Triple Nickel. We produce custom hats and apparel, and I also do consultancy with brands that are trying to understand the military marketplace and how best to take their product and service and market it to us as consumers.
Awesome. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you for sharing your intro. Definitely been an amazing ride, like I was saying, right? Because, with my job, even my past jobs, it's been helping me as far as the military community. I post stuff, they share it and stuff. But Sam and I, we talk a lot. We talk a lot. Sometimes we bump heads, right? But we still, come together, right? We still come together.
Both recruiters.
It's been an amazing ride, and learning and talking to folks has definitely been an amazing opportunity for me to grow, and I'm still growing. Like I said, I've almost retired six years, and I feel like I'm still transitioning in my mind, right? In my mind. And finally, we're about to buy a home. Maybe that's the chapter that needs to be shut right in our lives. But definitely thank you. Thank you for sharing your story, your background. And as far as questions, we definitely have a few questions for our panelists. And before, you know what? We'll start with your question, RT.
Yes. Come on.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for sharing your story, your background. So each of you, it sounds like you have very successful businesses, or they're definitely on the road to be even more successful. Each of you, if you could share information with somebody starting up right now, what's the one key thing you would share with them to keep them from having to maybe go through some of the different hurdles that you experienced, to start getting successful a little bit sooner than you were?
So I'm going to flip the question like this. The first thing I'll ask you is, do you have a job right now?
Yes, I do.
Now's the time to start your business.
Smart.
Social media, it's free. Use it while you can. Facebook, Twitter, everyone's got everything out there. I started with a website for $200. 2 paddles pays for it for a year, but I make 1,000 paddles a year. But use social media to your advantage. Everyone does it. And then all the money will come in and you become great.
I would probably say utilize your resources. Lean in on your resources that you do have collectively around you in the position that you're in the company that you work for, and then develop a niche. And then test that niche amongst people that you know, people that you don't like, people that you do like, right? And build that out and ask questions.
Okay, so for me, I would say get on the right path with your finances and your money. It's very important that you know your numbers and focus on those numbers. I've always had one bank account when I first started my business, but when I started using Profit First, it really helped me see a clear picture of my numbers very quickly. And so for me, my advice to you is make sure you focus on your numbers, make sure you hire someone to teach you how to use maybe a QBO something like that. There's several different types of accounting softwares out there, but reach out to someone, ask them to help teach you how to use that system, and you need to start putting those numbers in your system. That way you can run your own income statement, your own balance sheet. You can know your numbers in case you ever need to get a loan or anything like that. that's what I would stress. Numbers.
No, thank you. All great point. And piggybacking on what Cortez said, that's actually a great point. You know, when you have a job, start a business, right? It's a lot harder trying to start your business without a job, because I have been picking folks' brain as far as how to run a business, what I need to do. So that way I don't like trip and fail, right? And if I do fail, I'm gonna keep on moving. I'm gonna keep on moving forward. So I'm definitely gonna continue to pick folks' brain to keep on learning. So.
Well, one thing that you know, kind of to piggyback on that too, is you know, a couple of our panelists have day jobs. Like they didn't mention them, but they have day jobs, and that's really important, because like Q has been wanting, you've been talking for a while about getting business up and running, and then what you want for the future, and we go back to Racker Days. So can you just share like kind of how you balance the two between that day job and then building your business endeavors as well?
Sure. So as I transitioned out of the Marine Corps, it was difficult like many. I was very fortunate listening to people. I had a mentor through ACP, and I was with O2O, and I interviewed. My interview skills were terrible. And then I realized I had to lose the Gunny Dobbs part and become a Damien again after 20 years. And so once I started doing that, I found myself and figuring out what my skills are, what I'm actually worth. And then from that point on, 5 months before I actually left the Marine Corps, I got hired by Rackspace, and so my paddle business went with me. It didn't stop, but the clientele grew big, so I'd go to work 7:30 to 4:30, and then go home and start wrapping paddles again. So 5-6 paddles a week, so it didn't stop. My wife supported me, she still does to this day. She helps me with the paddles, you know, still today, but the journey doesn't stop. It continues because every paddle is unique, crafted for someone else, but I do have my repeat customers, and every customer gets a discount because, you know, it's a following.
You know, to piggyback on that, right, I have a full-time job that's very demanding. I have a wife, I have 2 daughters and a son who are all active, right? So I think for me, it was going out to the community, especially our military community, finding other like-minded individuals who wanted to partner and who wanted to build their business acumen, or who had a skill set that I was missing, right? So strengths and weaknesses. But going back to, like everyone's kind of mentioned, whether you're a spouse or the active duty or a veteran, we understand how to build teams. We understand how to walk into a room, read the room, and understand who we're going to partner with and who we're going to connect with, right? So it's, you know, to the question, it's finding those like-minded individuals, developing and building a team, and being comfortable with trusting that they're going to see your vision through. It sounds good, and it doesn't always work, but however, we know how to fire people, and we know how to go out and find other people, right? So let's just be real. It's connecting with people, though.
No, perfect. Thank you for sharing. And I have something like always like in my mind, right? You know, especially when I transitioned. And it's an unknown author. So I use it doing my presentations and workshops, right? Doubt, right? You know, when I retired, I felt like a superhero, applied for jobs, didn't get no interview, didn't get no phone call. I felt like a dang failure, right? So doubt started creeping in. Right? And I think it goes hand in hand also once you like, you know, thinking about starting a business, right? And the quote is, like I said, it's an unknown author. It's doubt kills more dreams than failure ever will. And that always resonates with me because I've failed a lot. I have failed a lot, but the main thing is I just kept on pushing, kept on plugging away. Sam kept on pushing me, right? And I shared this story because I actually like it, right? So she actually wrote notes, right? In my shoes, my computer, my laptop, or whatever, my car, right? The fridge, the bathroom, everywhere. It's like, you got this, we love you, proud of you, right?
Well, I'm married to an introvert.
I am,
so,
yes.
Like trying to get him to talk about feelings during those times, like that was not gonna happen.
Shut
like it
down
was like
mode.
a grunt, or he'd be like,
Yeah.
you know, but he was not opening up. So that's why we did it. But one thing that I love, you know, that you mentioned that your wife is also helping you with the business and wrapping paddles and stuff, because it is a team effort.
It is.
Because we're not always going to be up. You know, there's so many times where I've been down and he's like dragging me behind him, and then he's down and I'm like, you know, moving him forward. But it's a partnership, and it's really important to have that partnership and to include not just your spouse if you have one, but also your children, your family. So.
Yep. And we're gonna open it up to the floor. Anybody else have any questions? Oh, Jeremy.
Thanks, guys. I'm interested in understanding how your network helped you become successful, and did your network continue to grow as you saw success?
Great question.
Very great question.
You can answer that yourself. You're part of the network, right? Again, the network is key. It's, you know, Jeremy's great with carpentry and woodworking. I suck at it. My dad's great at it, right? So I lean in on Jeremy to help me do things that I can't necessarily do. But within that, Jeremy and I had a conversation about, 3 years ago when I was at the USO. And we're still friends, brothers to this day, right? Because that resonated with me. He has a certain skill set and a certain gift, right? That coming from the military community, we don't talk about that a lot, right? We don't tap into our gifts as a first sergeant. I'm not looking at the one to the left or to the right talking about gifts. I'm talking about go be the urinalysis monitor and hurry up, right? So it's just understanding, you know, people and who they are and what they bring to the table. But within that, that feeds the system. That feeds our military community and these networks that we build, right? Anjanetta is gifted with singing. Shady's gifted with business development, right? Marcus is gifted back there, I see him, right? So we all have gifts and talents, and that creates that network to build upon.
For my paddle business, 95% of my customers are military. Some are civilians with the Boy Scouts. So it's just word of mouth with them. Every paddle that goes out gets a business card. As far as the beer, because that's my biggest craft, I belong to the San Antonio Cerveceros. We're a homebrew club, the largest one in San Antonio. And I'm also the president of the board for the Crocketeers. We're the oldest tailgate support group for the San Antonio Football Club. We have a tailgate tomorrow. And what's important about that is in Germany in September, it's Oktoberfest. So for every tailgate, there's 18 home games. I personally provide 20 gallons of beer, and I give it away to the community. So when I do beer, I create a recipe. I give it to my wife because she's been through sensory classes. She's been through hops classes, grain, everything. I'm like, how does this taste? And she tells me, you got to add this. I'm like, man, okay. But that's my sensory right there. She's giving me my balance on how to make myself better. And when someone says, where can I buy that? Wow, you know, it makes me feel much better.
So there's a saying, your network is your net worth. I am one of the most well-connected people that you've probably never heard of, right? The thing is that everything that I do is about community. And like Quincy mentioned earlier, like Honey, I've worked with her before, I've talked to you before. It's all about taking what you know and figuring out how you can multiply that by encouraging other people to go down the same road as you. The challenge with young entrepreneurs, or I shouldn't say young, but people that want to enter this vein of entrepreneurship is that you think that you have to be a subject matter expert with everything. That's how to buy a domain, how to build a website, how to manage your books like Honey mentioned before, how to market, how to determine your competition, and the whole gauntlet of things that goes into being an entrepreneur or running or sustaining a business. Stick to what you're good at. He's great at making paddles. He wants to figure out how, or who someone, he wants to figure out someone in his network that he can essentially offset or delegate those subordinate tasks to that is just not within his vein. Don't try to do more than what you're gifted at. If you're gifted at building paddles or doing carpentry work, grow your skill and learn how to outsource with a minimal expense through Fiverr or some other reliable resource that you have in order to grow your core business model. Don't get caught up trying to do the things that really don't fit in what you're gifted to do.
So for networking, my recommendation is to listen. So I like to listen and just what other people have to say to me. And then I'm able to connect them with others. So that is I get connected in different spaces outside of the military too, not just in the military. And then I want to speak to Sam. She connected me actually because I told you I'm a bookkeeper. I specialize in insurance in a system called Applied Epic, which is Applied Systems. And the CEO of Applied Systems, Taylor Rhodes, used to actually be the CEO of Rackspace. And Sam was able to help me out with connecting me with someone else at Rackspace so that I could put together a care package for this CEO of Applied Systems and send it to him. And guess what? Now I have his email, and now we're connected. So that's because of Sam.
You have goosebumps.
So that's where networking can really get you your help. And just asking for help. Ask for help.
Yeah, and networking can be very uncomfortable, right? When I retired, I know about LinkedIn. I'm like, I'm not posting anything. I saw like some LinkedIn police, don't post that. This isn't Facebook. I'm not posting anything, right? But it's definitely helped me out throughout my career in general. Because I think it's almost like starting a business, right? You start a new job, especially as recruiters, you gotta continue to network, get referrals, right? And honestly, like, since retiring from the Air Force, my network has definitely been beneficial for me as far as giving me like referrals, right? And it's almost like watering a plant or a tree, right? And you gotta be active, right? And I've learned that, if I'm like out of the loop, I see my posts like die out, right? And then I try to like comment, be active, be involved, volunteer and stuff. It's almost like I said, it's almost like growing a tree and growing a flower, right? You got to continue to water that plant or that tree, right? Be active, definitely be active, grow that network. And like Sam was saying, I'm a 100% introvert, 100% introvert, right? But we have the ability to brand ourselves on LinkedIn, Facebook, or any social media platform. And what I do is I just post about what I'm passionate about. And jobs that folks are reaching out to me, I try to refer folks, right? But networking is definitely important.
I think that's the key, because if you find what you're passionate about, the money will come.
Yep.
And for us, it's been extremely rewarding to connect people to other people, because we can't answer every phone call. We can't answer every message that comes through, but our community needs better than that. They need mentors, they need resources, they need to see cases and like success stories. So you can be inspired and know, yes, today sucked. Maybe I didn't make any money off of this endeavor, but it's gonna get better tomorrow. And they're looking long term because they have people and they see examples of others that have done it and they've weathered those storms, because Lord knows those storms aren't easy.
Yep.
But I know we have a second panel that we're gonna get up. Does anyone have do you have any closing thoughts, anything that you wanna share with the audience before we bring in our resources?
Just thank you for sharing your time.
Yep.
The same. Thanks for the time. It's great beer. I love the venue. I love to do something here in this venue. Hint, hint.
Thank you for coming out on a Friday afternoon, even with the weather being partly cloudy with the chance of rain out there. There is a tailgate tomorrow underneath the Thousand Oaks Bridge. If you live in close towards Toyota Field, it starts at 4 p.m., goes till 6:30. I will have 4 kegs, one of them being Oktoberfest, Pilsner, Kolsch, and something else special. There are 2 kegs back there. They'll come out support. We cook out food, water, soda. It all goes to the community. So we have some great sponsors, but beer is great. It brings people together to like coffee, tea, and water. Thank you.
Oktoberfest is good. That's the beer I have over there. Just waiting for me.
So I absolutely love the vein of entrepreneurship. So if you're here in the room, if you're online, if there's anything that I can do to support you, help you launch a brand or grow your business, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. So thank you guys.
And I have one more to share. I mean, I got so much stuff in my head, right? Sorry about that. Iceberg illusion, right? Does everybody know what iceberg illusion is, right? So everybody has different levels of success, right? But the thing that a lot of folks don't realize is all the grind that everybody has done. The pain, the frustrations, right?
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Yep, and the main thing I'm bringing it up is just be easy on yourself. Definitely be easy on yourself. Just keep on pushing, keep on grinding. And like I said, everybody's got different levels of success. So.
Yep. That's beautifully said. We have to remind ourselves of that.
We do.
Often, even now.
Yep.
Is to give yourself the same grace that you give someone else.
Yep.
But thank you so much.
Thank
all
you
of
to our panelists, and we're going to have 4 more panelists.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Victoria, Anjanetta, Marcus, you know, even though I was unemployed, right? I was unemployed, they were actually like inviting me to do workshops and presentations. So I felt like I was doing something right? Because they kept on inviting me. So definitely thank you.
You do a great job.
Want to start it?
Oh, sure.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you for hanging out some more for our second panel. All of these people right here hold a very special place in my heart, and I'm not just saying that. We go back to Rackspace in Open Cloud Academy days, which our son went to Open Cloud Academy also. Victoria, I remember when she jumped onto HOH before you started this program, and I've watched your growth, and it's been incredible. And Janetta is my spirit animal. She makes my heart so happy. Every time I'm around her, it's like my whole body calms. I could be stressed out because I'm high strung. He's the introvert, I'm the ambivert now because of COVID, but I'm the extrovert. Miss Anjanetta is like, she's a blessing. And then we got RT over there. We all see eye to eye. But I love RT because he's a force to be reckoned with, and I can make short jokes, but no one else can, RT, right? Because we're here. Nah, but RT is an incredible leader, and it's an absolute privilege to have all of you joining us today. We did pick you out special for a reason. And I hope to have you share an introduction of yourselves. If you feel the urge to share anything about your personal story, that would be very valuable as well. As talk about the programs that you offer, say to help someone upskill in tech or upskill as a military spouse or a veteran for entrepreneurship type programs, or even just to support small businesses that are from the military community. But feel free to share your thoughts, and we'll start with
I have a mic. Do I go first?
That's it.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me, and definitely an honor to be here. As a non-veteran, I want to be an ally to veterans in our community. I'm from San Antonio, born and raised. As I said, my name is Marcus Benavides. I've been in the IT industry for about 14 years, and I worked for Rackspace for the majority of that time. Over the last 7 years, I led a program called Open Cloud Academy, which was essentially a career accelerator. It helped individuals upskill, get certifications, and really find that next step in their career, that next phase in their career. They mentioned Ray went through the program, and Ray, along with 1,000+ other students, have graduated. We have a really big alumni network. In April of this year, the program that I managed with Rackspace was actually acquired by CodeUp, which was a really positive move for our program and really doubled the size and the capacity of what we're able to do. One of the big wins that we've had over the last couple of years is that we're able to take GI Bill funding, and we want to be partners and allies again with the veteran community. 30% of our graduates are veterans, and it's something that being a part of this city, Military City USA, we want to see that number grow, right? We want to help out where we can. And so that's a quick intro about me, and I'm sure we'll have some questions and stuff about how you can get involved, get connected with CodeUp, and so on and so forth. So thank you for having me.
And Marcus, your programs also have benefits for military spouses too, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So benefits extend to military, to mil spouses, and they are a good portion of that percentage that we see that have gone and used those benefits through our program. We also offer scholarships as well. You know, we work with Voc Rehab. So there's a number of other ways that we are interacting and interjecting with the veteran community.
Hey everyone, my name is Victoria Harvey. I'm with Hiring Our Heroes. We're a nonprofit of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. We are here really to help our military community in multiple ways. For entrepreneurship, we just this year actually started a fantastic entrepreneurship track specifically for military spouses, where we're working with the Rosie Network and a lot of other groups to have fantastic monthly informational events. So completely free online. You can be anywhere in the world to do that. And then we're also really known for our fellowships, which are basically internships. So as companies are growing, please think of our fellowships, because we could send some phenomenal talent your way. And we've even had individuals use our fellowships to learn and grow their own businesses. We've had realtors. I believe we've even had a photographer a few years back. So there's lots of ways we can always get creative with that. We also have some wonderful hiring fairs that we call summits that travel across the country. We're doing them virtually now, so if you have a company and you're looking to hire, you can also do that, and it's all free, which is really fantastic. We've had some wonderful companies that help sponsor us. And then personally, I'm a military spouse. My spouse is still active duty. So it's been really great having a wonderful support network no matter where you are in the world, because we have some really wonderful just groups for military spouses in particular that are literally across the world, called our Military Spouse Professional Networks, where we have a lot of entrepreneurs in those groups. So hopefully we can have something that helps a little bit of everybody as we get out there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anjanetta Lambert. I am the program manager for Onward to Opportunity. We're powered by the Institute for Veterans and Military Families out of Syracuse University. And what our program does is it offers certifications at no cost for transitioning service members, military spouses, and veterans. And the only caveat is that you have an honorable discharge. The other component is the IVMF has entrepreneurship programs under what's called the Arsenal. So we help you with your small business from ideation, the startup portion, to growth and development, all the way to sustainment. And with that, with those programs, we just had the Veteran Edge program, the conference in Dallas, and I got to meet the founder of the Rosie Network. I was stoked about that. But anyway, but with that program, what we do at the culmination, they feature the top 50 veteran-owned small businesses that have accumulated millions of dollars in their revenue. And I was so surprised to see so many veterans out there whose services I'd purchased or products I'd purchased, and I didn't even know they were veterans. So that's the beauty of the IVMF. You know, they do things discreetly, but they want to help you be successful. A little bit about myself is I'm a military spouse. My husband retired in 2018, and we both almost lost our minds. I've been working with transitioning service members for 15 years and didn't think about my husband being a transition service member. And I was like, what is wrong with you? He says, what's wrong with you? And I thought, you know, we both have issues we need to work through. So part of my passion project is to help folks when there are issues that you face and no one's talking about it. And this has been my passion from the beginning. I think that's what drew Samantha and I, or Sam and I, together, because we have a heart for this population. So back in the 1900s, when I joined this population, my passion was to help military spouses get acclimated, and then I wanted to help transitioning service members get acclimated, and that drove me to a degree in marriage and family therapy. So I'm able to provide that service just across the gamut, and I really want to help folks settle into whatever it is. If it's entrepreneurship, let's do that. But if you want to supplement something so that you can be a better entrepreneur, let's do that too. I really, really want to help, so that's a little bit about me.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm still very nervous sitting up here, so I just want to share that. Just kidding. Very hard act to follow. My name is R.T. McClain. I'm a retired Navy veteran, very happy and proud of my service. I work with an organization called the USO. Anybody in this room that's had any type of military background or affiliation, you know about the USO. So it's very good that I was able to sit in on the previous briefing provided by the entrepreneur track, because I often think, like, what do we specialize in? What does USO specialize in? The USO specializes in just making people feel comfortable, making you feel good. You know, it's like, I can't think of anybody that's probably had a bad experience with the USO. The part of the organization that I'm a part of, and my transition specialist, my teammate, Jeremy Woodworth there, we help people with their professional development. So the part that we play when it comes to a military startup week is, I think we provide that comfortable space that people are able to come to and just ask those questions and just be uncomfortable being uncomfortable and helping them work through that. And we do our part by helping them work through that by getting them connected with people that are able to help them to be successful on the backside. I jokingly tell folks that everybody always wants to support the good old red, white, and blue, you know, the USO. Tried and true, 86 years of great service. The program with the USO Pathfinder program is roughly about 5 years old, so it's relatively new. So I'm always asking, encouraging people to help us spread the word about what it is that we do to help out people. If nothing else, you know, come to the USO, get a snack, a snuggle, and a smile. And at the end of the day, I'm positive we get you connected with someone else that can probably help you with the business that you're looking to get started up. We don't have any direct entrepreneurial tracks or anything. We're just good at connecting people, good at connecting people with resources, making them feel comfortable, and like to say, meeting them where they're at, you know, so they can come in clueless, not having any idea about what's going on. Me and my team and USOs all across the world, Pathfinders, are willing to work with people side by side and develop a personalized action plan to help them work through whatever it is they want them to do and be with them. And most importantly, it's not just for the service members. We pride ourselves on the support that's provided to the spouses as well. Over the years, we realized that spouses, I was married for 25 years of my 30 years in the Navy, and from duty station to duty station, my wife always had to start over, start from scratch. With the program, we provide the opportunity for people just to continue that momentum and build upon it from duty station to duty station, and you can only imagine how helpful that is, and the success rate is just amazing. So USO, look forward to answering any questions about it. We're so much more than just snacks, snuggles, and a smile. Always here to help out people, and it really just starts off with a conversation. Making you feel comfortable, have that conversation, and maybe help you to realize the dreams and aspirations that you didn't know that you had within. So look forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you for the intro. We're going to go ahead and open it up for folks that have any questions. Any questions at all?
I do. I have a question. So, in your experience with the different folks that you've worked with from the military community, can you think of any examples of like stories that really hit home for you? For folks that maybe they were creating a business and you witnessed that success, or you helped grow that success, or those that may have like tripped a little bit on that pathway to becoming successful or figuring out what it is that they're passionate about. Do you have any stories that come top of mind from the experiences you've had? Because I know you all work within that resource space and probably have witnessed some of those trailblazers or those that may have struggled a little bit before they blaze the trails.
Yes, one of the stories that come to mind, hopefully it's applicable for this, is working with the lady who's transitioning, and she wanted to start her own franchise. I know franchise is probably not the same thing as starting from scratch, but still, it's venturing out and doing something that you hadn't done before. So working with her to get connected with resources and getting the business up and running, and seemed to be doing extremely well, then COVID happened. So it's very interesting to work with her throughout COVID, to help her maintain that sense of momentum, sense of, hey, I can do this, and getting connected with other people to be able to see, I guess, the forest past the trees or whatever in order to be successful and get things going. And since things have started to clear up a whole lot now with COVID, it's interesting to go back and talk with her and just flash back on how it was very challenging before, and working through it and sticking with her dream and being connected with people, how that helped her to be very successful. And she works with the travel industry or whatever. So as travel is beginning to open up, she's really seeing a lot of great possibilities and options there with her organization. So hopefully that's applicable.
Yes, absolutely.
I have several stories, but I'm just going to give you an amalgamation of things that have happened. So one of the things that I like to talk about in the O2O program is secondary streams of income. Folks kind of get laser focused. I need to work for this company or that company because that's where they have the benefits, or I get PTO, it's appropriate. And I'm like, what about a secondary revenue stream? People really weren't hearing me until the pandemic. And so when we started talking about that, those apertures opened to like, wow, there are other things out there that I can do. And the beautiful thing that I liked about the previous panelists is that they were all talking about where they saw a gap. They didn't say they sought a gap, they saw it in their own needs or desires. And that's important to think about. If you're going out and saying, you know what, I'm going to be Beyonce, she's already there, right? So you don't have to be Beyonce. I've tried it. It doesn't work. But you have to be, if you see a gap, I went to a church once and they were like, if you come into church and you see a problem, then that's the issue you need to fix. They tell you that in the military, right? You know, the folks who see the problem, you fix the problem. So if you come and you're like, every day I try to wear a t-shirt and, you know, they're not made for, you know, young women like me. The t-shirts just don't pull down in the back. Well, there's a company out there, Duluth, and they did it. It's the same thing for entrepreneurship. You've seen that gap. You know what it's like. And that segues into Anthony Cosby. Anthony Cosby he was a member of the Odo team, and now he works for the IVMF at the larger level. He started a business during the pandemic and is doing quite well, has made connections with all of these key people throughout the nation who are supporting his business. It can happen in the midst of a pandemic. The obstacles that you see, you can sometimes magnify and make them greater. So many folks thrived during the pandemic with their entrepreneurial endeavors. And it was evident when I went to Dallas. So I can name all of them using all my fingers and toes. I have 10 digits each way. But I was so surprised to see so many folks that thrived. Walmart partnerships, partnerships with Disney. You don't have to think small scale, but you have to figure out how to get there. I think when Cortez said it, and he was like, if you're working, go ahead and get started. It doesn't have to be big in that moment, just get started. Start writing things down. So I'm giving advice that you didn't ask for, but you know.
No.
But
No, it's great. It's great.
But I mean, I loved to see those things, and anything that, the beautiful thing about being in this community, and I've noticed that, is if you don't work against folks, you'll be successful.
Yep.
Use everyone as a resource. But the moment you start to think, well, this is my twin brother, by the way. We're 3 days apart in birth, obviously, right? So, but if I looked at RT and I was like, here he comes again. Everybody likes RT and I hate his guts. And I close him off. I've closed myself off from so many opportunities. So San Antonio is unique that way. Tap into all of these resources. I see so many familiar faces. But what if I was like, because he's handsome, I hate him, because I'm not handsome. Whatever it is, that's ridiculous. Collaboration is key.
Yeah.
So too much, but I just wanted to share that.
Never too much, Mama.
That's all great information. I'm actually going to piggyback off of that. One thing that I've seen from a lot of entrepreneurs that have come through our fellowships, they had a side thing going on, they still want a full-time job, is they had to learn what the true meaning of networking was. And that it's not that you just go up to somebody, you only talk about yourself, and then you're like, okay, can you do anything for me? No, next. It's building those relationships and just getting to know a person because they're a person. And if you have a business, share it. Don't hide it. A lot of times we'll have been with somebody for 8-10 weeks, and then we finally figure out that they own an ice cream shop. And I was like, why didn't you tell me this 10 weeks ago? I would have gone 10 times by now. Yep. So network, get out there, share what you've got, share your gifts. Because even if I can't eat ice cream, if I know that you love ice cream, I'll be like, did you know this person owns it? Go there. So network, get to know people for who they are, and just spread what awesomeness you've got going on.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's great. And the previous panel kind of talked about growing your network as well and being kind of open-minded. You don't have to do everything, right? So as an entrepreneur, we don't have an entrepreneur training track at Coda, right? But the reality is an entrepreneur has this really great idea, right? They get the business plan together, and then they come to this point where they're like, hey, I need somebody who has this skill set, has this skill set, has this skill set. And more times than not, that skill set falls back on technology, right? Finding people that have a technical skill, whether it's web development, system, administration, whatever it is. And so programs like ours at CodeUp actually help to kind of bridge that gap. Find individuals that have that motivation to maybe one day be a business owner, right? Create their own business, be an entrepreneur, but they got to get started. And where do they get started, right? They learn a skill. They get a certification, they get their foot in the door, they start working, and then they network. They meet people. Hey, I've got this really great skill, I'm a web developer, right? You have a business, you need a website, I'm your guy, right? Let's talk. And so I think that's how this community kind of continues to grow. We work together, right? We partner with each other, and I think we do some really great things. So yeah, that's what I'll say about that.
Love it. You guys make me all teary-eyed. I'm not even kidding. Like, I feel so inspired. And I know we're getting closer on time, so I want to make sure that I open the floor for any questions the audience has. And any question you have at all, don't be shy.
I know the tough part. The tough part for like folks like myself, right? And I know it's probably tough for others also. Like if I could like transplant the knowledge I have to somebody else, right? Is asking. Like I have a big problem like asking for help or asking for like guidance or knowledge, right? Because we have so many folks that's willing to give back and share what they know, right? Till this day, I'm still struggling, right? I'm like, I don't want to put them off, you know. I don't want to waste their time. That's in my mindset, right?
Well, we have to remind ourselves, because we do this often.
We do.
We have to remind each other, like, we always say to others to ask.
Yeah.
You know, to tap into a mentor or reach out to somebody in their network to ask them if they may know someone to help out. And so we often struggle with that. But I think that's something that's kind of special. That's the right word, within the military community. It's something that we've always, like I was overseas military brat. And then I married the military, came to the States when I was 20 as a passport American. My mom's English, my dad was from Cali. But like it was a big culture shock for me when I transitioned to the US. But I think our community, we raise our children in that way too. And our military spouses acclimate to that as well. We're a very we-centered community. Oftentimes, like with the programs I work with in military recruiting, I have to prep people to say, use I. Talk about what your contributions were, not we. And I've come to the realization that our kids do it, our spouses do it, our community does it, because that's who we are, we're we. And so when people transition or they try new endeavors, it's hard to ask for help because you are a part of that unit, but oftentimes you're used to being this me or the person people go to, so it can be tough. So our hope, obviously, is that you tap into the resources that are available to you. They are phenomenal people, and I can guarantee you their passion is what drives them. It's not for a paycheck at all. And if there's any way that like any of the folks here can support you, please tap into those connections. The whole reason why we set up LinkedIn Mill City is so that we can get people networking and connected, where you're not going dressing up in a suit and giving a business card and saying, "Hi, my name is Sam. I am a software developer and I went to work for you." You know, like we try to create it in a way that's like a backyard barbecue, like we have in the mill community, that raises morale and builds authentic relationships. But you did have a question. Please feel free.
Myself and another vet, we just won second place at a veteran program here. We're sitting at a little bit over 90 days. So we have a platform.
Can I ask you a favor? Do you mind? Can you go up to the mic? Because I can hear you, but I was like,
yeah.
Yeah, you good. There. No, you're good. Thank you.
My name is Loika, and I'm inviting everybody. If you have a veteran-owned small business, right now we're targeting women veteran-owned small businesses. So we are ready to launch the prototype next month. So the name of the platform is called Capture, Lead Qualified Capture. So we have developed an API to go out and pull all federal government contracts in based on your NAICS. So you'll get on our platform, all the contracts will come to your phone while you take care of your passion. Then it qualifies the solicitation. That solicitation, then you'll communicate with some other folks. We will bring up a team of folks that you can team with. Now legally you can team with 2 or more other veteran-owned small businesses. Everything is on your phone or your tablet. We also have a C-suite component to where you have access to all of our C-suiters, CFOs, CMOs, so on and so forth. If you need help with your proposal, you look at your solicitation, you click on if you need a CFO or legal. So pretty much we built everything that you know as mission support in the military. Our platform is a mission support operation. So we can allow veteran-owned small businesses to do what they're passionate about. And then you come to our ecosystem, veteran-owned ecosystem, and you come and get your mission support from us, legal, HR, marketing, so on and so forth, contracting. And while you're doing your business, our platform provides you mission support. Legal put together your proposal or your quote, submit it, and you can keep running with your next transaction. So what I am here to do is invite anyone that has a veteran-owned small business to come out to Maestro Center. We are in an accelerator there, and come out and test our platform. That's what we're asking for. And then we can get back to the veteran-owned small business ecosystem. So again, my name is Lloyd. Hit me up after this, and please come out and know some other vets, get things started.
Thank you. And you mentioned that you recently won second place for, what was that?
It was a veteran codethon at Geekdom. So I'm a member of Geekdom, Red Oak Street.
Nice. And your name again? Lloyd?
Loika.
Loika? Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. All right. So, any closing thoughts before we go and grab us a cold beer back there from our veteran beer company that has amazing beer?
Yeah, before we close, definitely thank you for joining us, and for folks that's joining us live, thank you for joining us also. And again, thanks Dax. Thank you to all our panelists. If there's no other questions, that concludes the panel.
Maybe some closing thoughts.
Closing
I'll
thoughts.
make sure I pass it on down the line again.
Oh, just thank you for having us. If you have any other questions, Marcus at codeup.com. You can find out more about our programs at codeup.com. Like they said, we're very passionate about helping people. I know for me personally, she said we don't do it for a paycheck. The paycheck helps for my job, right? But part of that, but part of that is just real passion to help, people here in this local community, military members, mil spouses, any way that we can. So Marcus at codeup.com, find out more about us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all for joining us. HiringOurHeroes.org is the website. If you want any more information, reach out to myself, or actually my two amazing colleagues who are now covering San Antonio, Olivia and Danielle back there. And also, do please keep an eye out on our website over the next month or two. We're going to be loading a new program that's actually going to be helping with upskilling and reskilling as well. That could help a lot of entrepreneurs.
Just do it. That's the closing statement I have. I'm not with Nike, but I'm saying just do it.
I wanted to say Nike so bad, but I was like, don't do it, Sam.
I'm just saying just do it. Get started and ask questions. Be careful about who you share your information with, but ask questions.
True.
So go to a dependable resource and let them know you have an idea, and then they can help point you in the right direction. I hear so many like, oh, I thought about it, but I don't want to know. I'll just share one last story.
Yes, please.
I saw the guy in Dallas, Christian Planner. If anybody's bought those leather-bound Christian planners, it's a veteran who started that company. And conversely, maybe not conversely, but back in 2012, I met a young man who told me, no, it was 2011, right after the VOW Act was passed. He says, Miss Anjanetta, I know what I want to do. I'm going to start my own business. I said, what are you going to do? He's like, I'm going to sell marijuana. I was like, well, you're going to do that from jail. And he said, mark my words, it's going to be lucrative. And how about that?
Yeah.
What's lucrative right now?
Dang. Yeah.
Right? I'm not saying sell cocaine or anything like that, but I'm just letting you know that if it's an idea, legally, talk to someone, maybe it's possible. He had a vision. Maybe it wasn't while he was lucid, but he had a vision, and now it's profitable for him. I really wanted to share that because some people are dismissive of your idea, and you're like, I'm going to sell a machine that melts butter for your popcorn. And everybody's like, what a fool. And now I can't live without mine. I don't know about you. So just do it. Talk to a reliable resource and get it started.
Great follow-up. USO has always been that place of comfort, so come to us. Come to us. Let's start that conversation. We're positive to get you connected with the right people, get you set up in the right direction. We've always been the force behind the forces. We'd love to help and assist you in any way that we can. Let's just stop by and have a conversation. USO.org/transitions. Kind of find out some more information about us. And surprisingly enough, USO San Antonio is currently hiring a couple of positions. So USO.org/careers. If you're interested, help spread the word. We'd love to have you or maybe somebody you know join our team. So look forward to connecting with some other folks throughout the evening. Thanks for this opportunity.
Awesome. Thank you. And before we close, we'd like Dax to come up.
Yes. He's like,
I'll stand awkwardly behind the panelists.
it's all right. That's what we've been doing.
Yeah,
We've been standing
okay.
aside, and I was like, let me lean on Ray, and I was like, that might be awkward. And I'm like, the camera's over there, so I just lay like this. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no, happy to host you. It's not easy being up on this stage for those of you if you've never done this before. And I'll say it's even doubly hard organizing and committing yourself and really showing your passion. So Samantha, Ray, thank you so much for organizing the panelists today and for the Mill City meetup. We've got people thirsty, ready to grab a beer, ready to network. Thank you for showing up for them, for us, and for the community. And a round of applause for them and our panelists today.
And again, thank you to our panelists, and thank you for everybody that joined us.
Yep.
That concludes the panel.
Yep. And now it's LinkedIn Mill City time.
LinkedIn Mill City time.
Good job.